Chapter 455. Yi Xuanji used to have a good relationship with Song Jianan, but ever since the engagement the relationship between the two families had fallen apart and they gradually drifted apart. Hearing Song Jianan's words, Yi Xuanji's face darkened and said, Tang Zheng is no longer related to the Ye family. How you deal with it, what does it have to do with the Ye family? Yi, you're quite clean. I just don't know if the martial sect will think so. Song Jianan said meaningfully. That's the truth. As for what the martial sect thinks, I can't control it. If the martial sect really wants to do something to the Ye family, my Ye family will accept it all. Yi Xuanji said firmly. Song Jianan sneered but did not comment. When Yin Qishan saw this scene, his emotions fluctuated greatly, because the Yin family's attitude towards Tang Zheng was also divided into two factions. One of them was him, who believed that he should keep a respectful distance from Tang Zheng. The other faction was unexpected. It was actually his sister Yin Qingyi and his son Yin Luyun. This pair of aunt and nephew actually stood on the side of Tang Zheng, believing that it was impossible for Tang Zheng to lose just like that. This was truly puzzling. Even Yin Padian remained silent and in the end decided to wait and see. The situation in the capital is getting more and more confusing. There's actually an aura of a great change. I really can't see through it. Yin Qishan thought to himself. Patriarchs, our top priority is to find out what's going on with this earthquake. This is the capital's land, and with such a big thing happening, the officials will not ignore it. They will definitely ask for the opinions of our families. Yin Qishan said in a deep voice. What Qishan said is extremely true. This is the most important thing right now. As for discussing other unimportant people, it would be putting the cart before the horse. Yi Xuanji said with a cold smile. Of course, Song Jianan knew that Yi Xuanji was talking about him, and said indifferently, I don't think there's any difference between these two matters. With such a huge commotion, only cultivators are the biggest suspects, and the well-known cultivator in the capital is Tang Zheng. If we don't look for him, who else can we look for? If you don't go, my Song family will naturally appear. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Jianan was like a whirlwind, breaking through the air from the palace and disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. Yi Xuanji retracted his gaze and asked, Qian, your father is in seclusion, is he about to break through again? Yin Qishan smiled faintly and said, Nothing can be hidden from Patriarch Yi. My father has realized something and is indeed trying. He to the Yin to the clan, to the head of the few great clans, and the leader the Yin family to be even to the head to the position to the head to the head, the status as the head, the position as the head of the few great families' clans. He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. It wasn't easy for him to break through to the first level of the supreme power realm, but he hadn't made any progress in the past 6 months, which made him quite annoyed. Tang Zheng, that brat's cultivation speed is like 1,000 miles a day, why don't I have it? He could not help but envy Tang Zheng. At this time, the police and the people from the Earthquake Bureau also arrived at the imperial city. Yi Xuanji and Yin Qishan did not stay any longer and broke through the air, leaving behind the officials to carry out a large number of tests. However, in the end, it was to no avail as they did not find a single clue. Although they could confirm that the source of the earthquake was here, the instruments could not detect anything at all. How could they report this to the higher-ups? As for the person involved, Tang Zheng did not care about how others reported this. He was already stunned by the scene along the way. The streets were filled with people with disheveled clothes, all of them panicking and looking as if they were ready to run for their lives at any time. Tang Zheng felt a little guilty. These people were originally sleeping in their beds, but they were tossed awake in the middle of the night in this cold weather. This made him even more determined not to touch the heaven and earth magnetite. After all, it was not like it could run away. As for the heaven and earth magnetite in the Southern Sea Dragon Palace, he was not in a hurry to find it. The final exam was just around the corner. He could not possibly skip the exam in the first semester, or else his grandfather would definitely be sad. He must give his grandfather a satisfactory result. Moreover, Mu Hongyan's business plan was about to take off and required a large amount of money. He should be thinking about money now. And this problem could only fall on the life-continuing pill. What he needed was not a few million but hundreds of millions of funds. It was impossible to achieve without taking out some treasures. The life-continuing pill was undoubtedly a treasure. For those rich people, if it could increase their lifespan by 10 years, they would definitely agree to give up half of their family fortune. Since Tang Zheng had already exposed his identity as a cultivator, he did not mind taking out such a heaven-defying thing. Of course, the quantity could not be too much. After all, it was a rare commodity. He had to make those people fight over the life-continuing pill. Furthermore, they were willing to give the money to Tang Jing as if they were begging their grandparents. This was the true meaning of standing and earning money. When they arrived outside of Lu Qingmei's neighborhood, Marshall could not help but ask, "Are you planning to keep silent? What exactly did you do to cause such a huge commotion?" Tang Jing stopped in his tracks, stared at her and said, "Everyone has their own secrets, why should I tell you?" This was already a disguised admission that he was the one who did it. Of course, even if he did not admit it, Marshall had already determined that he was the one who did it. "Do you know that you are playing with fire? With such a big commotion, do you think you can hide it from others?" Marshall asked angrily. "As long as you don't say it, no one else will know," Tang Jing said without thinking much of it. Even if I don't say it, others can guess that it's you. It's very difficult for a martial artist to cause such a big commotion. Only you mysterious cultivators can do it," Marshall said snappily. Tang Jing shrugged his shoulders. "What's the use of guessing that it's me? In any case, I won't admit it. What you're doing is a huge threat to the government and the country. They won't sit idly by," Marshall warned. Tang Jing smiled bitterly. He had just saved countless lives. According to the five-clawed golden dragon's nature, he would have directly broken through the formation. That would have been a huge loss of life. However, of course he would not explain this. He said indifferently, "If the government wants to find me, then go ahead. In any case, it's not the first time I've dealt with them. It's too late, so I won't invite you upstairs to sit." Tang Jing walked into the district with large strides. Marshall did not follow, but at the moment the district was very lively. When Tang Jing walked downstairs, he coincidentally met Lu Qingmei. She was wrapped in a bedsheet. Previously, she had a big battle with Tang Jing and then fell asleep without wearing any clothes. After the tremors began, she got up and wrapped herself in a bedsheet. Then she carried Nana and rushed downstairs. "Big brother." When Nana saw Tang Jing, she opened her arms and threw herself into Tang Jing's embrace. Tang Jing hugged Nana. The girl was not afraid at all. Instead, she excitedly waved her little fists and said, "Big brother, there was an earthquake just now." "It's not an earthquake. Let's go home." Tang Jing pinched her cheek and comforted her. Lu Qingmei cast a questioning gaze. Tang Jing signaled with his eyes that she did not need to worry and then went upstairs. When the others saw that someone was going upstairs, they also went upstairs one after another. Of course, there were also people who directly set up tents in the district. After comforting Nana to sleep, Lu Qingmei snuggled into Tang Jing's embrace and asked, "What happened?" Tang Jing recounted what happened in the imperial city. Lu Qingmei was shocked when she heard it. She patted her chest with lingering fear and said, "It's too scary. Fortunately, you thought a little more. Otherwise, it would have caused a disaster tonight." "Yeah, so this five-clawed golden dragon is not that trustworthy. The dragon clan is too mysterious. We have to be careful." Tang Jing sighed. "You have so many problems now, but I can't help you. I feel too useless." Lu Qingmei's expression darkened as she said dejectedly. Tang Jing rolled his eyes and said with a mischievous smile, "Who said you can't help me?" As he said that, he stretched out his devil's claws and sneaked into the sheets. Lu Qingmei cried out in alarm. Her face blushed red. Not long after, the waves rolled around. In the morning, Tang Jing left the district alone. Due to the big commotion last night, Lu Qingmei's company informed her to take a day off to avoid another aftershock. Therefore, Nana stayed at home and let her take care of her. On the street, there were still many people discussing what happened last night. The television stations and radio stations on the street also took turns to broadcast the news. However, it was all the Earthquake Bureau that refuted the rumors, saying that it was not an earthquake this time. However, the people did not believe the words of the experts in the Earthquake Bureau these days. There were still many people who continued to stay outside. Tang Jing did not know whether to laugh or cry at this scene. He really wanted to shout that everything was over, but that would definitely make him look like a lunatic. It was near the end of the semester and the classes were already over. This semester, Tang Jing's number of classes was pitifully small. His grades in class were terrible. If he wanted to get good grades, he had to submit a perfect exam result. Moreover, he was the top scorer in the college entrance examination. If he did too badly, he would definitely become a laughingstock. What did Yenching University lack the most? That was students with good grades, talents, and even top students. There was no lack of top students. Tang Jing used to be the top scorer in a province. If he wanted to stand out in this final exam, he would have to put in a lot of effort. Although he had a photographic memory, there was a lot of knowledge that had to be learned and used flexibly. Rote memorization might not be useful. In addition, although he was a freshman, many top students were already doing research in the laboratory. They had their own research topics and research directions. In this aspect, Tang Zheng was lagging behind too much. This caused some criticism. His mentor was Xuanhuan, a great figure. However, Tang Zheng did not have a single thesis. This was a little embarrassing for his mentor. Some people secretly criticized Professor Qi for being blind to have picked such an embroidered pillow like Tang Zheng. Although Tang Zheng was in school, these words had reached his ears through the mouths of the members of the 502. Man strives for dignity and Buddha strives for an incense stick. Although he did not care about these false reputations, he did not care about any theses. After all, his mentor was Qi Shaoan. Moreover, Qi Shaoan treated him very well. He did not want to tarnish his mentor's reputation. Therefore, Tang Zheng had to work hard. He did not want to be a top student. Instead, he wanted to be a top student. He carried a bag of professional course books to the library. He took a seat and reviewed the textbooks one by one. He read very quickly. It could be said that he read 10 lines at a glance. Like a scanner, he flipped through the books continuously. Chapter 456. Many pairs of eyes looked at Tang Zheng in suspicion or surprise, then looked at each other. Was this brother here to perform? There was no need to use such a clumsy method to attract beauties, because one could tell with a single glance that it was fake. Who could read so fast? Tang Zheng was immersed in the sea of knowledge, completely unaware of it. In the end, when he finished reviewing the textbooks he brought, he was still unsatisfied, and there were still some knowledge points that he could not understand, so he went to the bookshelf at the side to look for relevant books to continue learning. He was like a learning maniac, a state that no other god of learning could compare to. Knowledge was like oxygen, quickly being absorbed by him and stored in his mind. One of the biggest characteristics of him reading was that he did not take notes, but when other students saw important knowledge, they would record it in their notebooks. As the saying goes, a good memory is not as good as a bad pen. No matter how good a person's memory was, there would always be times when they would forget. However, Tang Zheng had completely broken this rule. Because of his cultivation, his mind had already been developed a second time, and his memory was extremely strong, so he did not have to worry about forgetting at all. Finally, someone recognized this once famous figure in the school and exclaimed, "Isn't he the champion of the martial arts assembly?" "Right, what's his name again?" "Tang Zheng." "Right, his name is Tang Zheng Sigma. I haven't seen any trace of him in this period of time. I thought he had gone somewhere. Why did he appear again today?" "Putting on a show. He must be putting on a show to deceive the little girl. Look at those girls, they're all looking at him." Someone discussed. "That must be it. He's really crazy using this kind of method to make his presence known. Haha, this is precisely the performance of his stupidity. Who would believe that he's reading a book?" "Yes, that makes sense. Phew." Tang Zheng heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally finished reading the relevant knowledge, and woke up from his intoxicated state, just in time to hear the chattering sounds of discussion. The corner of his mouth curled up as he smiled indifferently. Just as he was about to ignore them and leave, he saw a person walking straight towards him. Cries of surprise rang out, and the discussions became even more intense. "That's Ding Xiaowan. Why did she walk over? Could it be that she was attracted by such poor acting skills?" Someone was indignant and in disbelief. "I remember that Tang Zheng is from the archaeology department, and Ding Xiaowan was originally from the archaeology department as well. However, I don't know what happened later on, but they transferred to another academy. He must know him, so go and greet him. Tell him not to continue with such a clumsy performance so as to not become a joke." "Yes, that must be it." Hearing that, Tang Zheng raised his eyebrows. He was not angry but surprised. It had indeed been a while since he last saw Ding Xiaowan. Ding Xiaowan had met him on the train, and the process was not pleasant. Tang Zheng had once judged her as a brainless fan of Takashi. She had a good relationship with Takashi, but after Takashi was possessed by the demon god and killed her two good friends, she still insisted that it was Tang Zheng who did it. Later on, she almost died in the hands of the demon god. Fortunately, Tang Zheng saved her and she was sent to the hospital. After that, the two never met again. It seemed that her injuries had already healed and she had even transferred to another department. Tang Zheng did not have much of a good or bad impression of her. Although the other party was beautiful, Tang Zheng had seen too many beauties, and his eyes had long since been raised to the point that he could directly ignore her. He pretended not to see it and started to pack up his books. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Ding Xiaowan sitting down beside him, staring at him with a burning gaze and said, "Tang Zheng, I have something to say to you." As Tang Zheng packed up, he said, "Speak." "Thank you for saving me last time. It's just along the way," Tang Zheng said indifferently. Ding Xiaowan squeezed out a lonely smile and said, "That person is no longer Takashi, right?" Tang Jing raised his head and looked at her, only to discover that her eyes were filled with pain. But thinking about it, she definitely had a good impression of Gao Daji, but the other party wanted to kill her. This kind of huge reversal was hard to accept. "Yes." Tang Jing nodded. "He's no longer in this world?" "Yes." Ding Xiaowan's entire body seemed to have been sucked out of him as he sat paralyzed on the chair. After a long while, he finally came back to his senses and said, "I still have to apologize to you, I misunderstood you in the past." "I'm not that petty." Tang Jing shrugged, "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. The way you were reading just now was a little strange. Everyone else was discussing it." Ding Xiaowan kindly reminded him. Tang Jing said indifferently, "I know, but I don't care what others say." Ding Xiaowan had no choice but to admit that Tang Jing was such a unique person. Recalling the bits and pieces that they knew, Ding Xiaowan had no choice but to admit that she had misjudged him. The other party was very powerful and it was against common sense, causing people to be extremely shocked. She had to admit that Tang Jing was much stronger than her. "Let's go together," Ding Xiaowan said. "Let's go." Tang Jing ignored the murderous gazes of the others. He could even hear the sound of many people's hearts breaking. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, Ding Xiaowan was both a top student and a goddess, but in Tang Jing's eyes she was still too stupid. In the end, he was not interested in women who were too stupid. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two of them walked out of the library together, but the library was in an uproar. Many people were discussing this kind of method of picking up girls was also effective. Could it be that all the girls nowadays were so easy to pick up? A few days later, a strange scene appeared in the library. Some boys quickly flipped through the books like a scanner. Unfortunately, all they received were supercilious looks, and not a single girl favored them. Tang Jing and Ding Xiaowan parted ways after leaving the library. With regards to Ding Xiaowan's invitation to have a meal together, he rejected it without hesitation. It was already late, so he put the books back in his room and walked towards Lu Qingmei's house. Just as he walked out of the school gate, an off-road vehicle stopped in front of him. The door opened and a black-faced man walked down. He said with a face full of smiles, "You are Tang Jing?" Tang Jing nodded. "Yes, who are you?" "My name is Blackie." "Blackie." Tang Jing thought for a while, then suddenly realized, Scarface mentioned you before. Back then, when they were at the bar, Scarface had suspected that Tang Jing was one of Blackie's men, deliberately causing trouble. This meant that Blackie was also someone from the underworld of the capital. Hearing that, Blackie was flattered and said excitedly, "You know me? What an honor. What business do you have with me? I'm here to thank you for helping me get rid of Scarface. He's my sworn enemy and I've tried to get rid of him many times but to no avail. I didn't expect you to help me so easily," Blackie said with a smile. Tang Jing did not care about the grudge between the other party and Scarface at all, and said, "Is there nothing else?" Seeing that Tang Jing was unwilling to say more, Blackie hurriedly said, "Qin Badian is my big brother." "Qin Badian, you're his younger brother?" Tang Jing asked in surprise. "No, I'm his little brother. It's just that my big brother doesn't care about the underworld anymore, so I'll take care of it," Blackie explained. Tang Jing was suddenly enlightened. He knew that Qin Badian was originally from the underworld, and relied on his own abilities to make a name for himself in the capital. However, after that, he washed his hands of the gold basin and no longer managed the matters of the underworld. It seemed that he had unintentionally helped his little brother. Tang Jing revealed a trace of a smile and said, "Since you're his little brother, then there's no need to be so courteous. It's just a small matter." Blackie let out a sigh of relief, thinking that his big brother's name was indeed useful. He said, "I'm here to tell you something. Scarface is from the Chu clan, and even though you've gotten rid of him, the Chu clan may not let this matter rest. You have to be careful." Chu clan. Tang Jing wrinkled his eyebrows as he did not have a good impression of the Chu clan. Both sides had already crossed swords several times and were mortal enemies. This time he had unintentionally gotten rid of someone from the Chu clan. According to their style, they would definitely not let this matter rest. However, Tang Jing was not afraid. Since he was not afraid of the Long clan, then naturally he would not be afraid of the Chu clan. "Thank you for telling me this." Tang Jing nodded his head. "I just told Big Brother about this matter, and Big Brother said that he will personally go to the Chu clan to make peace, hoping to appease the Chu clan's anger." Blackie said. "He went to the Chu clan? Why did he have to mobilize so many people?" "Big Brother said that you saved sister-in-law's life, so he definitely can't let the Chu clan vent their anger on you," Blackie said. Tang Jing sighed. With Qin Baishan's ability, he definitely already knew his identity as a cultivator. However, at this crucial time, he still dared to go to the Chu clan to plead on his behalf. Qin Badian is truly a loyal man worth befriending. Tang Jing sighed. His mind moved and he said, "Bring me to the Chu clan." He was not afraid of the Chu clan, so there was no need for him to plead with them. If you go to the Chu clan, I'm afraid that it will ignite the Chu clan's anger. It will be like a sheep entering a tiger's den, and it will be very disadvantageous for you. Blackie advised. It won't be that easy to harm me. Just bring me there directly. Tang Jing said unconcernedly. Seeing that he was so insistent, Blackie could only helplessly say, "Then get in the car." The off-road vehicle sped towards the Chu family. The Chu clan's residence was not in the city, but in the beautiful suburbs. Tang Jing and He Zi were casually chatting when suddenly, his ears slightly trembled as he called out, "Be careful." So, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar, and a ray of light flew over from the horizon. It was incomparably bright and resplendent like the sun. Blackie's speed was very fast and he immediately turned the steering wheel. The car suddenly moved horizontally and stopped in the middle of the road. A ripping sound rang out and a wave of air rolled out. The car was pushed by a huge force and it crashed into the side of the road. A gust of wind blew in from behind, and the two of them turned their heads to look. They saw that the back half of the car had already disappeared, and it flew far away. The car seemed to have been split in two by some kind of sharp weapon, and if it was not for the fact that they had hurriedly moved horizontally, this kind of power would have cut them in half. Even a golden immortal would not be able to save them. Blackie was still in shock and he loudly cried out, "What happened?" This kind of attack was too terrifying. It did not seem like a bomb or rocket attack, but more like a sword that cut through the car. Chapter 457. The off-road vehicle broke apart, and the two of them reacted very quickly. They turned their heads to take a glance, then kicked open the car door and jumped out, looking at the road ahead warily. At this moment, a person was standing in the middle of the originally empty road. It was a skinny old man. He was like a bag of bones, exuding a sense of vicissitudes. However, his eyes were very bright and killing intent flashed. In addition, he was holding a large saber in his hand. The blade was like snow, and it was suffused with a biting cold light. "Who are you?" Tang Jing's eyes were like lightning as he stared at the other party and asked. Your reaction is quite fast. You actually escaped from this saber," the old man said with a laugh. However, his laughter was even more dry, as if it had been squeezed out from between the cracks of a stone. In addition, his appearance when he laughed was even more terrifying, causing people to panic. He Zi glanced at the large saber in the old man's hand in shock, revealing an expression of disbelief. That attack just now was actually caused by this large saber. This was too terrifying. To be able to split open a car with a single saber, what kind of divine weapon was this? However, Tang Jing did not change his expression. He had already seen that this was indeed a treasured saber, but it could not be considered a divine weapon. The most important reason for it to have such power was that the other party's skills were sufficient, which was why this large saber could turn something rotten into something magical. As for who I am? Let's see if you have the qualifications to know first. The old man's feet slipped, and he slid over a distance of several meters, directly arriving in front of the two of them. He Zi let out a low roar and threw out a punch, preparing to stop the other party. However, his collar was grabbed by Tang Jing, and he came to an emergency stop. Tang Jing's voice rang out behind him, "You're no match for him. Watch the battle from the side." Whoosh. He Zi was helplessly pulled to the side, and could only stare at the two people who were already approaching. Tang Jing pointed out with a finger, and the dazzling blade had already reached the top of his head. Tang Jing's finger touched the blade and he lowered his body and slid under the blade, not being injured at all. As expected, you have some ability." The old man's eyes lit up as if he had seen a predator. He turned his blade and attacked again. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already exchanged dozens of blows. Although Tang Jing had not yet been defeated, it was obvious that he was at a disadvantage. However, his swordsmanship was very exquisite, and he could often catch his opponent off guard and help him out at critical moments. The battle between the two was dazzling. He Zi watched as if he was intoxicated. He clicked his tongue and praised, "This kind of battle is too powerful. It's filled with the beauty of strength." However, the person involved did not feel much of a sense of beauty, at least not for Tang Jing. He could already confirm that the other party was a grandmaster martial artist. There were not many martial masters in this world. Could it be that the other party was from the martial arts sect? But that was not right. Martial had always been by his side, so it was impossible for him to send someone else to kill him. Other than the martial sect, there was also the Li Palace and the Azure Dragon Palace. When Li Xiaotian left, she was deeply worried. She had seen so many mysterious things in the prehistoric heavenly tomb and the Buzhou mountain that could not be revealed to outsiders. Perhaps she had already realized the power of cultivators, and perhaps she would send people to deal with him. Other than these few mysterious organizations, the only ones left were the few great families and the officials. Tang Zheng had seriously analyzed that for this country to be able to stabilize and flourish, it was impossible for it to be realized without a foundation. Although firearms were also a type of foundation, in the eyes of these ancient families and organizations, personal strength was the true foundation. This was a strength that no one else could snatch away. If the country was peaceful, then the officials would definitely raise experts. These experts would be their foundation and trump cards. When he was in southern Yunnan, although Tang Zheng had intimidated the military, he might not be able to intimidate the people in his residence. Therefore he could not rule out the possibility that someone had sent an official expert to deal with him. No matter what the situation was, the only thing Tang Zheng could do was to resist and send a signal to others. I, Tang Zheng, am not someone to be trifled with. Tang Zheng, you are not my match. Obediently accept your death. The old man sneered, his face stiff like a zombie. If you want me to die, this bit of ability might not be enough. Tang Zheng said in disdain. He soared into the air, a light flashed in his hand, and he had already pulled the bowstring of the heaven-shocking bow, knocked the shooting sun arrow on the bow and aimed it at the old man. The old man did not dodge or give way and said, "Legend has it that back then your bow even injured the demon god. I was fortunate enough to see it, but I wonder if your bow is stronger or if the blade in my hand is stronger." Tang Zheng remained unmoved, his fingers were as steady as the surface of an ancient well. Suddenly, his fingers released, and the shooting sun arrow released a buzzing sound, quickly shooting towards the old man. The old man's expression was serious as he praised, "Good weapon." Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The broadsword waved forward 3 times, and the chi in front of the old man was completely locked down by the broadsword. When the shooting sun arrow arrived in front of him, it affected the chi and the broadsword accurately hit the shooting sun arrow. Ding. The shooting sun arrow bounced back. Tang Zheng leaped into the air, stretched out his long arm, grabbed the shooting sun arrow and shot it out again. This time there were actually 3 shooting sun arrows on the heaven-shocking bow. The 3 arrows shot out at the same time, from top to bottom, aiming straight for the old man's vital points. The old man's expression did not change and he said, "Amazing, I'll let you take a look at my sunset blade technique." The sunset blade technique's blade pierced through the sky like the setting sun, erupting with a final dazzling light. This blade seemed to have used up all of his power. Actually, the sunset blade technique only had one move. It was a simple move, but it contained an enormous amount of power. It was much more powerful than the flashy blade techniques. At this moment, the broadsword turned into a setting sun, slashing down. Clang clang clang. The 3 arrows were completely blocked, but the broadsword's attack did not slow down, and actually attacked right in front of Tang Zheng's eyes. Tang Zheng's expression changed slightly. The 3 arrows were shot at the same time, but they were still unable to block the other party, and even gave the other party a chance to take advantage of it. This sunset blade technique was indeed extraordinary. However, he did not have the time to exclaim in surprise. Seeing that the broadsword was already in front of him, he did not have the time to pull the bowstring again. He grabbed forward with both hands, and a mental cultivation method suddenly circulated in his heart. A mysterious power spread out from his palms. The broadsword that was like a hot knife through butter stopped right in front of his nose. It was extremely dangerous. What's going on? The old man's expression suddenly changed as he cried out in alarm. He felt a strong suction force tearing at the broadsword, and it was at risk of slipping out of his hand at any time. Tang Zheng was too familiar with the mental cultivation method that was circulating on its own, because this was a set of mental cultivation methods from the demon clan. Back then he had learned the only set of cultivation methods from the demon clan's jade tablet, heaven-devouring technique. This set of cultivation methods was not as vicious as the other cultivation methods of the demon clan. One only needed to cultivate silently. Back then, Tang Zheng had used the heaven-devouring technique to absorb items like chairs. Later on, because of the heaven-shocking bow and the sun-shooting arrows, this set of cultivation methods was gradually put aside. But at this moment, at the critical moment of life and death, this mental cultivation method actually circulated on its own. However, this was not what surprised him the most. What truly surprised him was that the power of the heaven-devouring technique had increased greatly. Even he could not help but be shocked by the boundless suction force. Whiz! The broadsword left his hand and the old man let out a strange cry of disbelief. He watched as his weapon disappeared into thin air in front of him, as if it had never appeared before. What's going on? The old man turned pale with fright. Tang Jing could not answer this question. With his previous attainments in the heaven-devouring technique, it was impossible for him to devour the broadsword from the old man's hands. After all, a warrior's second life was their weapon. Some people even valued their weapon more than their own life. If the sword was destroyed, the person would die. If the blade was still there, the person would still be there. If the blade was broken, the person would still be there. This was the principle. One could imagine how difficult it was to snatch the weapon from the hands of a master stage warrior, but Tang Jing did it in front of everyone's eyes. He's the head of the Chu clan, Chu Chongyang. A cry of surprise broke the silence between the two. Hazy shouted with a pale face. Of course he did not know Chu Chongyang, but he had heard of the setting sun blade technique. This was the ultimate skill of the head of the Chu clan, and he was the only one in the Chu clan who knew this set of blade techniques. It was very difficult for ordinary people to see such an ultimate skill, but Hazy did not expect that he would have such an honor. However, he really did not want to have such an honor. He hoped that he would never see this set of blade techniques in his life, because seeing this set of blade techniques meant that the god of death was waving at him. Didn't Big Brother go to the Chu clan to make peace? Could it be that the negotiations broke down? Hazy thought in bewilderment. Chu Chongyang, who has not shown his face for many years, actually came personally to kill Tang Jing. This is too much. Tang Jing's heart moved and he stared at the other person curiously. This person was actually the head of the Chu clan, no wonder he was so powerful. The enmity between him and the Ye clan could not be resolved, so it was not wrong for the other party to kill him. Therefore Tang Jing was not angry but was slightly surprised. The other party was really willing to go all out to get the head of the Chu clan to act. What kind of technique did you use? Chu Chongyang came back to his senses and asked coldly. Tang Jing picked up the shooting sun arrow and smiled faintly. You wouldn't know even if I told you. Cultivators are really mysterious and powerful, but because of this, it is all the more reason to eliminate you from this world. Chu Chongyang said with a murderous look. You don't even have a weapon, do you still think you can kill me? Tang Jing asked in return. Although your spells are marvelous, your cultivation is definitely not as good as mine. Therefore, even without a weapon you are still not my opponent. It is precisely because the Chu clan already has an enemy like you that we cannot let you continue to grow stronger. If we don't get rid of you now, there will be no end of trouble in the future, Chu Chongyang said firmly. Tang Jing's eyes flashed coldly. The other party was really smart. He knew that the longer he waited, the harder it would be for the Chu clan to deal with him. Now was a golden opportunity. Since you are so confident, then come. Tang Jing said without fear. Hazy was so scared that he trembled. His mouth and tongue were dry. They hadn't even started fighting yet, but they still had to fight. What should he do later? No, I have to contact Big Brother. Hazy was out of his wits. He secretly sent a message to Qin Badian, then leaned against the car window and stared at the two people. Chapter 458. Tang Jing's pupils constricted. He stared fixedly at Chu Chongyang, who was waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Seeing that the other party did not make a move, Tang Jing sneered, "If you don't move, I'll move." He grabbed at the air and a strong suction force appeared in his palm. The power of the heaven-devouring technique was extraordinary. Just now, he had a flash of inspiration and finally understood why the heaven-devouring technique's power had increased explosively. Obviously, all of this had something to do with Qiyu's heart. Qiyu was the ancestor of the demon clan, so he definitely knew how to use the heaven-devouring technique. Coincidentally, Tang Jing had also cultivated the heaven-devouring technique, which was why the power of this technique had increased so much. Seeing that Tang Jing was attacking, Chu Chongyang had no choice but to counterattack. He pointed his finger and a burst of qi shot out like a sharp arrow. Tang Jing suddenly remembered that Tian Chanzi had once revealed a consummate skill. The sword qi had condensed into a materialized sword, shocking everyone at Yen Potion's birthday banquet. Chu Chongyang's attack only caused a violent fluctuation in the air, forming an invisible force in the air. However, Tang Jing could clearly feel that this was not some sword technique, because there was not the slightest bit of sword intent within it. This is a finger technique. Tang Jing cried out involuntarily. Your eyes are not bad. This is the 6 yang divine finger, extremely masculine and masculine. Chu Chongyang raised his eyebrows and said proudly. This was the Chu family's ultimate skill, unlike the setting sun saber technique that Chu Chongyang had created himself. This 6-yang divine finger was the blood and sweat of many generations of the Chu family. Only the head of the family could cultivate it. Even Chu Mingxian had not cultivated it yet. This set of finger techniques had very strict requirements for the cultivator's body, and had to have sufficient yang qi. Chu Xiaofeng had once coveted this set of finger techniques, and had failed to succeed even after coaxing and pestering. Furthermore, his body had been hollowed out by wine and women, so cultivating this set of finger techniques was half the result with twice the effort. The force of the attack was the unique inner strength of the martial warriors. It was activated using a special method and circulation path, thus achieving the goal of lasting and great lethality. The most masculine and masculine, I don't think so. Tang Jing gave up on using the heaven-gulfing technique. He waved his hand and a 4 symbols venerable appeared on the road out of thin air. Fortunately, this section of the road only led to the Chu clan's mansion, and no other vehicles passed by. Otherwise, the appearance of such a huge monster out of nowhere would definitely cause a huge panic. The 4 divine symbols was no longer a secret, so Tang Zheng had no qualms about using it. With a leap, he disappeared into the 4 divine symbols' body. The Reverend of 4 symbols raised his foot and stomped down on Chu Chongyang's head. Chu Chongyang pointed out with his finger. With a poof, the force landed on the Reverend of 4 symbols, but he was unharmed. However, the 4 symbols' venerable's foot landed on his head. Chu Chongyang's face turned pale with fright and he rolled to the side. He was battered and exhausted. Ever since he became famous, he had never been in such a sorry state. He Zi, who was watching from the side, was already stunned. Just now he was still worried about his gains and losses, and was prepared to run away if things went wrong. However, at this moment the tables had turned and Tang Zheng had actually turned into a giant. Is this an illusion? He Zi rubbed his eyes to make sure that this was not an illusion. He smacked his lips. Is this an immortal technique? This was indeed beyond the limits of an ordinary person's imagination. This was also beyond Chu Chongyang's expectations. He attacked a few more times, but he could not do anything to the 4 divine symbols. Not to mention barehanded attacks, it was difficult for a normal weapon to leave a mark on the 4 divine symbols' body. The reason why Tang Zheng was so confident was because he had the 4 divine symbols as his guardian. In the past, the 4 divine symbols venerable protected the shaman tribe. Now, the 4 divine symbols venerable was protecting him. Since the other party was weak, then Tang Zheng would not be polite. With a loud roar, the roar came out from the 4 symbols venerable's chest. It was like the sound of thunder rumbling, causing one's heart to pound like a bell. Bang! With a kick, sand and pebbles flew, and a huge pit appeared on the cement road. Chu Chongyang brushed past the pit by a hair's breadth. Dust covered his face and he was covered in grime. When the first attack did not hit, another attack came and it was endless. Although the 4 divine symbols venerable was a colossus, his agility was not low. He relied on his indestructible body to launch thunderous attacks. In the beginning, Chu Chongyang could still handle it with ease, but later on he could not make ends meet. Danger surrounded him and he became more and more miserable. He was so angry that his beard blew and his eyes widened. He shouted angrily, "Tang Zheng, what kind of sorcery is this? Didn't you want to kill cultivators? This is a cultivator's method. How about it? Can you still confidently kill me now?" Tang Zheng asked disdainfully. Chu Chongyang's face flushed red and he could not say anything. Tang Zheng was delighted. These great clans really thought that he was number 1 in the world. They ordered him around arrogantly as if they were high and mighty. The Ye clan was like that and so was the Chu clan. However, because of Yi Dingdang he could choose to ignore the Ye clan, but the Chu clan was not so lucky. Moreover, they were sworn enemies and the other party took the initiative to attack and wanted to kill him. Therefore he would not show mercy at all. However, Chu Chongyang was a 2nd-level supreme power master after all. It was impossible to kill him easily. Chu Chongyang tried to attack a few more times but he still failed. No, it's not good for me to go on like this. This guy is invincible with this colossus. I have to leave first and think of a way. This thought instantly made him make preparations to retreat. Although it was very difficult to make this decision, he was decisive and didn't hesitate. He turned around and rushed in the direction of his home. "You want to escape?" Tang Jing shouted angrily and chased after him. Az was stunned. A supreme power master wanted to escape when facing Tang Zheng. This was too crazy. Chu Chongyang's speed was very fast. Although the 4 symbols venerable was not slow, he could not catch up with him. However, how could Tang Jing watch him escape? If he missed this great opportunity, who knew where Chu Chongyang would hide in the future? Therefore, Tang Jing moved his mind, and a cloud of black smoke jumped out from the chest of the venerable thought and chased after Chu Chongyang lightly. Chu Chongyang turned his head and found a cloud of black smoke chasing after him. He was shocked and said, "What kind of sorcery is this?" This cloud of black smoke was obviously faster than him. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with him and enveloped him. Oh no! He instinctively sensed the danger and used the 6 yang divine fingers. Puff puff puff. Waves of qi surged and blew away the black smoke. However, the black smoke seemed to have a consciousness. It gathered in an instant and attacked him head-on, wanting to envelop him. Chu Chongyang had no choice but to use the 6 yang divine fingers continuously. Fortunately, this set of martial arts was really powerful. He was able to disperse the black smoke by the skin of his teeth several times, saving his life. However, he still could not figure out what this black smoke was. Humans had an instinctive fear of unknown threats, so he became more and more flustered. After such a delay, he had no way to escape. The 4 symbols venerable thought caught up with him. What the hell is this? Chu Chongyang roared in exasperation. Dragon trapping rope. Is something that can restrain you. However, it's really overkill. You're at most a worm, not a dragon. Tang Jing moved his mind, and the black smoke suddenly went straight down, turning into a thin line. It quickly wrapped around Chu Chongyang's ankle and then went straight up, wrapping around his entire body. Chu Chongyang heard this and flew into a rage. He was the head of a family, but he was jokingly called a worm. It was really humiliating. However, there was nothing he could do. Of course, he would not sit still and wait for death. Seeing the dragon trapping rope go straight up, wanting to bind his entire body, he gritted his teeth and flicked his fingers quickly. Swoosh, 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 gusts of wind shot toward the dragon trapping rope around his ankle. The dragon trapping rope trembled violently when it was hit. Although the dragon trapping rope was a magic weapon, it was not as indestructible as the 4 symbols venerable thought. It was damaged by the attack and involuntarily relaxed a little. However, Chu Chongyang's situation was not optimistic. The 6 yang divine fingers did not all hit the dragon trapping rope. Some of them hit his ankle directly. He grimaced and sucked in a breath of cold air. Blood oozed from his ankle and dyed his trouser leg red. I haven't hurt you for many years. I didn't expect to be defeated by you today. Chu Chongyang roared hysterically. Tang Jing snorted and did not comment. He punched out. The 4 symbols venerable thought's huge fist broke through the air and went straight for Chu Chongyang's head. Chu Chongyang's other foot touched the ground and retreated, dodging the attack. However, the 4 symbols venerable thought followed him like a shadow and caught up with him. Chu Chongyang's leg was injured, and his speed was already on par with the 4 symbols venerable thought, so there was no hope for him to escape. Chu Chongyang's face was as gloomy as ink. He thought to himself, could it be that I, Chu Chongyang, am really going to meet with Waterloo and lose my life in this brat's hands? He was unwilling and could not accept this result. Stop. Suddenly, a furious roar sounded out, and a convoy rushed over aggressively. On the convertible at the front, there was a person standing high up, roaring at the 4 symbols venerable thought. This person was Chu Mingxian. Back then, at Yen Potion's birthday banquet, Chu Mingxuan's bones were crushed by Tian Chanzi, and then he was cured by the king of medicine. Although a few months had passed, his cultivation had not completely recovered. He was originally pretending to be polite to Qin Badian, but unexpectedly, Qin Badian received a text message and was about to leave in a hurry. Just at this time, Chu Mingxuan's subordinates also came to report that there was an intense battle on the road not far from the mansion. Chu Mingxian originally knew that the patriarch had already gone to deal with Tang Zheng, and immediately realized that this battle was definitely between the patriarch and Tang Zheng. Since Qin Badian was in such a hurry, he must have received the news and wanted to rescue Qin Wenian. How could he allow Qin Badian to succeed? However, it wasn't good for him to obstruct Qin Badian directly. Hence, he led a large number of troops and charged out in an overbearing manner. If he could personally witness Tang Jing die in front of him, it would truly be a great joy in his life. But when he arrived, what he saw was a scene that he never would have dreamed of. Chu Chongyang was actually beaten up like a dog that had fallen into the water, and a huge monster had appeared at the scene. However, Chu Mingxuan's reaction was also very fast, and he immediately ordered, "Open fire, hit this monster." Bang bang bang. Chapter 459. Seeing that the enemy's reinforcements had arrived, Tang Zheng was even more unwilling to delay. With a stride, he stepped over Chu Chongyang's head. Chu Chongyang's charging body involuntarily stopped. He glared fiercely at the four symbols venerable who was blocking his way and roared angrily, "You really want to kill me? You want to kill me? Courtesy demands reciprocity. Of course I want to kill you." Tang Jing roared with murderous intent. Just at this time, those few cars had already rushed in front of them. "Crash into them." Chu Mingxian roared. The car engine immediately let out a low roar. The tires rubbed against the ground, causing waves of white light to spurt out. Long tire marks were left on the ground. The car sped up and directly crashed toward the four symbols venerable. Tang Zheng's expression did not change. With a kick, one of the cars flew into the air and flipped, smashing into a ball of flames in the distance. However, the other cars carried a huge amount of kinetic energy and crashed into the four symbols venerable's legs. The four symbols venerable staggered and swayed violently, almost falling down. Tang Zheng took a deep breath and roared, "You want to turn things around with just a few cars? You're looking down on me too much." The four symbols venerable threw out punches like rain. His fists rained down on the car under his feet. Ping, 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 the car was instantly turned into scrap metal. Tang Zheng's gaze trembled. He saw Chu Mingxian, who was not far away. He was standing on the convertible car, continuously pulling the trigger at the four symbols venerable. When he ran out of bullets, he was still pulling the trigger out of habit. "Chu Mingxian, back then Tian Chanzi said that you could be spared the death penalty, but you couldn't be forgiven. He spared your life. Today you can't blame me." Tang Jing sneered. Chu Mingxuan's face turned pale. His breathing instantly quickened as he asked in disbelief, "You are Tang Jing? You have some insight." The four symbols venerable laughed. Chu Mingxuan's courage was shattered. This huge monster was actually that brat Tang Jing. "Go to hell, Chu Mingxian!" Tang Jing shouted. The four symbols venerable pounced over with large strides. "Stay here." Seeing this, Chu Chongyang leaped up and landed on the four symbols venerable's body. Kicking off the ground with the tips of his feet, he soared up and reached the four symbols venerable's chest in an instant. "Kill!" Chu Chongyang roared furiously, and used 3 moves of 6 young divine fingers in succession. Ping, 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 the force of qi crashed into the chest of the four symbols honored warrior. Tang Zheng wasn't worried at first, but after taking this attack, his heart started beating violently, and his blood seemed to be boiling. "What's going on?" Tang Zheng was aghast. In the past, the four divine symbols had suffered so many attacks, but he had never felt this way. Why was it so uncomfortable this time? The heart. Yes, Chu Chongyang is attacking the heart. It turns out that the four symbols warrior also has a gate of life, which is the heart. This is the most vulnerable part. If the enemy breaks through here, then the four symbols warrior will be completely destroyed. Tang Zheng was shocked by this discovery. He had thought that the four symbols warrior was invincible, but it turned out that he also had a weakness. He forcefully endured his roiling qi and blood. Stretching out a large hand, he grabbed at Chu Chongyang. Chu Chongyang somersaulted in the air, dodging this attack, and landed on the ground. Tang Jing exhaled deeply, but didn't dare let his guard down. If he let the other party attack a few more times, then he would be in big trouble. However, because of Chu Chongyang's strong attack, Chu Mingxian escaped from the tiger's den and retreated far away. The other car didn't retreat because Qin Badian was sitting on it. He had already gotten out of the car and was looking at the four symbols warrior dumbfoundedly. He wondered why Tang Zheng's voice would come out from this giant car. Could it be that he was controlling this big guy from inside? The methods of cultivators are really mysterious. Qin Badian sighed. Seeing the sorry state of the Chu family's father and son, he felt greatly relieved. The Chu family was showing off. Just now he had taken the initiative to make peace, but the other party put on airs, obviously not agreeing. But now they were beaten into a sorry state by Tang Zheng. It was really refreshing. But it was obvious that Tang Zheng had used a killing move, which meant that he wanted to kill the Chu family's father and son. Even Qin Badian didn't have this kind of determination. Although he had been doing well these past few years, he still didn't dare to directly become enemies with the few great families. But Tang Zheng had the guts to directly kill Chu Chongyang and Chu Mingxian. How much courage did this require? Qin Badian sighed at his own inferiority, but didn't have time to interfere. He only saw the four symbols warrior rush in front of Chu Chongyang again. One big and one small quickly began to fight. Chu Chongyang relied on his agility, and although he wasn't a match for the four symbols warrior, he was able to escape death a few times. Tang Jing knew that he had to end the battle quickly. This place was not far from the Chu family, and if he delayed for too long, the Chu family's reinforcements would arrive, and it would be even more difficult to kill Chu Chongyang. But he didn't expect that the Chu family's reinforcements would come much faster than Tang Jing had expected. The two of them had only fought for a while when a roar came from the horizon, and a helicopter quickly flew over. A missile flew over and hit the four symbols venerable, causing sparks to fly like dazzling fireworks. The four symbols warrior took a step back. Tang Jing looked at the helicopter above his head in shock. This missile was obviously more powerful than the one that attacked the witch tribe. The Chu family actually has a missile. These great families really have a lot of resources. Tang Jing clenched his teeth and muttered to himself hatefully. Back then, Yi Tianlei also had a helicopter in the ordinary balance, but that was only a normal civilian helicopter, and this one was a military helicopter. But, with the strength of these great families, it was not impossible for them to have such a powerful weapon. Seeing that this huge object only took a step back and didn't explode, the others were dumbfounded and felt that it was unbelievable. This was a missile, not a bullet. Chu Chongyang quickly got away and shouted, "Shoot! Blast him to pieces for me!" Was. Two more missiles tore through the air, and the four symbols knight hurriedly dodged them. However, one of the missiles brushed past the four symbols knight's shoulder and hit a boulder by the side of the road. With a boom, the boulder shattered into pieces and rained down like a drizzle. However, the other one struck the four symbols venerable in the chest. With a thud, the four symbols venerable was sent flying backward, crashing into a tree on the side of the road. The tree trunk broke and the four symbols venerable fell to one knee, barely stopping himself. Tang Jing spat out a mouthful of blood. His innate qi rolled like a surging river, causing him to feel dizzy. When the others saw this kind of attack, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They stared at the four symbols warrior without blinking. Although they couldn't see Tang Jing inside, everyone was sure that Tang Jing didn't die from the attack. Chu Chongyang had already deeply experienced the power of the four symbols warrior. Seeing that the missile attack was effective, it was as if he had obtained a treasure. He shouted, "Continue to attack, kill him." The remaining three missiles on the helicopter fired one after another, heading straight for the four symbols warrior who was kneeling on one knee. Chu Mingxuan's eyes were red as he clenched his fists tightly. His nails pierced into his palms and blood flowed out, but he didn't feel it at all. He only opened his mouth and said in a low voice, "You must kill him, kill him." Tang Jing dodged. At the critical moment, Qin Badian shouted a reminder. However, it was already too late for him to save the other party. He also didn't think that his body of flesh and blood could withstand such a powerful missile. Tang Jing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and hurriedly circulated his energy to calm his agitated innate qi. His eyes were bloodshot as he shouted, "You want to kill me? Go to hell." His legs that were kneeling on the ground suddenly bounced up. The four symbols warrior soared into the sky and somersaulted in the air, brushing past two missiles. He stretched out his hand and actually grabbed one of the missiles, throwing it in the opposite direction. This missile let out a sharp whistle as it tore through the air and flew towards the helicopter. Seeing this, the pilot of the helicopter was so scared that his soul left his body. He hurriedly rose into the air to dodge, but it was already too late. The missile accurately hit the helicopter. With a rumble, the helicopter turned into a cloud of sparks. Catching a missile with his bare hands and returning the favor with the other party's method. This move was incomparably dazzling, causing people to be intoxicated and dazzled. In any case, the spectators on the ground were all dumbfounded as if they had been cursed. "Run!" Chu Chongyang shouted. He made a prompt decision and turned to run like a madman. Chu Mingxian seemed to have woken up from a dream and also turned to run. "Wanna run? No way." The four symbols warrior was still in midair. With a bang, his feet landed on the ground, kicking up dust as he directly blocked Chu Chongyang's path of retreat. Chu Chongyang grimaced and shouted, "Those who block me will die." Both of his hands shot out and his 10 fingers flicked. Streams of qi accidentally shot at the four symbols warrior's chest. Tang Jing's qi and blood surged again and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Oh no, the four symbols warrior can't take it anymore. Somehow, Tang Jing actually had the illusion that he was about to fall apart. He turned pale with fright. If the four symbols warrior was really destroyed, it would be an unimaginable loss for Tang Jing. However, this was not enough to take Tang Jing's life. He immediately flew up and kicked Chu Chongyang in the stomach. Chu Chongyang flew out like a cannonball, leaving behind a red line in the sky. Tang Jing immediately drilled out of the four symbols warrior's chest and kept the four symbols warrior into his sumeru ring. After taking this kick, Chu Chongyang's injuries were not light, but he still did not dare to stay any longer. His body somersaulted in the air, stabilized his body, and then rushed into the distance. You want to escape? Hand over your life. Tang Jing took out his heaven-shocking bow and shooting sun arrows. It was not one shooting sun arrow but a total of 6 shooting sun arrows. This time, in order to kill his opponent, he had really put in a lot of effort. The shooting sun arrows flashed, one after another, a series of arrows shot towards Chu Chongyang, as if they were chasing after his soul, flying towards Chu Chongyang. Chu Chongyang did not even dare to turn his head back. He already knew that there were layers of killing intent behind him, and with a flip of his hand, he used his 6-yang divine finger. The chi struck one of the shooting sun arrows, causing the shooting sun arrows to deviate and fly past him. Following the same pattern, 4 consecutive shooting sun arrows were deflected by him using his 6-yang divine finger, allowing him to escape this calamity. However, Tang Jing had used up all of his strength to shoot these 6 arrows at once. His legs were weak and he had already fallen to the ground. He could only stretch his neck to look around. As for whether this attack would succeed or not, he could only leave it to fate. An arrow of blood shot out from Chu Chongyang's chest. Chapter 460. Chu Chongyang was nailed to the ground, not moving at all. Blood flowed out from the wound on his chest, dyeing the ground red. The tail of the arrow on his back was still trembling non-stop, showing the power of the arrow. Tang Jing laid on the ground, watching this scene from afar, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. Chu Chongyang was finally hit by the shooting sun arrow, but no one knew if he was dead or alive. Tang Jing rejoiced a little but also felt that it was unreal. In the past, he had never thought that he could actually kill a great master martial artist. This kind of expert was the pillar of a large family, and could even support a large family. Back then, Yi Xuanji had spent a lot of effort to break through to the great master realm. It could be seen how important a warrior of this level was. But today, a great master martial artist had fallen at the hands of Tang Jing. Of course, Tang Jing was also extremely glad. If he had not used the 4 symbols venerable to injure his opponent first, and then completely destroyed his opponent's confidence and will to fight, he would not have had the chance to use this chain of arrows. 6 consecutive arrows, this was already Tang Jing's limit, which was why he fell down from exhaustion. At this moment, any enemy could take his life. However, everyone's attention was still firmly attracted by Chu Chongyang, who was lying on the ground. Their minds were filled with an earth-shattering shock. It was as if everything was happening in a dream so unreal. Especially the people of the Chu family, their eyes had almost lost their spirit. Chu Chongyang was like a god in their hearts, unreachable and undefeatable. But at this moment he had actually lost at the hands of a young man. Father. Chu Mingxian seemed to have awoken from a dream as he rushed towards Chu Chongyang in fear. With a plop, he knelt in front of him and turned him around. Chu Chongyang's eyes were tightly shut, the corner of his mouth and chest were dyed red with blood, and the arrow that pierced through his chest flickered with a cold light, overflowing with killing intent. Ah, father, how can you die? Chu Mingxian roared towards the sky, filled with anger, disbelief, and unwillingness. Chu Chongyang's life force was already gone. His life was completely ended by this soul-severing arrow, and the patriarch of a generation had fallen. Tang Jing, I will kill you. Chu Mingxian knew very well what Chu Chongyang's death meant to the Chu family and him. He abruptly turned his head to stare at Tang Jing and roared hysterically. Chu Mingxian put down Chu Chongyang, stood up and walked towards Tang Jing step by step. His eyes were red with killing intent. Tang Jing wanted to fight back, but he couldn't even move his fingers, let alone cast a spell. Killing Chu Chongyang was the best he could do. He did not regret it. If Chu Chongyang did not die today, he would definitely become a big problem for Tang Jing in the future. He would be a serious threat to him. Moreover, Chu Chongyang had already made up his mind to kill him. Leaving him alive in this world, Tang Jing was tired of living. Seeing Chu Mingxian closing in on Tang Jing step by step, it was as if the god of death was slowly approaching him. An oppressive feeling of death instantly enveloped him. Stop! Suddenly, an explosive shout rang out, and a tall figure blocked in front of Tang Jing, blocking Chu Mingxian without yielding an inch. This person was Qin Badian. Shock still remained on his face, but the determination between his brows did not decrease in the slightest as he stared at Chu Mingxian fearlessly. Chu Mingxian was forced to stop in his tracks and growled, "Qin Badian scram?" Qin Badian's expression did not change as he said, "You can't kill him. He killed my father. I want to take revenge for him," Chu Mingxian said as he clenched his teeth. Qin Badian had already figured out the ins and outs of the matter. Chu Chongyang did not hesitate to use his identity as the patriarch to personally kill Tang Jing. However, his luck was bad and he was killed instead. "Killing someone, if you don't kill me then I kill you." This was an extremely normal thing. When you kill others, you have to be prepared to be killed by others. This was the most basic awareness. Although I also feel regretful for your father's death, I am indebted to Tang Jing. I will not watch as he is killed. Qin Badian said resolutely. You want to become enemies with my Chu family? Chu Mingxuan's eyes turned cold as he asked. The corner of Qin Baishan's mouth curled up as he said, I do not want to become enemies with the Chu family. However, if anyone wants to kill Tang Jing, they can only do so by stepping over my body. The curve of Qin Baishan's mouth was an unspoken message. Once Chu Chongyang died, the Chu family would lose their pillar of support. The Chu family would immediately enter a period of decline, and might even be directly wiped off from this world. This was the competition between large families. The law of the jungle was cruel and realistic. Without Chu Chongyang, the Chu family was already like a tiger without its teeth. Qin Badian did not need to be afraid, so he had the courage and confidence to fight against Chu Mingxian. Chu Mingxian was a smart person and immediately understood the deep meaning behind this. His face turned ashen, but he was not willing to retreat and said, Whoever dares to stop me will die with that brat. Qin Badian did not move at all. The meaning of this was self-evident. Qin Badian had completely stood on the opposite side of the Chu family, and the expressions of everyone present changed at the same time. The people of the Chu family were furious. There was actually someone who dared to provoke the Chu family, while He Zi clenched his fists in excitement. Now that the Chu family was no longer powerful, he could snatch even more territory from the other party's hands and obtain even greater benefits. Kill! Chu Mingxian roared and pounced towards Qin Badian. Qin Badian punched out, and there was a faint sound of wind and thunder. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had exchanged more than 100 moves. Qin Badian focused on defense, while Chu Mingxian only focused on attacking crazily. However, Chu Mingxian was still unable to break through Qin Baishan's defense, and his actions were useless. Chu Mingxian, you and I are both 6th-stage pre-celestial stage warriors, and you were heavily injured a few months ago and have yet to recover. Therefore you are not my opponent, so there is no need to do useless things. Qin Badian advised. He did not take advantage of the situation to kill the other party. He was different from Tang Jing. He had too many fetters and was bound by too many formless rules, so he could not act recklessly. Chu Mingxian naturally understood that his skills were inferior, but the blow this time was too big, so he only focused on attacking, attempting to break through Qin Baishan's defense. However, Qin Baishan's defense was watertight, and there were no openings. Everything Chu Mingxian did was futile. Chu Mingxian, if you continue to force me, then I will not be polite anymore. Seeing the other party pestering him, even the clay figurine was a little angry. His anger was aroused and he said with a gloomy face. His attacks suddenly changed, becoming incomparably powerful. Chu Mingxian retreated step by step and finally fell on his butt, looking battered and exhausted. Qin Baishan's fist stopped a millimeter away from Chu Mingxuan's forehead, and the wind from the fist made him unable to open his eyes. Give up, I don't want to kill you. Qin Badian persuaded earnestly. Chu Mingxuan's eyes looked like he wanted to eat someone, staring fixedly at Qin Badian, but he calmly accepted it and did not look askance. Qin Badian, from now on, you are the enemy of the Chu clan. We will definitely kill you. Chu Mingxian clenched his teeth and said fiercely. Come, I'll take whatever moves you have. Qin Badian shrugged and said indifferently. Chu Mingxian crawled up, pulled out the shooting sun arrow and hugged Chu Chongyang's corpse. He led his subordinates in the direction of the Chu clan, and the atmosphere was incomparably bleak. Qin Badian crouched down and asked, Tang Jing, how are you? I'm fine, but I need time to recover. Tang Jing said weakly. He was indeed not heavily injured and only suffered some light injuries. There was no danger to his life, but he still needed to rest for a few days. Qin Badian heard this and nodded, unable to conceal his shock. He praised, You killed Chu Chongyang, yet you are not heavily injured. Truly admirable. Tang Jing squeezed out a smile and said, This was all based on luck. Moreover, if you were not here, even if I killed him, it would still be difficult for me to escape death. You saved Hongqing's life, so this is what I should do. Qin Badian smiled. Help me put away the bow and arrows. He Zi quickly put it away. Qin Badian instructed. He had seen the power of the divine bow and arrows, so he naturally knew how precious they were. He Zi hurriedly and carefully put away the bow and arrows. He held it with both hands as if he was holding a sacred object. The few of them left, leaving behind only this tragic and messy battlefield. Although not many people had witnessed this life and death battle, The news of this battle was like snowflakes falling from the sky, quickly flying into the ears of those who were interested in the capital. This news caused the blood of the people involved to boil. In this world, how many people had not heard news of a martial scholar dying in battle? Most of the martial scholars died of natural causes. But today, a martial scholar had died, and he was even the head of the Chu family. These people were very clear about what this meant. Many people had already started to plan, preparing to take a bite out of the colossus that was the Chu family. This fellow had already lost his fangs and did not pose much of a threat, so it was the best opportunity to divide and eat. The competition between the various clans and powers was extremely cruel. There was not the slightest bit of mercy to speak of. Every battle was a life and death battle. This huge scheme was immediately unfolded step by step. The various industries of the Chu family were completely attacked, and the powers that were hiding in the dark all raised their heads. In the past they were all docile sheep, but now that they had revealed their fangs, they realized that they were all jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. Of course, the attention of the other main character quickly increased. Tang Zheng was originally famous in the capital's circle. Back then he had killed the pre-celestial stage expert of the Chu family, and then caused a ruckus at Yen Potion's birthday banquet. Furthermore, he had retreated unscathed, causing no one to dare underestimate him. Of course, Tang Zheng's identity as a cultivator caused him to become the focus of attention. It was just that no one expected that he would do such an earth-shattering feat in just a few days after returning to the capital, causing people to find it hard to digest. Many people's attitude towards Tang Zheng quickly changed. Those who were originally prepared to secretly deal with Tang Zheng immediately stopped and silently paid attention to Tang Zheng. Chapter 461. Tang Zheng was brought back to Qin Baishan's residence. Li Hongqing was anxiously looking at Tang Zheng, who was lying on the bed, unable to move. She asked with concern, "Tang Zheng, how did you become like this?" Li Hongqing had been poisoned by the evil qi of the 1,000-year blood jade, and it was Tang Zheng who saved her life. Thus she was extremely grateful to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng squeezed out a smile and said, "I'm fine. I'll be able to move again after a day of rest." He could already feel the true qi slowly being produced in his meridians. A day's time was enough for him to move again. Of course, to return to his peak state there was still a period of time. Qin Badian looked at Tang Zheng with a burning gaze. He still had some lingering fear in his heart, but he was also very excited. He sighed, "Tang Zheng, this time you really did something big. The sky of the capital has been completely pierced by you. The balance has also been completely broken. I think it's going to set off a big storm. You wanted to kill me. If I had let him go, there would have been no end to it. I had no choice but to kill him," Tang Zheng said. "Who knows how many people in the capital want to kill Chu Chongyang? At least the people from the other three families all wanted to kill him, but no one was able to do it. Yet you were able to do it. Your name will definitely resound like thunder in the future. However, this is definitely a big problem. Who knows how many people will come to find trouble with me in the future?" Tang Zheng helplessly smiled bitterly. "Your identity as a cultivator means that you are destined to become the target of public criticism. Even if this matter did not happen, many people would still target you. However, Chu Chongyang's death is not entirely a bad thing. At least, many people who are not strong enough will not dare to have any ideas about you. In the capital, only the other large families will be a threat to you." Qin Badian was very clear about the depth of the water in the capital. "Among the Yen family, the Song family, and the Ye family, who do you think will make a move on me first?" Tang Zheng asked. Qin Badian pondered for a moment before replying, "The Ye family has a close relationship with you, and Yi Tianlei is an upright person. She and Feng Xinyang will definitely do their best to prevent the Ye family from becoming enemies with you." Tang Zheng secretly nodded. This analysis was very reasonable. The Ye family would not fall out with him for the time being. Among the other two families, the Yen family is more powerful than the Song family. Therefore, if the Yen family makes a move, they will be the biggest threat to you. Tang Zheng thought back to Yen Padian and Yen Qishan, this pair of father and son in the Great Master realm, and his heart shivered. If they were to make a move, then no one in the capital would be able to resist them. The Song family has a grudge with me. Do you think the chances of them making a move are higher? Tang Zheng asked curiously. The Song family has been recuperating for the past few years and has a good relationship with the other families. Recently they have gradually revealed their fangs, and the Song family has already grown to become a big family second only to the Yen family. Furthermore, you have a grudge with them, so the chances of them making a move are not small. Furthermore, you killed Chu Chongyang and challenged the dignity of a few big families. If the Song family were to put you in a formation on the spot, Then their prestige in the few big families would be even greater, and it would be enough to raise the level of the Song family. Tang Jing raised his eyebrows and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Oh, in that case I am the stepping stone for the Song family to advance?" Qin Badian nodded, "Yes. But the Song family will also have some misgivings. After all, the strength you displayed this time was too dazzling, so they have to weigh whether or not they can get rid of you. Then it will depend on the courage of the Song family." Tang Jing said with a light smile. "Tang Jing, don't worry. You will stay with me for the next few days and I will definitely do my best to protect you." Qin Badian said heroically. "This will only implicate you. Saying this is too distant. If it weren't for you, Hongqing's life would not have been saved, so this is what I should do. Moreover, your temper is very similar to mine. Just like when I was young, I wasn't afraid of anything. Just based on this, I will support you to the end." Qin Badian waved his hand and said resolutely, "That's right, Tang Jing. This is our sincerity, so don't reject it." Li Hongqing said with a light smile. Tang Jing was moved. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. Actually, his relationship with this couple was not that deep, but they were supporting him like this. This was equivalent to gambling their lives. He secretly made up his mind that once this matter was over, he would definitely find a way to repay them, so that they would not regret this decision. Ring ring ring. Suddenly his cell phone rang. "Your cell phone is ringing. Yi Ding Dang, do you want to pick it up?" Li Hongqing took out the cell phone for him and asked. "Pick it up." Tang Jing guessed that the news of Chu Chongyang's death must have spread, so Yi Ding Dang called. "Tang Jing, how are you?" After pressing the answer button, Yi Ding Dang's anxious voice floated over, almost as if she was crying. Tang Jing was stunned. He had known Yi Ding Dang for a long time, but he had never seen her cry, nor had he heard such a voice. His heart was filled with mixed feelings as he said, "I'm fine." "Nonsense, you still dare to say that you're fine? What did you do, do you know? You killed Chu Chongyang, how can you be fine? How are you? Are you seriously injured?" Yi Ding Dang was on the verge of tears as she asked in a choked voice. Tang Jing did not know whether to laugh or cry. "I'm really fine." "Liar, you're lying to me. I don't care, no matter how injured you are, I have to go to see you. I have to see you immediately. Where are you?" Yi Ding Dang roared. Li Hongqing also heard Yi Ding Dang's voice and quickly gave an address. Tang Jing repeated it, and immediately the sound of running came from the phone. "Don't worry, I'll be there right away. Call me if you need anything." After that, Yi Ding Dang hung up the phone. "Miss Yi really cares about you," Li Hongqing said with a smile. "You're so charming. When can I attend your wedding?" Tang Jing quickly said, "I'm still a student. College students can also get married." Li Hongqing did not care. Tang Jing was speechless. A moment later, Yi Ding Dang rushed in as fast as lightning. When she saw Tang Jing lying on the bed, she threw herself at him with a whoosh. She hugged him and cried, "You bastard, why did you do such a dangerous thing? You made me worried to death. Where are you hurt?" As she spoke, her slender hand touched Tang Jing's hand, as if checking if the parts were still intact. It was too embarrassing to be touched by a beauty in front of so many people. Even if Tang Jing's skin was thick enough, he gradually blushed. He coughed and said, "Don't touch me, I'm really fine." "Nonsense, if you're fine, how can you not touch me? I know your temper." Yi Ding Dang firmly did not believe him. Her small hand went all the way down and Tang Jing's body tensed up. He felt that his most important part had been grabbed. Yi Ding Dang also immediately realized what was in her hand and let go of her hand as if she had been electrocuted. Her cheeks were red. Li Hongqing saw this and laughed. "Tang Jing, Miss Yi really cares about you." Yi Ding Dang shyly lowered her head and fiercely glared at Tang Jing as if to say that it was all because of him that she made a fool of herself. Tang Jing felt wronged. "I didn't do anything. It was clearly you who came and touched me. I was the one who suffered." Yi Ding Dang confirmed that his body parts were still intact and let out a sigh of relief. "If you didn't lose an arm or a leg, then why can't you move? Did you suffer an internal injury?" "It can be considered an internal injury. I'll go and find the senior king of medicine. He must have a way." Yi Ding Dang had an idea and said, "I don't remember. My medical skills are not bad. I can recuperate on my own. After a period of time I will recover." Tang Jing refused. "No, you're too careless. I must find the senior king of medicine to check on you before I can rest assured." Yi Ding Dang insisted. Tang Jing rolled his eyes and was helpless. "Tang Jing, this time you did such an earth-shattering thing. Do you know what's the situation outside?" Yi Ding Dang asked with lingering fear. "Look at me. How can I know? The Ye family has been quarreling because of you. Yi Tianming thinks that they should deal with you immediately. He said that if you dare to kill Chu Chongyang today, you will dare to deal with the Ye family tomorrow. You are a cultivator. You are a bomb that can explode at any time. It's a cliché. Didn't he say the same thing last time? Tang Zheng did not take it seriously. You didn't do what you did last time. Of course it's not the same thing. However, my parents argued for it, so the old man has not made a decision. Humph, if the Ye family really becomes your enemy, then I will withdraw from the Ye family. From then on, I will have nothing to do with them. Yi Dingdang gritted her teeth and said resolutely. Li Hongqing immediately gave her a thumbs up and praised, Miss Yi, you dare to love and hate. You are so bold. You are simply a role model among women. Yi Dingdang was embarrassed. She secretly glanced at Tang Zheng and said, I just can't stand them forgetting justice for the sake of profit. After a pause, she continued, not only the Ye family, I heard that the Yin and Song families are also quarreling. Chu Chongyang's death is equivalent to an atomic bomb explosion. The power is too great. Oh, so it seems that these two families will soon make a move against me? If one of them comes, I'll kill one. If two comes, I'll kill two. As long as I'm here, don't even think about harming you. Yi Dingdang said fiercely, like a hen protecting its young. At this moment, the other two families were indeed very lively. The 3 generations of the Yin family were all gathered together, and even Yan Qingyi, who did not care about the affairs of the world, was present. Yan Qingyi was a monk and had always been cultivating in the Taoist temple. Ever since Yen Potion's birthday banquet, she had stayed behind and built a Taoist temple in the Dragon Elephant Mountain. She usually cultivated here and could also accompany Yen Padian. Yan Qingyi was dressed in a simple and elegant Taoist robe, and did not have the slightest bit of aura. She sat in the middle of the group with her eyes closed, and listened calmly to their endless discussions. Father, this Tang Zheng relied on his identity as a cultivator to actually kill Chu Chongyang. Such a person definitely cannot be left alive. I guess the martial sect will definitely make a move against him. We should make a move first, and right now is also the time when Tang Zheng is at his weakest. It is a heaven-sent opportunity for us, and it will be too late to regret it if others beat us to it. Last time in the Imperial City, I saw that Song Jianan wanted to kill Tang Zheng. I think that this time he will definitely be impatient to make a move. Yin Qishan said. Chapter 462. Can't die, why? The others all looked at Yan Qingyi at the same time. Yin Qishan asked in surprise. Yan Qingyi's expression did not change and said calmly, because there are more important things waiting for him in the future. The expressions of the few of them became strange, but only Yen Potion's expression became serious and asked, Qingyi, did you sense something? When Yan Qishan and Yan Luyun heard this, their eyes instantly widened. Regarding Yan Qingyi, this was a huge secret of the Yen family, and outsiders had no way of knowing about it. Outsiders only thought that Yan Qingyi was a monk, and many of them were still regretting that such a beautiful woman who was born in a famous family was actually a monk. It was truly inconceivable. These people did not know that there was a very important reason why Yan Qingyi had become a monk. Yan Qingyi had been incomparably intelligent since she was young. She seemed to know many things that ordinary people thought were incomparably profound, and had great wisdom and comprehension ability. Yan Qingyi had refused to learn martial arts since she was young. Even if others ordered her to practice martial arts, she would never obey. Later on it was left unsettled. Therefore she did not have any martial arts at all. This was an anomaly in the Yen family. Yan Qingyi had an innate closeness to Taoist scriptures, unlike other girls who loved to dress up in fashion. Instead, she was immersed in Taoist scriptures all day long. In the end, unknowingly she actually had a kind of epiphany. She had a kind of foresight ability. Of course, not everything could be foreseen, but on many important matters she would have a trace of foresight. However, this kind of ability could be said to be heaven-defying and difficult to deal with. It was one of the biggest secrets of the Yen family, so Yen Padian would only agree if Yan Qingyi chose to become a monk. Before Yen Potion's birthday banquet, Yan Qingyi returned to the capital and told him that there would be a change in the birthday banquet, and that a person would appear out of nowhere. Later on this matter was confirmed. The person who had appeared out of nowhere was Tang Zheng. Moreover, he had soared to the heavens at the speed of a rocket. At this point, Yen Padian was even more convinced of Yan Qingyi's ability to predict the future. It was a blessing for the Yen family to have such a person, but it could also be said to be a very dangerous thing. This kind of mysterious and miraculous thing could easily make people associate it with the miraculous abilities of xianxia. If a cultivator appeared in the Yen family, it would definitely not be a good thing for the Yen family. Perhaps they would meet with a calamity. Of course, if a family had someone who could predict the future, then many things could be arranged in advance. The early bird catches the worm, and this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yan Qingyi said indifferently, there will be a great disaster for humanity in the future. Tang Jing might be the one to turn the tide. Catastrophe? The three of them sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. This was an important piece of news. Yan Padian asked in a deep voice, what disaster? Yan Qingyi shook his head. This is just a very vague feeling. I am not sure about the specifics for now, but this disaster concerns the life and death of millions of people. You're saying that Tang Jing will be the savior of this disaster? Yan Qishan was bewildered. No matter how he listened to it, he felt that it was like a fairy tale. Yan Qingyi nodded solemnly. Yan Luyun had a complicated expression on his face. They were both young people, but why was the difference so great? He asked, what other calamities will there be in this world? Could it be World War III? If there is a world war, what's the use of him alone? Yan Qishan scoffed, obviously not believing him. I don't know either. In short, this is a disaster that concerns the survival of humanity. This is what I sensed, so it definitely won't be wrong. Yan Qingyi was extremely confident. Yan Qishan and Yan Luyun looked at Yan Padian at the same time. His two white eyebrows knitted together, and only after a long while did he say, could it be that the survival of humanity is ultimately decided by a cultivator? Yeah, this is too unbelievable. Yan Qishan also felt that it was inconceivable. Moreover, it's impossible for the martial sect to let him go, right? Can he live until then? Yan Qingyi stopped talking and closed her eyes again. Perhaps she was too lazy to explain. Yan Padian did not force him, but his eyes kept changing and said, Qingyi, in the future, will this world no longer be dominated by martial artists? When Yan Qishan and Yan Luyun heard this question, their expressions suddenly changed as if they had seen a ghost. Their eyes revealed shock, and Yan Qishan could not help but exclaim, how is this possible? Yan Qingyi still had her eyes closed and did not reply. Yan Padian understood clearly, this was because she did not know the answer to this question. The ability to predict the future was not enough to know everything, many things were just a trace of comprehension, a flash of inspiration. Yan Qishan shook his head. Impossible, although a few cultivator experts have appeared, they can't mess up the overall situation. How can they make the martial artists lose their position as the ruler? Although Yan Luyun was the head of the 4 young masters of the capital, these things had completely exceeded his imagination, causing him to feel that his brain was not enough. Unless the cultivator returns. Yan Padian was silent for a long time and said hesitantly, the cultivator has returned. The others cried out in alarm, and even Yan Qingyi's eyelids twitched a few times. Could it be that this world is really going to be in chaos? No one could answer Yan Qishan's question. Grandfather, what should we do now? Yan Luyun asked. Yan Padian stared deeply at his descendant and said, regardless of whether or not the cultivator has returned, since Tang Jing is going to play such a big role in the future, then the status of cultivators will definitely increase in the future, and with regards to Tang Jing, the future savior, we have to rope him in even more. This will be of great benefit to us and the Yan family. The few of them nodded. If the future was really as Yan Qingyi had foreseen, this was indeed a good way to seize the initiative. If the Ye family and Tang Jing cut off their relationship, wouldn't that be letting the cooked duck fly away? Yan Luyun said with some amusement. Yan Padian curled his lips and said disdainfully, don't think that just because Yi Xuanji broke through to the Grandmaster stage, he became so powerful. Back then, why was he unable to break through? This was related to his breadth of mind and vision, and his vision was only that big. He only focused on the present and could not see the future. Then this time, our Yan family has taken the initiative. Wouldn't that be a huge advantage? Yan Luyun said happily. Yan Qishan shook his head. Luyun, don't just look at the opportunity, this is opportunity and danger coexisting. At this moment, everyone is treating Tang Jing as the target of public criticism, but the Yan family is on good terms with him. Do you know what this means? Yan Luyun's expression changed slightly. Of course he knew what it meant. It meant that the Yan family would also become the target of public criticism and attract cannon fire. The few of them understood this logic and looked at Yan Padian. This question obviously required him, the head of the family, to make a decision. Yan Padian looked deeply at Yan Qingyi and then without any hesitation he said, I believe in Qingyi's judgment, we must rope in Tang Jing. Yan Padian set the tone, and the others no longer sang the opposite tune. Even if Yan Qishan still had reservations about Tang Jing, he did not refute him. Yan Luyun asked, Grandfather, this time Tang Jing killed Chu Chongyang, and will definitely cause a crazy counterattack. What should we do? It's better to send charcoal in the snow than icing on the cake. Right now it's Tang Zheng's most dangerous moment, so of course we have to be the ones to send charcoal in the snow. Qishan, go and inform Chu Mingxian not to seek revenge on Tang Zheng. Yin Padian arranged. Yin Qishan said worriedly, I'm afraid Chu Mingxian will not agree. Yin Padian laughed coldly. If you don't agree at this moment, the Chu family no longer has anyone to rely on. Do you really want to suffer the calamity of extermination? Yin Qishan nodded as if he had understood something. The Chu family no longer had anyone to rely on. If they still did not know how to advance or retreat, then they would really die. Moreover, which great clan didn't die? If they didn't know how to endure and retreat, then they could only be eliminated by history. This was reality, and reality was just that cruel. Yin Qishan came to the Chu family with the order. At this moment, the Chu family was immersed in grief and anger. Chu Mingxian received Yin Qishan, and when Yin Qishan explained the purpose of his visit, the veins on Chu Mingxuan's forehead twitched, and he asked hysterically, why? This is the rule of the game. The loser has no right to ask why. Yin Qishan spoke bluntly without holding back. My father's corpse is not cold yet and you're going to do this? Yin Qishan laughed disdainfully. Don't really think of yourself as a pitiful weakling. Which family is clean? Did the Chu family not do enough in the past? Moreover, I am doing this for your own good. Right now, no one in the Chu family is a match for Tang Zheng. If you continue to provoke him, you will only be courting death. Of course, Chu Mingxian knew that the other party was not lying, but at this moment, his mind was completely drowned by anger. He roared, so what if I'm courting death? I want Tang Zheng to die. Your father is no longer here. You should work even harder to manage the Chu family, and not let the Chu family be exhausted for nothing. Yin Qishan kindly reminded him. You don't need to worry about it. Scram, the Chu family doesn't welcome you. Chu Mingxian ordered him to leave. Yin Qishan said indifferently, I've said everything that needs to be said, it's up to you now. After saying that, he turned around and left with large strides. Just as he walked out of the door, he saw a few people walking towards him. It was actually Song Yu and his father, Song Hanjun, and with them was Chu Xiaofeng. The Chu family's young master's face was filled with fear as he rushed in a sorry state, almost colliding with Yin Qishan. Song Hanjun stopped in front of Yin Qishan and asked in bewilderment, Qishan, you came a step earlier than me, you are really well informed. You're not late either. I'll take my leave first. With that, Yin Qishan walked away with large strides. Song Hanjun looked at his back in shock, his eyelids twitching. Song Yu also looked at him suspiciously and asked in a low voice, why did he leave in such a hurry? There must be something going on. Let's go in first. Song Hanjun said in a deep voice and then quickly walked in. Chu Xiaofeng was already wailing loudly, and Chu Mingxuan's face was also filled with anger. Song Hanjuan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately changed his expression. With a sorrowful expression, he said while choking with sobs, Brother Mingxian, I came late. I never thought that the patriarch of the Chongyang family would actually be killed by a villain. Chapter 463. Hearing that, Chu Mingxian cupped his hands and said, Thank you Hanjun for taking the time to come here. Unlike some people who saw that my father was in trouble, they came here to bully others. Song Hanjuan's eyebrows twitched as if he had understood something. Could it be that Mingxian is talking about the Yin Qishan who just left? Chu Mingxian snorted angrily. Other than him, who else can it be? Yin family really thinks that they are the number one in the capital, and do not put anyone else in their eyes at all. In the past, the Yin family was powerful, and the Chu family relied on the Yin family. Later on, because of what happened at the birthday banquet, the two families developed a grudge, and the estrangement grew larger and larger. This time, the Yin family's decision had finally caused the two families to fall out, and Chu Mingxian finally had nothing to worry about. Hearing that, Song Hanjuan's heart trembled. He did not understand why the Yin family would make such a decision. Right now should be the best time to rope in the Chu family or even annex the Chu family, but the Yin family did the opposite. Song Hanjun could not figure it out for the time being, but this did not stop him from being overjoyed. Since the Yin family had given up on this fat meat, the Song family had no reason to refuse. In these past few years, the Song family had worked hard and looked harmless, but in fact they were secretly accumulating power, and their strength had already increased by a leap. If they could take advantage of this opportunity to annex the Chu family, it would be like adding wings to a tiger, and they could even stand on equal footing with the Yin family. Tianqing Song family, I really came to the right place this time. Song Hanjun was secretly happy in his heart, but he put on an expression of righteous indignation and shouted angrily, How preposterous, we are all great families in the capital, so we should be on the same side. Yan family actually took advantage of this opportunity to bully others. It is truly despicable. Not only is the Yan family bullying others, they are also supporting that brat Tang Zheng. Who is that brat? He is a cultivator. I think the Yan family is preparing to become enemies with all the warriors in the world. Chu Mingxian gritted his teeth and said. Song Hanjuan's eyes became brighter and brighter. He thought to himself, could it be that Yan Padian has gone senile? They actually stood on the side of the xianxia on such a major issue. This was seeking their own destruction. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, Song Hanjun really wanted to look up to the sky and laugh 3 times. If this wasn't the heavens helping the Song family, then what was? Song Yu, on the other hand, was not so excited. Instead, she frowned and looked at her father, deep in thought. Mingxian, the Yan family is so perverse. It will definitely arouse public anger. You don't need to care about their attitude. This time the head of the Chongyang family was killed by Tang Zheng. What are you going to do? Song Hanjun asked. Revenge, a debt of blood must be paid in blood. We must kill that brat Tang Zheng. Chu Mingxian said resolutely. Chu Xiaofeng abruptly raised his head. With a ferocious expression he clamored, we must kill him. Tang Zheng was his nightmare and he could not get rid of it. Last time he teamed up with Song Yu to trap Tang Zheng, and was prepared to let him die in the martial arts assembly, but it did not work. He did not expect that the pillar of the Chu family would fall into Tang Zheng's hands this time. However, Chu Xiaofeng was not at home earlier, and was with Song Yu, so he did not personally witness the battle just now. He suddenly came to a realization and asked, what kind of strength does Tang Zheng have? How can he be a match for grandfather? Cultivators have many despicable and dirty methods. The old man only lost his life after falling into his scheme. Chu Mingxian said hatefully but did not tell the truth. Regarding the specific details of the battle, Chu Mingxian had already issued a gag order, and no one present was allowed to mention it to outsiders. Therefore the others only knew that Chu Chongyang had died at the hands of Tang Zheng, but they did not know the details. In fact, many people did not believe that Tang Zheng had killed Chu Chongyang with his true abilities, and that he must have relied on some kind of scheme of a cultivator to succeed. Although they were afraid of Tang Zheng's methods, no one would compare Tang Zheng's cultivation to a great master. At least, that was what Song Hanjun thought in his heart. Then there's no time to lose. Mingxian should take advantage of the opportunity to pursue and kill him, and use that brat's head as a sacrifice to the Chongyang family patriarch. Song Hanjun instigated. Chu Mingxian blinked his eyes as if he was moved. He wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to chase after him. Moreover, Tang Zheng was injured and could not move, so this was the best opportunity. However, he was not Qin Baishan's opponent for the time being, so he would not be able to gain any benefits from it. Song Hanjun saw through the clues and asked, Mingxian, could it be that there is something that is hard to say? Chu Mingxian already understood that without the help of the Yan family, he should get closer to the big tree that was the Song family. He might as well not hide it anymore and said with righteous indignation, to be honest, ever since I was injured at Yan Potion's birthday banquet, I have yet to recover, and right now Tang Zheng is under Qin Baishan's protection, so I can't kill him. Qin Badian. Song Hanjun frowned. He actually got involved. He really doesn't know what's good for him. For Qin Badian to be able to gain a foothold in the capital, he naturally had his own abilities. However, his strength was still lacking compared to the few great clans, and when any clan wanted to completely destroy him, they would still have to pay a certain price. Therefore he had survived between the cracks of the few great clans. Although it was difficult, it could still be considered a type of ability. Of course, Song Hanjun knew Qin Baishan's abilities, but he did not really care. With regards to the big plan of annexing the Chu family, if Qin Badian did not know what was good for him and became the tiger that stood in the way, Song Hanjun did not mind getting rid of Qin Badian earlier. Therefore Song Hanjun said without hesitation, Mingxian, a single Qin Badian is not worth mentioning. Now that you are injured and have such a big family to work hard for, you can leave this matter to me. It can be considered as me doing something for the Chongyang family head. Chu Mingxian was so grateful that he cupped his fists and said, hardships reveal one's heart. Hanjun, you are the great benefactor of our Chu family. Song Hanjun smiled modestly, but a trace of complacency flashed past his eyes. He thought to himself, I am your benefactor now and in the future I will be your master, ha. Song Hanjun was swift and decisive, and immediately expressed that he wanted to leave and kill Tang Zheng. Chu Xiaofeng volunteered and shouted, I'll go too. I want to kill that brat with my own hands. Back then I didn't kill him and I regret it. This time I definitely can't let that brat live. After he finished speaking, his eyes flickered with flames of hatred. and his expression was sinister and terrifying. "Alright Xiaofeng, you go together. When the time comes, I'll let you personally end that brat." Song Hanjun patted Chu Xiaofeng's shoulder and said cordially. Chu Mingxian did not object, and the three of them left the Chu family together. Song Hanjun and his son sat in their own car, and seeing that there were no outsiders, Song Yu finally could not hold it in and asked the question that had been stuck in her heart for a long time. "Dad, the Yen family is not an idiot. Why are they so abnormal this time to actually help Tang Jing unexpectedly?" Song Hanjun laughed unconcernedly. "Yen Padian is muddle-headed. He really thinks that no one in the capital can control him, so he is becoming more and more unbridled." "I don't think so. Yen Padian has been cautious for so many years, otherwise he wouldn't have the strength of the Yen family today. The Yen family has always had a close relationship with the Li Palace. Could it be that they received the instructions of the Li Palace?" Song Yu guessed. Song Hanjun was shocked. Coincidentally, the car bumped and almost hit the back of the chair in front of him, scaring the driver so much that his heart jumped. "You're saying that the Li Palace instructed the Yen family to rope in Tangjing?" Song Hanjun asked in bewilderment. "That's also my guess," Song Yu said uncertainly. Song Hanjuan's expression became even more serious. He could not make up his mind and said, "I'll ask the old man first." He immediately dialed Song Jianan's number. After hearing his analysis, the other party said disdainfully, "Do you think that the Li Palace will protect a cultivator? Ridiculous." Although the Li Palace was not like the martial sect who chased after cultivators with no regard for their lives, they were not friends with cultivators either. The martial sect viewed cultivators as a thorn in their side, and the Li Palace would definitely not go against the martial sect on this point. Moreover, I can guess that the Azure Dragon Hall will definitely stand on the side of the martial sect when it comes to cultivators. Hearing the other party's confident words, Song Hanjun and Song Yu's expressions changed slightly. Song Yu asked, "Grandfather, both the Li Palace and the martial sect have people walking in the world. Why has the Azure Dragon Hall only heard of their names and never seen them?" The Azure Dragon Hall has always been a legend. Not to mention you, even I have never seen anyone from the Azure Dragon Hall. Song Jianan laughed. Song Hanjun and Song Yu looked at each other and thought at the same time. If that was the case, then the Azure Dragon Hall had always existed in legends, and no one had ever seen its members. Could it be that this was a fabricated organization? Hearing the silence of the two, Song Jianan chuckled as if he had guessed their thoughts and said, "The Azure Dragon Hall really exists, but its strength is unfathomable. It is said that even if the Li Palace and the martial sect were to work together, they would still not be a match for the Azure Dragon Hall." "What, so powerful?" The two of them turned pale with fright. In their eyes, the Li Palace and the martial sect were already existences that could not be fought against. This Azure Dragon Hall was actually even more powerful than these two organizations combined. Although the Azure Dragon Hall does not appear in this world, how can the matters of this world escape its eyes? Therefore, you don't have to worry, the Li Palace will not instruct the Yen family to rope in Tangjing. This is definitely Yen Potion's opportunistic method, but this method would cause the Yen family to suffer a calamity. Haha, the heavens are helping me. This capital is bound to be dominated by my Song family. Song Jianan laughed wildly with pride. Song Hanjun and Song Yu heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. The bit of doubt in Song Yu's heart also disappeared into thin air, and instead, a kind of excitement and pleasure gradually assaulted her heart. He had known Tang Zheng for a very long time. Back then, when he first met Tang Zheng at the ordinary balance courtyard, he could still have a high and mighty attitude. However, this kind of high and mighty attitude did not last long, because on the problem of Yi Dingdang, Tang Zheng had completely defeated him. Although he knew that it was just a prank, just a play, he did not expect that the play would become true and he would be utterly defeated. After that, the two sides moved to the capital, but not long after Tang Zheng arrived in the capital, he shocked the world with a single feat. Although the two sides did not clash again, Tang Zheng had completely suppressed his limelight. This caused Song Yu, who had always been high and mighty, to try and fail. He and Chu Xiaofeng had used the spirit transformation powder pill to trap Tang Zheng, but it was to no avail. At that time he had experienced a feeling called fear, a feeling that he had never felt before. He secretly swore in his heart that he would definitely get rid of this person. Chapter 464. As night fell, Tang Zheng lay alone on his bed, looking out the window at the sky. The sky was very dark and the haze was very thick. It seemed like it was going to rain, washing away the haze that made it difficult to breathe. Tang Zheng stayed at Qin Beishan's house to recuperate. His limbs had already regained the ability to move, but his internal energy had not yet recovered. He could be considered to be powerless. His body was empty and his chi was as weak as a wisp of smoke. AI, a martial scholar is really not that easy to kill. I almost lost my life. He sighed inwardly. Are you asleep? A weak voice came from next door. This was Yi Dingdong's voice. She had stubbornly stayed and turned off her phone, not letting anyone in the house find her. I'm asleep, Tang Jing said. You're still promising me after sleeping. Heng, you never say a proper word all day. Yi Dingdang ridiculed. Yes, that's my temper. It seems like I won't be able to change it in this lifetime. It's not too late for you to regret leaving. I said that I would protect you. How could I leave? Heng, no matter who it is, I'll kill one if one comes, I'll kill two if two come. Yi Dingdang said righteously. Tang Jing's lips curled into a smile. To have such a close female friend was undoubtedly one of life's greatest blessings. He did not know what he had done to deserve this. Go to sleep. You're a good student, so you can't skip class like me, Tang Jing advised. I won't leave until you're well. It's almost time for the final exams. I'm not afraid. Don't think that you're the only smart one. I'm not stupid either, Yi Dingdang said proudly. Then let's have a bet on whose final exam score is higher. Yi Dingdang angrily said, I won't bet with you. I've bet with you so many times before and lost every time. I won't be fooled again. Thinking about their previous bet, the two of them could not help but smile. A loud noise rang out. It was particularly sudden and ear-piercing in the silent night. Tang Jing immediately sat up and exclaimed, Something's wrong. The door was suddenly pushed open and a graceful figure stood in front of Tang Jing to protect him. Yi Dingdang cautiously said, Someone broke in. I heard it. It's in the front yard. Tang Jing said with a solemn expression, It's not even night yet and you can't wait to kill me already? Don't worry, I'm here. Yi Dingdang patted her chest and said fearlessly. Tang Jing smiled knowingly. Then I'll leave my life in your hands. Yi Dingdang heard this and her eyes widened. Her confidence soared as she excitedly said, Don't worry, with this heroine here, I won't let anyone take advantage of you. Tang Jing smiled as he looked at her. He found that he seemed to have returned to the time when he was ordinary balance. Ever since he came to Beijing, there were too many strong local tyrants. Yi Dingdang also seemed to be a lot more reserved. But at this moment, her confidence made people's eyes light up. Although this kind of confidence was a bit overestimating one's abilities, Tang Jing felt that he liked it very much. A warm current flowed through his body. Not long after, there was the sound of fierce fighting in the front yard. Just by listening to the sound, one could tell how dangerous this battle was. It's an expert. Tang Jing's expression became serious. How high of an expert? Yi Dingdang asked in confusion. An expert higher than you. Yi Dingdang's face revealed a difficult expression. But she immediately calmed down and said, So what if it's an expert? This heroine will still cut him down with my sword. With a schwa sound, she pulled out a cold glinting sword from somewhere. The sword was still trembling. You know swordsmanship? Tang Jing asked in astonishment. He had never seen her use a sword before. Yi Dingdang's face turned red as she said, Before I left, I took a sword from home. Tang Jing smiled. The meaning of these words was obvious. Although Yi Dingdang was already a prenatal martial artist, he really didn't know any swordsmanship. If I had a suitable swordsmanship, I could teach it to her. But the heaven-flying immortal swordsmanship doesn't suit her. Tang Jing said regretfully. As soon as this thought appeared, a set of swordsmanship appeared in his mind. Tang Jing was shocked. He couldn't help but cry out, Wind-chasing swordsmanship. Wind-chasing swordsmanship, what kind of swordsmanship is this? Yi Dingdang curiously asked when she heard this. But she discovered that Tang Jing's eyes were staring in front of him as if he was stunned. She quickly waved her hand in front of his eyes and called out, Hey, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Tang Jing regained his calm. It was clear that this set of wind-chasing swordsmanship was related to Qi Yu's heart. Maybe it was that thought from before that touched Qi Yu's heart, so this set of swordsmanship appeared out of nowhere. He knocked away her hand and said, I have a set of swordsmanship called wind-chasing swordsmanship. It is very suitable for you. Yi Dingdang's eyebrows danced as she said, Really? The Jade Woman's Heart Sutra you gave me last time was very powerful. This wind-chasing swordsmanship shouldn't be too bad, right? Tang Jing nodded. The swordsmanship recorded in Qi Yu's heart naturally wouldn't be too bad. He didn't know the origin of this set of swordsmanship, but this set of swordsmanship was very interesting. It only required sword moves and didn't even need Qi or Qi to activate it. This meant that even if a normal person was familiar with the moves and used them, the power would not be small. At least in Tang Jing's eyes, The power of this set of swordsmanship was not small. When Tang Jing finished teaching this set of swordsmanship, Yi Dingdong's eyes lit up with joy. Although she didn't understand swordsmanship, she still had a bit of eyesight. She understood the value of this set of swordsmanship and couldn't help but happily say, "I really like this set of swordsmanship. You should be the only two people in this world that know this set of swordsmanship," Tang Jing said. Yi Dingdong's eyebrows danced as she excitedly jumped up. What kind of gift did a woman like the most? The one and only gift in this world that no one else had. Wasn't this set of swordsmanship the most suitable gift? "You only taught me?" Yi Dingdong stared with her big round eyes and asked. "Yes. Even Fang Shishir doesn't know it?" Tang Jing nodded. "What?" Yi Dingdong excitedly threw herself at Tang Jing. With a pung sound, she threw him onto the bed. Tang Jing was currently not her opponent. He was pressed under her body and inhaled her fragrance. He awkwardly said, "Are you trying to take advantage of me when I'm not paying attention and throw yourself at me?" Yi Dingdong immediately blushed. She stood up straight and glared at him. "What nonsense are you thinking about all day? Don't just talk. Practice your swordsmanship first," Tang Jing urged. "Okay." Yi Dingdong immediately began to move. Her sword moved according to her heart. Shwa shwa shwa, her sword was like the wind. The wind rose and the sword chased after the wind until only a sword shadow was left. What a fast sword! Yi Dingdong was dumbfounded. She clearly did not expect the sword in her hand to be so fast. Moreover, she felt that there was no internal strength flowing. This was the power of a fixed move. Why is the swordsmanship so strange? Yi Dingdong asked in astonishment. Tang Jing was speechless. He had only explained it once and she was able to practice the swordsmanship to such a degree. It was truly shocking. If she was not a martial arts genius, then it could only be because of the mysteriousness of the swordsmanship. Could it be that this set of swordsmanship can be learned quickly and at such a terrifying speed? Tang Jing was shocked by this thought. This kind of swordsmanship could be called a peerless swordsmanship. It was a treasure that many people coveted. No matter how powerful a set of swordsmanship was, it was too difficult to learn. It was something that ordinary people could only dream of. But a set of swordsmanship was not only powerful, it did not have any requirements for the cultivator. Moreover, it could be learned in one lesson. How terrifying was that? It could instantly turn a person into an expert. This is too abnormal. Tang Jing smacked his lips, unable to let go of the shock in his heart for a long time. As expected of the swordsmanship in Chi Yu's heart. This is a peerless treasure. I'm afraid its value is even greater than the heaven-flying immortal swordsmanship. It was true that the heaven-flying immortal swordsmanship was powerful. As for whether it was more powerful than the wind-chasing swordsmanship, Tang Jing was unable to determine. However, one thing was certain. The heaven-flying immortal swordsmanship was not something that ordinary people could learn. On the other hand, the wind-chasing swordsmanship could be learned by anyone. The difference in value was like heaven and earth. However, the wind-chasing swordsmanship was not simple. If one did not know the sword moves and profoundness within it, they would not be able to learn it. Therefore, he was not afraid that others would secretly learn it during a battle. Tang Jing was inexplicably excited. He did not know what other treasures Chi Yu had in his heart. Seeing Tang Jing in a daze and not speaking, Yi Dingdong nudged him and asked, "Hey, why are you in a daze again? How come I didn't notice this before?" Tang Jing came back to his senses and solemnly said, "The wind-chasing swordsmanship must not be casually taught to outsiders. Do you understand?" "Of course I'm not an idiot." Yi Dingdong rolled her eyes. She did not think that this swordsmanship was too precious and could not be taught to outsiders. Rather, this was the only swordsmanship that Tang Jing had taught her. In this world it was unique to her. How could she be willing to share it with others? Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound from outside interrupted the two's thoughts. The ground trembled and the two jumped in fright. Tang Jing hurriedly said, "Let's go out and take a look." The two of them walked out of the room and saw that the courtyard was in a mess. A large portion of the courtyard walls had collapsed and dust filled the air. In the middle of the mess stood two people, Qin Badian and Song Hanjun. Qin Baishan's mouth was dripping with blood. His clothes had been cut in several places and he appeared to be in a sorry state. Song Hanjuan's aura was even stronger as he held a large blade in his hand. "Qin Badian, you are not my opponent. If you want to seek death, then I will fulfill your wish today," Song Hanjun said with a murderous aura. Qin Badian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and arrogantly said, "Song Hanjun, as long as I am here, you can forget about touching a single hair on Tang Jing's head." "Reckless fool, what benefits did Tang Jing give you to make you so dead set on following him?" Qin Badian coldly snorted but did not reply. Song Hanjun was preparing to make another move when he saw Tang Zheng standing at the entrance from the corner of his eyes. His eyes narrowed as he roared with killing intent. Tang Zheng, quickly come and accept your death. Tang Zheng, leave quickly. I will block him first. Qin Badian leaped, blocking Song Hanjun's path as he shouted. Chapter 465. Song Hanjun made a feint and dodged Qin Badian's attack as the cold glint of the blade in his hand shot towards Tang Zheng. Qin Badian turned pale with fright as he hurriedly shouted for him to stop, but it was already too late. Song Hanjun's move was a killing move, and if it hit Tang Zheng, even if he didn't die, he would be heavily injured. Song Hanjun was determined to win. With Tang Zheng's current physique, there was no way for him to dodge, and he could only watch as the large blade slashed towards him. Shwa! A ray of sword light rose from his side and met the blade of the saber. It was fast and accurate and tapped on the body of the saber. A burst of skillful power suddenly erupted, and the saber was deflected to the side, missing the target. Song Hanjun was shocked as he didn't expect that this sure-kill attack would actually miss because of Yi Dingdong's obstruction. Qin Badian rejoiced as he leapt in front of Tang Zheng to protect him, glaring at Song Hanjun like a tiger eyeing its prey. Song Hanjun ignored him as he stared at Yi Dingdang and said, Yi Dingdang, could it be that you also want to be my enemy and the Song family's enemy? Yi Dingdang proudly said, you want to kill Tang Zheng, so that means you are my enemy and I am your enemy. Heng, don't think that just because you are Yi Tianlei's daughter that I won't dare to touch you. Yi Tianlei is only a first-grade Xiantian realm cultivator and is weak by himself. Even if I hurt you, he can't do anything to me. Song Hanjun said confidently as he obviously didn't put Yi Tianlei in his eyes. Although Yi Tianlei was one of the top 2 in the Ye family, compared to the other second-generation disciples, his strength was the weakest, so Song Hanjun didn't think much of him. Then let's give it a try. Let's see if the sword in my hand is weak. Yi Dingdang bit her lip and refused to back down. At this time, Song Yu and Chu Xiaofeng also rushed in from the outside. When they saw Yi Dingdang, Song Yu's face flashed with displeasure, and then looked at Tang Zheng hiding behind Yi Dingdang, and resentment appeared in her eyes. Dad, don't hurt Dingdang. Our target is Tang Zheng, Song Yu advised. Song Hanjun looked at his son meaningfully and said, I cannot hurt her, but she must immediately scram away from me, otherwise the blade in my hand will not recognize her. Song Yu hurriedly advised, Dingdang, come over here quickly. Tang Zheng is a cultivator, not a kind person. He's not like us. Don't be fooled by him. Yi Dingdang didn't appreciate it at all and coldly said, kind people? I think you're not kind people. If you want to stand up for the Song family, then you must first defeat the sword in my hand. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Song Hanjun said disdainfully. Seeing that he was about to attack, Song Yu advised again, Dingdang, you've been deceived by Tang Zheng. He's our public enemy. There's no benefit in being with him. There's no benefit in being with you. Besides, Song Yu, I have nothing to do with you. I don't need you to persuade me. Yi Dingdang didn't appreciate it at all. She was already annoyed with the other party, so at this moment she naturally didn't have a good expression. Chu Xiaofeng coldly watched from the sidelines. His face was filled with resentment. He coldly snorted and said, Young Master Song really has tender feelings for the fairer sex. What's the use of having this kind of blind and stupid woman? It's better to kill them both. Song Yu was extremely disappointed. At the beginning he had an indifferent attitude towards Yi Dingdang. But after his repeated failures, his interest towards Yi Dingdang grew. In the end he made up his mind to take her for himself. But it seemed that this goal would be extremely difficult to achieve. Song Hanjun saw his son's expression and murderously said, Yi Dingdang, since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being impolite. How many moves do you think you can take from me? Yi Dingdang raised her head and jokingly asked, Then how many moves do you think you can take to defeat me? Ah, you still want to use a few moves? Good, you really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Then I'll help you. Within 10 moves you will definitely fall. I want you to watch with your own eyes as Tang Zheng dies in front of you. Song Hanjun wildly laughed. Then let's make a bet. Yi Dingdang said. Bet? Bet on what? Bet that you won't be able to take me down within 10 moves. Song Hanjun was stunned for a moment, then immediately began to laugh loudly. This was truly the biggest joke in the world. Yi Dingdang was a Hotian realm martial artist and Song Hanjun was indeed a Xiantian realm martial artist. There was an insurmountable chasm between the two. This was a principle that any martial artist would understand. That was why Song Hanjun was so confident. In fact, in his opinion, he would be able to defeat Yi Dingdang within 5 moves. Saying that he would be able to defeat her within 10 moves was already giving him face. The others looked at Yi Dingdang in disbelief. Qin Badian hurriedly stopped her. Miss Yi, you must not let your guard down. With me here, it won't be easy for him to kill Tang Zheng. Yi Dingdang glanced at him. Qin Badian's body was already covered in wounds. It was obvious that he was not Song Hanjuan's opponent. If the two of them continued to fight, then Qin Badian might even lose his life. This point was obvious to anyone with eyes, but Qin Badian still did not hesitate. This kind of spirit was worthy of respect. Tang Zheng's heart trembled as he persuaded, Mr. Qin, you have already done so much for me. There is no need to throw your life away. If I really am destined to die, then I have nothing to say. Qin Badian retorted, no, I said that I will protect you, so I will definitely protect you. Qin Badian may not be a powerful character, but my words are like nails. Haha, Qin Badian, you really have a backbone and are loyal to your friends. After I take care of Tang Zheng, I will naturally take care of you. Don't think that you are a big shot. The reason why you can stand firm in the capital is because we can't be bothered to take care of you. If we really wanted to take care of you, we could easily crush you to death. Song Hanjun said with disdain. Come then. Qin Badian stepped forward. Yi Dingdang hurriedly stopped him. Song Hanjun, don't change the topic. I bet that you won't be able to defeat me within 10 moves. Do you dare to bet with me? You can't be feeling guilty, right? Aha, so the Song family is only SOSO? Song Hanjuan's eyebrows twitched. Humph, what do I not dare to bet with you? Since you are so intent on sending yourself to death, then I will fulfill your wish. However, I am not prepared to kill you. If you lose, then you will accompany my son tonight. Company Song Yu? The meaning was too obvious. Yi Dingdang's face flushed red as she glanced at the father and son pair. She did not expect that he would raise such a condition. Song Yu was slightly startled as she looked at her father. She suddenly realized that Yi Dingdang could already be considered as his inner demons. If he could not obtain her and get rid of this inner demons, then his future martial path would be filled with difficulties. If he could get rid of this inner demons, then his future cultivation would be twice the result with half the effort. As someone who had been through this before, Song Hanjun was clearly very experienced. When Tang Zheng heard this condition, his eyes flashed with anger as he immediately rejected, no, I won't bet with you. If you want to kill me, then do it. Haha, Tang Zheng, I still thought that you were a little man who hid behind a woman. I never thought that you still had some backbone. Song Hanjun said with ridicule. Chu Xiaofeng sarcastically said with bad intentions, what backbone does he have? He only knows how to hide behind others. Chu Xiaofeng, don't make sarcastic remarks. You know very well who is usually hiding behind others. Without the Chu family, what are you? How could Yi Dingdang tolerate her beloved being humiliated? She immediately retorted. Chu Xiaofeng was poked in the back and his face was as red as a monkey's butt. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices as he roared, I see that you are arrogant now, but in a moment you will know how to beg for mercy. Tang Zheng turned a deaf ear to these sarcastic remarks. He tugged at Yi Dingdang's sleeve and advised in a low voice, don't be impulsive. You go first, I have a way to escape. Yi Dingdang rolled her eyes at him and said, what way do you have to escape? Now you want to lie to me, do you think I am so easy to fool? But the stakes are too high. You don't need to fall into it. Tang Zheng was really worried about her. After all, the difference in cultivation between the two sides was too great. Yi Dingdang shrugged and said without fear, if the stakes are not high, how can it be fun? Could it be that you have so little confidence in me that you are afraid that I will lose? Song Hanjun is not an ordinary person. Tang Zheng said with hesitation. Yi Dingdang stared at him, then I am not an ordinary person. Moreover, didn't you just teach me the wind-chasing sword technique? This is a good opportunity for Song Hanjun to test it out. Tang Zheng did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had just imparted the wind-chasing sword technique to her on a whim and she was actually so confident. He did not know if he should say that his heart was too big. Could it be that you have no confidence in your own sword technique? Yi Dingdang stared at him and asked. Tang Zheng felt bitter. Although he could see that the wind-chasing sword technique was not an ordinary technique, Yi Dingdang had just demonstrated it once. If she were to face an opponent like Song Hanjun, Tang Zheng did not have the confidence that she could last more than 10 moves. If she lost, then her loss would be too great. Humph, since you have no confidence in me, then I will let you see my strength today. Moreover, you have saved me before, so today I will save you once. I will let you know that I, Yi Dingdang, am not an ungrateful person. Yi Dingdang pouted and vowed. What are you two whispering to each other for? Do you not want to agree to this condition? Fine, then there is no need for us to continue talking. I will directly deal with you two. Song Hanjun said with a murderous look. I promise you. Yi Dingdang said without fear, but I also have a condition. If you lose, then scram as far away as you can. Don't have any ideas about Tangzheng. Haha, this kind of situation will never happen. Song Hanjun laughed. You don't dare to agree to this condition, right? Yi Dingdang curled her lips and said with disdain. What is there to be afraid of, I promise you? Song Hanjun said with a smile, as if Yi Dingdang really was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, allowing him to knead her however he wanted. Actually, Song Hanjun agreed to this bet because he wanted Yi Dingdang to willingly accompany Song Yu. This would not only get rid of Song Yu's inner demons, but it would also shut the Ye family's mouth. It was killing two birds with one stone. Moreover, he would not suffer any losses. It was a sure-win situation. Now that things have come to this, there was no way to change it.
Chapter 2035. Coldine Spring. Is this a trap laid by someone else? Xiao Qin stood in front of the well and entered deep thought. After a while, he decided to go down and take a look. I'll accompany you. If anything happens, we can look after each other, Sang said softly. It's fine. If there is really any danger, it will be easier for me to escape alone. Don't worry. Without giving Sang a chance to refuse, Xiao Qin gently leaped into the well. It's fine. If there is really any danger, it will be easier for me to escape alone. Don't worry. Not giving Sang a chance to refuse, Xiao Qin gently leaped into the well. Sang looked at the well and then the surroundings, entering deep thought. Soon, he soared into the air and looked down at the surroundings. He saw indistinct mountain ranges in the distance. The entire terrain gave off an indescribably strange feeling. Below, in the well, Xiao Qin descended for a long time. Finally, his feet touched the ground, and he landed. Whoosh! The instant Xiao Qin's feet touched the ground, a chill assaulted him. Xiao Qin's body trembled uncontrollably. He felt inattributed qi in his body, and the chill was overwhelming. If he wanted to remove it, he would have to waste a lot of veritable essence energy. Xiao Qin circulated the ice feather divine incantation and directly absorbed this inattributed qi, turning it into the power of his ice domain. When he looked up, he could see a bowl-sized light. The ancient well was probably 10 kilometers deep. When he thought about it, he realized that he was now 10 kilometers underground. He could not help but be exceptionally cautious. As for the surroundings, it was pitch black. He could only see within 100 meters. Xiao Qin groped his way forward in the darkness. The narrow path widened as he walked. However, the terrain became increasingly complicated. Soon, his vision suddenly widened. Xiao Qin had already arrived at an underground cavern. The inverted stalactites were 2 meters long. They gave off a crystalline light, barely allowing him to see the entire cavern. One had to admit that the strange stalactites and the night view of the water looked rather shocking and wondrous. After admiring it for a while, Xiao Qin followed the water and headed upstream. The inattributed qi became increasingly denser. To his surprise, Xiao Qin discovered that his frost domain was rapidly expanding. At this rate, it would not be long before Xiao Qin broke through and comprehended the ice great Tao. His ice domain had long reached the limits. He only lacked a fortuitous encounter, and he could break through to the power of great Tao. Perhaps, this was an opportunity. With this thought, Xiao Qin circulated the ice feather divine art to its limits. The cold qi around Xiao Qin condensed into strands of cold qi that glimmered in the night sky. The cold qi around him grew thicker and thicker. The cold qi that had condensed into threads had already condensed into feathers. Countless ice feathers flew up and down, looking exceptionally beautiful. Along the way, they came across many round stone pillars that were wrapped in layers of thick ice. It stood abruptly on the ground. The underground environment was really strange. They didn't run into any danger along the way, but that made Xiaoqin even more cautious. He felt that something was off. Gotcha! Suddenly, Xiaoqin stepped on a patch of frozen ground, and his right foot sank in. The cold qi instantly froze his foot. Xiaoqin cursed himself for being unlucky. Then, he lowered his head and tried to pull his foot out. However, he suddenly felt the danger of impending death. Xiaoqin could not care less about pulling his right foot out. He tilted his body slightly, and a 2-meter-long stalactite silently slid past his face and into the ground. Whoosh! The sharpness of the stalactite surpassed Xiaoqian's expectations. The long stalactite directly pierced into the ground, not making a sound. Xiaoqin immediately felt a chill run down his back. If he had not dodged, this stalactite would have pierced through his head and body, killing him on the spot. Was it a coincidence? There did not seem to be any formation fluctuations or signs of anyone controlling it. It could only be explained as a coincidence. After pulling his frozen right foot out, Xiaoqin stretched his legs. He had to be even more careful from now on. No, suddenly, Xiaoqin thought of something and looked back. He saw that on the way here, he looked at the round stone pillars that had suddenly appeared on the ground, and he felt an inexplicable sense of fear. Xiaoqin threw a palm strike ferociously, and a saber wind spread out. All the dust on the surface of the circular stone pillar fell off in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. As the thick stone chips peeled off bit by bit, the cylindrical stones revealed their true bodies. They were all corpses. The frozen corpses stood erect on the ground. Their blank expressions before they died could even be seen clearly. The saber wind didn't stop, and in the next moment, all the corpses were turned into dust. Xiaoqian's face was deathly pale. He was completely frightened out of his wits. With his courage, there were very few things that could scare him. However, the scene before him had truly frightened him. It turned out that he had already walked through many paths of death before this. If he had been the slightest bit careless, he would have lost his life on the spot. Xiaoqin recalled the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. In the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories, there was a kind of exquisite killing formation that completely merged with the natural environment. One would not even be able to sense the existence of the killing formation. Even when one died, one would not understand what happened. I can't go any further. The killing formation of this place already surpassed Xiaoqian's understanding. Even a divine Vane Realm's sovereign emperor might not be able to leave alive. When Xiaoqin sized up the area in front, he felt that the rather ordinary underground environment was filled with killing intent. Xiaoqin sent out a few palm winds and discovered several more corpses in various states of death. The only thing they had in common was that they all had blank expressions, not understanding what was going on. Among them, Xiaoqin even discovered the corpse of a sovereign emperor. Most of the frigid qi in the surroundings came from the corpse. Xiaoqin understood why this spring dried up. Someone once discovered the secret of the cold Yin spring and came down to explore it. In the end, they all died in there. None of them left. The influence of the cold qi on these corpses suddenly intensified, affecting the flow of the cold Yin spring. The cold spring dried up, and the death gate of the killing formation opened. On the contrary, the life gate might appear only after the cold spring flowed. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqin chopped these frozen corpses into pieces. Then, he sat down cross-legged and cultivated without moving. Right now, he was already in a dead end. If he returned rashly, he would definitely die. Only when the cold Yin spring flowed again could this killing formation disappear, giving him a chance at survival. Xiaoqin drove the ice feather divine incantation, continuously absorbing the surrounding cold qi. Firstly, he could save himself and use this opportunity to break through and comprehend the ice great Tao. Whoosh! Whoosh! The surrounding cold qi gathered at Xiaoqin like a storm. Boundless ice feathers danced in the air like goose feathers. Xiaochen held his breath and focused, not bothering with anything. He had experience with the Thunder Great Dao and the Saber Great Dao. Xiaochen was very experienced in breaking through the Ice Great Dao. He did not panic, taking his time. Ding dong. Ding dong. Time passed slowly. After some time, the sound of water dripping rang out in Xiaochen's ears. With a thought, "It's coming." Xiaochen continuously absorbed the cold qi. The cold qi plummeted, and the coldine spring flowed again. Xiaochen needed to break through before the coldine spring arrived. The life gate would give him only one chance. Charge! 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 A heroic spirit surged in Xiaochen's heart as he drove the ice feather divine incantation to its limits. His long hair fluttered, and his fine black hair gave off a jade-white light. His entire body radiated cold qi. Then, Xiaochen saw spots of white light the size of grains of rice appear behind him. In the next moment, the spots of white light suddenly gave off a bright light and turned into a complete Dao disc behind Xiaochen. Boom! Xiaochen opened his eyes and saw an ice spring surging over from upstream. It was like a dragon, wanting to swallow him up. Before Xiaochen could feel the ice Dao's great Dao energy, he leaped up and rushed forward. The ice spring gushed endlessly behind him. The life gate of the killing formation was fully open. As Xiaochen rushed forward, he did not run into any danger. Xiaochen retraced his original path and finally arrived at the bottom of the well. Without even thinking, his veritable essence energy surged and exploded under his feet. Then, he leaped up and soared into the sky. Boom! In the next moment, Xiaochen soared into the sky. Soon, he leaped out of the well and hovered in midair. Xiaochen landed on the ground and retreated to the side with Sang. Then, he informed Sang of the situation underground. Sang said with a grave expression, "You ran into a heavenly Dao killing formation. This kind of killing formation merged with the heavenly Dao. It is extremely profound and formless. Being able to return alive is truly luck. It is not fake at all." Xiaochen also felt some lingering fear. If he had continued forward at that time, he might have died in there without realizing it. Sang paused for a moment before saying, "The person who laid this killing formation is extremely profound. If someone dies, it means that the secret of the coldine spring was discovered. Furthermore, when someone dies, the spring dries up, no longer attracting the attention of others. This is a very natural form of self-protection. It is truly indescribable." Xiaochen thought about it carefully and also found it somewhat scary. Just at this moment, the coldine spring rushed out of the well and turned into a wave soaring into the sky, attracting the two's attention. Spring water gushed out and sprinkled in the surroundings. When the villagers saw this scene, they all stirred up and rushed out. All of them felt wild with joy. Water was scarce in the desolate sea. Having an underground spring was enough to feed hundreds of families. Since this coldine spring dried up, the villagers had to travel 50 kilometers to get water from the villages they had a good relationship with. Now that the spring water was flowing again, they no longer had to beg others for water. The overjoyed villagers all smiled as they bathed in the spring water. Several of them took out farming tools to store water, their faces filled with smiles. When Xiaochen and Sang saw this scene, they revealed smiles. Their expressions involuntarily warmed up significantly. No matter how many startling secrets this coldine spring had, it was just a well to feed ordinary people. The person who laid down the killing formation was someone who did not miss out on anything. He definitely could not have predicted this. Many times, life was simpler. Not knowing and not understanding was bliss. The person who laid the formation had incredible means and might not be as happy as the simple villagers. Chapter 2036. Who do you think laid this heavenly Dao killing formation? Xiao Chen and Sang chatted in soft voices. Sang shrugged and said, "How can I know? Just take your time." As the two spoke, Grandpa Seven walked over with a smile on his face. This was the first time Xiao Chen saw Grandpa Seven so happy. This is. When Grandpa Seven saw Sang, he felt slightly surprised. Xiao Chen introduced, "This is my friend Sang. Without his help, we would not have been able to draw out the spring water." Many thanks, many thanks." Sang nodded and said, "You are too polite." Xiao Chen thought for a while before asking, "Grandpa Seven, what other ingredients do you need? I'll go get them for you." Right. I made a list. See if you can do it. Don't worry. Leave it to me. The Dragon Race's excellent wine, Heartburn, was not only an excellent wine but also something that could raise one's cultivation. It could even be used when one advanced to sovereign personage. Naturally, Xiao Chen would do his best to obtain it. 3 days later, the gushing spring water slowly receded. The Coldine spring settled in a place similar to the ancient well. Xiao Chen busied himself with the various ingredients that Grandpa Seven needed, doing his best to run errands. When Xiao Chen had free time, he would read the records left by his grandfather in the village. Today, that little brother from the dragon tribe actually went down into the ancient well. That's an ancient well that our ancestors have warned us not to go down. That little brother went down for a long time. In the middle of the night, I heard strange cries coming from the ancient well. Feeling worried, I came out to take a look. Aside from the exceptionally scarlet blood moon reflected in the water, there was nothing strange. When that little brother came out the next day, he had an excited expression on his face. He told me that he discovered an incredible secret in the well, that he knew where the dragon head was. When Xiao Chen reached this part, he showed a slightly stunned expression. Then, he hurriedly flipped to the next page. However, the second page talked about something else and did not record anything. The previous generation Heaven Dragon went down the ancient well. Did that little brother go further than me? He even discovered the secret in the ancient well. Xiao Chen showed a grave expression as he looked at the records. Xiao Chen continued reading. Little brother went to the Azure Mountain again today. Every time he went, he showed an unsightly expression. My ancestors told me not to go to the Green Mountain, because I would be cursed if I went there. But I know that even if I tell him, he won't listen, so I can only let him be. Every night, we tremble in fear, afraid that the desolate slaves will come out. Ever since little brother came, the desolate slaves seem to take special care of our village. Fortunately, little brother is here. The desolate slaves cannot kill him. I wonder how strong little brother is. Winter is here, and the ground is covered with snow. Little brother hasn't left yet. With him around, the people in the village won't go hungry. It's a blessing. This winter won't be too difficult. Too scary, too scary. It was unknown what array the little brother had set up, but the killing mountain that was thousands of miles away seemed to be roaring angrily. Many streams of light entered the Green Mountain. That Green Mountain trembled, flowing light flickering about. It was as if blood vessels were flowing, as if it was going to come to life in the next moment. The villagers were scared silly. They trembled in fear and did not dare to go out. But the little brother didn't stop. He flew above the Green Mountain. I saw the blood moon and the great sun appear at the same time. Many terrifying people charged over. The little brother seemed to be injured. I looked through the window and saw that the little brother seemed to have lured them into the ancient well. 3 days passed, but the little brother did not come out. Those terrifying people did not come out either. It has been several months. I know that the little brother is definitely fine. However, he definitely won't come again. The village is finally at peace. The little brother really did not come again, Pa. Xiaochen closed the notebook and pushed off the ground. When he arrived at the Coldine Spring, he felt an urge to jump in immediately. It turned out that the people below were all lured down by the Heaven Dragon. He tricked all those sovereign emperors and sovereign personages to death. The Heaven Dragon was indeed a ruthless person. The old village chief was right. The Green Mountain was indeed cursed. The Heaven Dragon's ending was truly miserable. One could not go to the Green Mountain casually. However, the Blood Moon and the Great Sun appeared in the desolate sea's night sky at the same time. What exactly did the Heaven Dragon do? What exactly did he discover? Did he know why the Blue Dragon was destroyed? Did he know who the person who set this up was? After that, he was locked up in the Starry Heavens Dragon Prison, suffering for eternity. Xiaochen's reasoning suddenly felt somewhat terrifying. If the Heaven Dragon was locked up in the Starry Heavens Dragon Prison not because he provoked the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor but because he discovered a startling secret, then who exactly did he offend? Why was he even more horrifying than the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor? After looking at the ancient well and calming down, Xiaochen no longer had any impulses. He did not have the cultivation of the Heaven Dragon yet. It was hard to say if he could survive after going down. Big brother, what are you looking at? Xiaochen turned his head and saw Qingqin. He had not seen this little girl for several days. She was no longer like when he first saw her, crying. She was already satisfied with returning to the village and being able to take care of her younger brother. Although Xiaochen said that he would not return, he actually could not bear to part with her. Let me take a look as well. Qingqin hopped over and leaned against the mouth of the well to take a look. Xiaochen quickly turned around, worried that this little girl would fall in. How strange. Why is there a moon in the water? Isn't it daytime now? There is a moon. Xiaochen went over to take a look and found nothing strange about the water in the well. Just as he was about to say something, Qingqin said, "The moon slipped away again." Xiaochen immediately laughed hoarsely. Then, he carried Qingqin to the side and warned, "Don't come over again. This well is very deep. If you fall in, you will die." "Right, I'll listen to Big Brother." Xiaochen rubbed Qingqin's head and said, "Go back and take good care of your younger brother." As Xiaochen watched the other party leave, he revealed a faint smile. Then, he raised his head and looked into the distance, at the Azure Mountain in the distance. The lonely mountain peak looked crisp and clear. Not a single blade of grass grew on it as it stood tall on the ground. The villagers within 5,000 kilometers worshipped it. Xiaochen still had to go and take a look. What exactly was the connection between the Azure Mountain and the ancient well? He had to make a trip there to figure it out. Xiaochen gently pushed off with his feet and flew towards the Azure Mountain. "Are you really going? This mountain is cursed. It will bring bad luck." Sang reminded Xiaochen from the Divine Universe Steel. How can a cultivator believe this? If there is a curse, we just have to remove it. There was no lack of secret techniques for curses in the Great Thousand Realms. Curses were not that mysterious to cultivators. When Xiaochen saw the nearby Azure Mountain, he realized that it was still some distance away. The distance between them and the village was very far. In just a short while, they had left the village far behind. By the time Xiaochen got close, the sky had already turned dark. An incredibly vast and majestic setting sun slowly set in the distance, half of it already disappearing into the horizon. Every time one saw the desolate sea's setting sun, they would feel shocked, sensing its vastness and boundlessness. It was just like the desolate sea's blood moon, which felt cold and sinister. They were polar opposites. "Did you sense anything?" Sang asked softly as he appeared beside Xiaochen. The two were still 10 kilometers from the Azure Mountain. They did not enter rashly. They extended out their spiritual sense and carefully checked. Xiaochen did indeed feel something strange. The space around the azure mountain was exceptionally cold and sinister. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense sensed resentment, invisible to the naked eye, spreading everywhere. Indeed, ordinary people could not get close. If they did, they would immediately go crazy from the negative emotions. However, aside from this, Xiao Chen also felt a sense of familiarity. It was like a voice in his heart was calling out to him. Don't move first. I'll go over and take a look. Xiao Chen stepped forward alone, walking towards the azure mountain step by step. Immediately, countless negative emotions assaulted him. Pain, dissatisfaction, and rage filled Xiao Chen's mind, trying to drive him crazy. Xiao Chen maintained his calm as he slowly approached the azure mountain. To Xiao Chen, 10 kilometers only took a few steps to cross. However, these few steps were not easy. Instead, it felt like he was walking on thin ice, every step taken cautiously. When Xiao Chen arrived at the foot of the mountain, he looked up at the azure mountain and felt a sense of familiarity. However, just as Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and touched the azure mountain, the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art in his body instantly suppressed the purple thunder divine incantation. The demonic cloud heaven swallowing art circulated wildly, and demonic chi spread out from his body. The entire azure mountain exuded strands of black aura. Xiao Chen quickly let go and took a step back, sweat pouring down his face. What happened to you earlier? You scared me to death. There was no movement for 4 hours. Sang said worriedly as he rushed over to Xiao Chen's side. 4 hours. However, Xiao Chen clearly felt that it was only an instant. He was greatly startled when he looked around and discovered that the sky had already turned completely dark. The blood moon already hung high in the night sky. 4 hours had really passed. This startled Xiao Chen. What happened earlier? I'll go up and take a look. This azure mountain is somewhat strange. I have to figure it out. Xiao Chen gently pushed off the ground and turned into a bolt of lightning, soaring up. After a while, his figure appeared and landed at the place where the solitary peak was cut off. The instant Xiao Chen's feet touched the ground, he immediately felt boundless demonic chi pour into his body. His eyes instantly turned scarlet. Sang was greatly startled when he saw Xiao Chen standing under the huge blood moon. His white robes and long hair fluttered chaotically, and his eyes turned scarlet. Under the blood moon on the azure mountain, Xiao Chen looked like he was in the moon, looking incredibly strange. Scatter! Xiao Chen shouted and scattered all the demonic chi in his body. Then, he circulated the purple thunder divine incantation at full power, suppressing the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. The scarlet in Xiao Chen's eyes slowly receded, and his mind recovered. However, he still felt some lingering fear. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen, who was looking into the distance on the lone peak, suddenly frowned. A fiery light soared into the sky where the village was. It was destroyed. Chapter 2037. Fire lit up everywhere where the village was. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat as he leaped down from the azure mountain. The demon blood vulture turned into a beam of red light and caught Xiao Chen, who had jumped down. Then, they rushed towards the village. Whoosh! Sang gently leaped onto the demon blood vulture's back. When he looked into the distance, he immediately felt startled. Oh no! The village is in trouble. No village would be on fire for no reason. In the desolate sea, which was filled with roving bandits, such a scene could only mean one thing: the roving bandits broke into the village. Every once in a while, roving bandits would sweep through a village in the desolate sea. However, when Xiao Chen saw the village that he had stayed in for so long suddenly suffer a calamity, he felt an indescribable rage in his heart. At this moment, outside the burning village, wooden stakes were hammered into the ground. A villager was tied to each wooden stake. Hundreds of roving bandits rode ferocious horses as they looked at this group of people with sinister smiles. Paw. 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 Iron Egg's flesh was lacerated, dripping with blood. However, he gritted his teeth and did not make a sound. Bastard! Brat, weren't you very awe-inspiring earlier? You killed a few of my brothers. Why are you not awe-inspiring now? This old man will whip you to death. The bandit leader held his whip and lashed it a few times. Then, he spat on Iron Egg. Iron Egg's eyes turned red as he gritted his teeth. However, he could not do anything. Too strong. This group of people is too strong. Even if Big Brother Xiao taught me a saber technique and can block these bandits, I will not be able to last one strike before the demon envoys. Why? Why? This group of bastards. Why did they burn down the village, not even letting off the elderly and children? Sob. 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 All the villagers, young and old, were tied to the wooden stakes. Several children were so frightened that they started crying loudly. Their cries sounded incredibly miserable in the night. However, this group of roving bandits laughed without a care in the world. Some of them even ran over to torture the elderly and children. You bastards! Come at me if you have any problems. Iron Egg roared in dissatisfaction as he vomited a mouthful of blood. The bandit leader had a dark complexion and a tall and sturdy figure. He revealed a cruel smile. You finally spoke. Hee hee, don't worry. In any case, all of you will die later. Bruiser kept struggling against the chains on his body, causing the wooden stake to sway back and forth, but to no avail. The bandit leader laughed. I don't have time to play with you. Behave yourself. Paw. Another whip landed on Bruiser's mouth. Bruiser's flesh split open, and the pain almost made him faint. The leader of the roving bandits walked over to the wooden stake that village chief 7th was tied to. Not far from this wooden stake stood a cold and arrogant young man. The young man was wearing black armor and a blood-colored cloak. There was a strange pattern embroidered on the chest of the armor, which should be the symbol of a certain sect. Sir, please let them go. This time, it's my fault. If there's any lord, you can just blame me. The 7th lord looked at the young man and said in a choked voice. The young man remained expressionless as he said indifferently, I gave you a chance. I said that if you come across a purine body, you have to hand it over immediately. Did I say that? When Grandpa 7th heard that, his aged face trembled slightly, but he could not say anything in response. Answer me. Did I say that? Sir said that. Grandpa 7th lowered his head and answered softly. Since you know, why hide it? Our Heavenly Slaughter sect has been in this region for many years, and we have been upholding justice by interacting with you. As long as you hand over the children on time, we will not come and cause trouble for you. If you hand over a purine body, you will even receive a reward. The young man paused for a moment before continuing indifferently, if I do not kill one to warn 100, how will I convince others in the future? Tell me, do you think you deserve to be killed? Grandpa 7th remained silent, unable to say anything. Humph. I gave you face, but you rejected it. You have to show some colors before you know who's better. You mortals are really despicable. Continue whipping. The young man ordered, not wasting his breath. What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear what Lord Demon Envoy said? Hurry up. The bandit leader quickly shouted in a fawning manner. Then, he smiled and said, Lord Demon Envoy, there is no need to bother with these lowly commoners. Just rest at the side. Teach them to us, lest you dirty your hands. The young man showed a cold expression as he said indifferently, torture them until midnight before you can kill them. Tell your subordinates to pay attention. What I need are the souls with the heaviest resentment. Don't mess it up. However, right after the young man spoke, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked up. He saw a large bird covered in scarlet flames in the night sky, spreading its wings as it flew over, exuding an overwhelming demonic nature. A demon blood vulture. The young man's eyes lit up. Furthermore, it was a mutated demon blood vulture, a peak-quality demonic pet that the demonic Tao dreamed of. Whoosh! Just as the young man was about to ask who his friend was, countless saber lights flashed in the night sky. Countless saber lights flickered in the night. In the next moment, all the roving bandits in front of the wooden dummies were minced into pieces by the saber lights without exception. The bandit leader was so frightened that his legs went numb. He took a few steps back, stumbled, and fell heavily to the ground. The black-armored young man's expression immediately turned extremely sullen. As he stared at the descending Xiaoqin, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Sir, what is the meaning of this?" Xiaoqin did not reply to the black-armored young man. Instead, he swept his gaze over the villagers on the wooden pillars. All the villagers, young and old, regardless of gender, were tortured. No one escaped. After taking a few steps, Xiaoqin arrived before Iron Egg. As Iron Egg looked at Xiaoqin, he started crying. "Big brother Xiao, I'm useless." Iron Egg had many things he wanted to say. However, when he truly saw Xiaoqin, his chest filled with rage, but he did not know where to start. All the things he wanted to say were contained in these 3 words. "You've suffered, Iron Egg." Xiaoqin patted Iron Egg's shoulder, calming his emotions. His heart bled as he did his best to suppress the murderous intent in his heart. "Friend, I advise you not to interfere in the matters of our Heavenly Slaughter sect. The Heavenly Slaughter sect is not an existence that you can afford to offend." The black-armored cultivator felt that although Xiaoqin was not a sovereign personage, he felt immense pressure for some reason. Feeling somewhat unconfident, the black-armored cultivator used the name of his sect to scare Xiaoqin away. The Heavenly Slaughter sect. Xiaoqin muttered to himself, entering deep thought. That's right. It is the rank 7 Heavenly Slaughter sect. Not to mention you, even the major sects of the northern region and eastern region would not dare to interfere in the matters of our Heavenly Slaughter sect. I see that you are a dragon race cultivator, so I'll give you some face and let it go this time. Quickly withdraw. When the black-armored cultivator saw that the Heavenly Slaughter sect's name was effective, he slowly regained his confidence. Then, electric light flashed, and a fist light charged at the black-armored cultivator at an incredible speed. The black-armored cultivator wanted to retreat, so he quickly tried to block. However, he missed. Bang! The fist light struck the black-armored cultivator's face, and 200 cauldron force instantly exploded. This early-stage holy venerate Heavenly Slaughter sect demonic envoy died on the spot, not even leaving a corpse behind. Ka-Xie. On the other side, Sang helped the villagers undo their chains. At the same time, he infused gentle veritable essence energy into them to treat everyone's injuries. Soon, Sang arrived beside Xiaoqin. He whispered, "Fortunately, we arrived in time. Everyone is fine. However, I did not see little Qingqin. I did not see little Qingqin." Before leaving, Xiaoqin had patted the little girl's head. The smile on her face had yet to fade from his mind. Xiaoqin walked over to the village chief and sighed, "Grandpa 7, stop hiding things from me. Why did you chase little Qingqin out back then?" Grandpa 7 wept as he replied, "Little Qingqin has a purine body. She is a good cauldron for the demonic Tao sects to cultivate their evil cultivation techniques. As long as she was discovered, it would bring disaster to the entire village. However, this old man could not take the initiative to send her out. So, I could only chase her out." When Xiaoqin heard that, he felt slightly stunned. The many cultivation techniques of the demonic Tao sects did indeed require a purine body. Grandpa 7 was right. Ordinary people could not resist demonic Tao cultivators at all. Xiaoqin also understood why Grandpa Seven did not tell Xiaoqin at the start. The demonic Tao and the righteous Tao coexisted in the desolate sea. The demonic Tao even suppressed the righteous Tao. Similar things had happened countless times. Which group of bandits did not have a large sect supporting them? In Grandpa Seven's opinion, telling Xiaoqin was sending him to his death. Perhaps Grandpa Seven had seen many hot-blooded people in his life. When they saw injustice, they drew their weapons and attacked. However, they ended up losing their lives. Time had worn away this old man's sharpness. When facing the desolate sea, his heart had already died. Grandpa Seven did not tell Xiaoqin because he wanted to deal with it himself. He wanted to seek peace for the village at the Peach Blossom Wine Festival. At some point, Sang arrived, carrying the bandit leader. This fellow wanted to run, but I caught him. After seeing Xiaoqian's means, the bandit leader was so frightened that he was at a loss for what to do, continuously begging for mercy. "Milord! Milord! Spare me! I was forced." Xiaoqin looked at Sang and said, "Help keep an eye on things. I'll go and save little Qin. Don't worry. Leave this to me." Xiaoqin grabbed the bandit leader and leaped into the air, landing on the demon blood vulture expressionlessly. Under the illumination of the blood moon, Xiaoqian's delicate face looked scarily gloomy. It was as Grandpa Seven said. Blood flowed every day in the desolate sea. Even a sage could not stop it. However, Xiaoqin had his own principles in his heart. He could not kill all the demonic Tao sects in the world. However, those who touched his friends had to pay the price. A man's courage should not be worn away by time. Chapter 2038. If Xiaoqin wanted to save Qin, he had to know where she was sent. The Heavenly Slaughter sect's black-armored cultivator had already been killed by Xiaoqin. The only one who knew this was the bandit leader. This was also why Xiaoqin did not kill the bandit leader. "Come up." Xiaoqin lifted the bandit leader onto the demon blood vulture and asked coldly, "Where is Qin sent to?" The bandit leader's eyes darted around as he cried, "Milord, this lowly one really does not know such a secret. Please spare me. Let me go, and I will give you all the resources I have accumulated over the years." Xiaoqin smiled coldly. "You think I am interested in your resources? You are not going to speak, right?" "Paw!" With a slap, Xiaoqin sent the bandit leader flying off the demon blood vulture's back. At this moment, the bandit leader was more than 10 kilometers above the ground. Given the bandit leader's cultivation, he would be severely injured or crippled even if he did not die. The bandit leader immediately screamed in the air, his complexion pale. "I'll speak. I'll speak. Pull me up. Ga. Ga." The demon blood vulture let out a strange laugh as it swooped down and flapped its wings. It treated the bandit leader like a toy, flapping its wings in the air. Sometimes, it would toss him up several kilometers, sometimes, he would fall 10 kilometers. After a few times, the bandit leader's soul nearly left its scabbard in fright. "It's done," Xiaoqin sent a voice projection to the demon blood vulture. "Hee hee. Got it, master." The demon blood vulture had enough fun. It flapped its wings, and a strong suction pulled the bandit leader onto its back. The bandit leader was still startled, unable to recover his wits for a long time. Then, he suddenly met Xiaoqian's gaze and said quickly, "I'll speak. I'll speak." The bandits of various sizes in the vicinity have to hand over 10 girls every 3 months. There is a mountain manor on a mountain range in the north. That is their stronghold. That girl should still be in the mountain manor. "Milord, I already said it. Spare me." How many groups of bandits does the Heavenly Slaughter sect control? How many girls do they need each time? There are too many bandits. They need about 400 to 500 girls each time. Xiaoqin clicked his tongue. He could roughly guess what these little girls would be used for by the demonic path sections. They were either used as cauldrons to cultivate evil techniques, or they were used to collect Ian's souls to refine ghost penance. He just didn't expect there to be so many of them. Xiaoqin had long known that demonic Dao cultivators were vicious and merciless. For the sake of becoming stronger, they would do anything. Today, he finally witnessed it for himself. "Sir, the villa is over there." On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiaoqin looked in the direction that the bandit leader pointed. He saw a brightly lit mountain manor in the mountain range ahead. However, there was something strange about the light. It looked like a ghost flame flickering with a glossy green light, looking exceptionally scary in the desolate sea's night sky. "Sir, we've arrived at the place. Shouldn't you let me go?" The bandit leader carefully begged for mercy. "When did I agree to let you go?" Xiaoqin snorted coldly. He had never agreed to let this person off. Given what the bandit leader had done, he would not regret dying 10,000 times. Before the bandit leader could speak, Xiaoqin tossed the bandit leader down. The demon blood vulture opened its mouth and swallowed the bandit leader. "The meat is really sour and not tasty at all," the demon blood vulture muttered as it digested the meat. Xiaoqin could not be bothered with the picky demon blood vulture. He turned the meat into a ring and wore it on his finger. Then, he put on the death god mask and silently approached the mountain manor in the dark night. This mountain manor should be just one of the heavenly slaughter sect strongholds in this area. However, this stronghold was heavily guarded, and there were even spirit formations and restrictions around it. The formations and restrictions layered over each other, and a huge, formless existence encased the entire mountain manor. Xiaoqin opened his heavenly eye, and the formless existence slowly became clearer. That was a mutated beast with a ghostly face made of countless souls. The horrifying ghostly face hovered above the mountain manor, its body encasing the entire mountain manor. The heavenly slaughter sect truly lived up to being a rank 7 demonic Dao sect. This was just a stronghold, and its restrictions were already so terrifying. If not for Xiaoqin having so many trump cards, he would not have been able to do anything and could only return in defeat. The ghostly face's eyes scanned the surroundings. However, it could not detect Xiaoqin. The death god mask isolated all auras. Right now, Xiaoqin was like air. Even a sovereign emperor could not figure out his true identity. After silently sneaking in, Xiaoqin leaped over the many guards and landed on the wall of the mountain manor. Then, he slowly removed the mask on his face. The mask could be considered one of Xiaoqin's trump cards. If he used the mask to save others, someone with ulterior motives would find out that he was the masked person related to the village. Since Xiaoqin already snuck in, there was no need to wear the mask. The moment Xiaoqin landed, he heard weeping. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw Xiaoqin sneaking through the many buildings of the mountain manor. Soon, he arrived at the source of the sound. This was a dilapidated house. Xiaoqin lay on it and sent in his spiritual sense. Xiaoqin saw more than 300-odd young girls locked up in there. "Cry, cry, cry. You bunch of stinky girls. If you keep crying, I won't give you anything to eat." The door opened, and an old woman with a withered face and a walking stick walked in. Then, she cursed ferociously. The old woman showed a terrifying expression. When she roared, the many young girls no longer dared to cry, only silently sobbing. This old woman is a sovereign personage. Xiaoqin frowned slightly. He did not act rashly, continuing to observe. The old woman continuously searched the young girls. After a while, her gaze landed on Qingqin. The old woman squeezed out a smile and walked over with a smile. "Come, you must be the new girl that was sent over. Don't be afraid. Granny dotes on you." However, Qingqin was frightened. she retreated continuously. Soon, she could no longer move, so she retreated to a corner. "Come, let this granny touch you." The old woman held her walking stick, smiling somewhat horribly. Before Qing Chen could refuse, she placed her hand on Qing Chen's head. A dim light came from the old woman's hand and entered Qing Chen's body. Qing Chen immediately closed her eyes, feeling somewhat pained. Her body gave off a white light. At first, this white light had some green light mixed in. However, in the end, the white light on Qing Chen's body became pure and translucent, as white as divine jade. A faint cold light appeared in the surroundings. When Qing Chen reopened her eyes, they also gave off a jade-like light. A cold moon slowly appeared behind Qing Chen amid the cold light. Extreme Yin body. This startled the old woman, and she quickly let go. Then, she rejoiced. It really is an extreme Yin body. It really is the legendary extreme Yin body. Whoosh! 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 The mysterious phenomenon earlier startled several experts in the mountain manor. In the shabby thatched cottage, a few old men followed a middle-aged man in black armor and quickly walked in. "Manor Lord, this girl has a peak-quality pure Yin body, the legendary extreme Yin body." When the old woman saw the black-armored, middle-aged man, she quickly reported the good news. She looked like she had become several hundred years younger. The black-armored, middle-aged man stared at Qing Chen for a long time. Then, he revealed a smile. "It really is an extreme Yin body. Good. The 8th prince will definitely be happy with this gift. Ha ha ha. Men. Send this girl to our sex branch in the desolate sea. We need to send her back to the dynasty quickly, lest something unexpected happens." Up on the roof, Xiaochen thought, if I had come any later, it would have been too late. Qing Chen actually has an extreme Yin body. Such a body was extremely rare. It was a physique that would drive some demonic Dao cultivators crazy. Stand guard outside. Don't let anyone in. I'll send a message to the main sect and make some preparations. The black-armored, middle-aged man glanced at Qing Chen, feeling wild joy in his heart. He had done a great service this time. Soon, this group of people left one after another, leaving behind a confused Qing Chen. Up on the roof, Xiaochen thought for a while. Then, his figure leaped up and caught up to the black-armored, middle-aged man, jumping onto the roof. Inside the house, the black-armored, middle-aged man took out a medallion and used his spiritual sense to send a message about Qing Chen. The black-armored, middle-aged man did not give Xiaochen any chance to stop him. Damn it! Xiaochen cursed. Then, he shattered the roof beam and punched at the black-armored, middle-aged man. The sudden appearance of Xiaochen startled the black-armored, middle-aged man. In his fluster, he quickly punched. Bang! Who knew, Xiaochen's fist light contained frightening force. A faint azure-colored dragon-shaped vital qi gathered in his fist light. 200 cauldron force instantly exploded. The black-armored, middle-aged man vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back. His vital qi shook the surroundings. The entire house instantly exploded. Someone sneaked in. The entire mountain manor immediately turned chaotic. The hidden cultivators emerged and stood behind the black-armored, middle-aged man. The atmosphere immediately turned tense. Chapter 2039. The sudden explosion threw the entire mountain manor into chaos. A few of the black-armored, middle-aged man's subordinates supported him. His expression appeared somewhat unsightly. Where did this junior come from? To think that he dares to cause trouble in the heavenly slaughter sect's base. The old woman that Xiaochen saw earlier shouted as she looked at Xiaochen while holding her walking stick. The other party looked like they had the advantage in numbers. However, the truly powerful ones were the black-armored, middle-aged man and the old woman, two initial sovereign personages, whom Xiaochen feared. After Xiaochen injured the black-armored, middle-aged man with one punch, the remaining old woman was no match for Xiaochen. You do not need to know who I am. Today, none of you can leave. Xiaochen looked at the people in the mountain manor. His white robes showed an indifferent expression, appearing extremely cold. To think that such a demonic Tao sect like the Heavenly Slaughter sect raised young girls like pigs and dogs, using them as cultivation furnaces. They were utterly devoid of conscience and deserved to be killed. How arrogant! You are just an insignificant holy venerate, yet you are ridiculously arrogant. Kill him. The old woman smiled coldly, and the many demonic Tao cultivators behind her stepped forward. Demonic flames surged from their bodies, and their auras soared. They used martial techniques that Xiaochen rarely came into contact with as they charged over. When they worked together, their auras were boundlessly vast. The dense demonic qi in the night looked exceptionally terrifying. Xiaochen did not need to waste time with this group of people. Relying on his acquired divine body, Xiaochen circulated his vital qi, and a faint azure vital qi merged into a blue dragon. A casual punch brought out a strong dragon might. Furthermore, his vital qi reached a startling 200 cauldron force. Bang! 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 These holy venerates were demonic Tao cultivators of varying strength. However, Xiaochen easily tore them apart like he was breaking dry branches. Practically no one could take a punch from Xiaochen. In mere moments, the demonic Tao cultivators charging over turned into blood splattering in the air. Xiaochen's white robes remained untainted by the blood splattering in the air. His dragon might did not appear angry. Damn it! He's a body cultivator. Use the sky-killing array to kill him. The black-armored cultivator caught his breath and led the others back. Then, he saw the disciples taking out their formation flags. The ghost-faced soul beast that shrouded the mountain manor roared angrily. It turned from formless to corporeal and lunged at Xiaochen. The light of the sun and moon. Xiaochen snorted coldly. The sun and moon behind him rose into the sky at the same time, instantly overshadowing the ghost-faced exotic beast's terrifying aura. Xiaochen's will of soul was much stronger than his cultivation. His will of soul had broken through the shackles of a sovereign personage long ago. The mysterious phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together was comparable to the soul will of a great perfection sovereign personage. Tao of Thunder. Accompanied by the sun and moon shining together phenomenon, the peak consummation thunder great Tao appeared. Xiaochen did not hold back at all. He used the peak thunder great Tao energy, his soul energy, and the blue dragon's vital qi to punch. Hua! The explosive fished light was like the blazing sun in the night sky, illuminating the surroundings. Immediately, the mountain manor became as bright as day. This punch instantly blasted the ghost-faced exotic beast charging at Xiaochen into ashes. The old woman holding a walking stick looked at Xiaochen incredulously. This is impossible. You are so young. How can you have such a strong will of soul? Who exactly are you? Do your elders know what you have done? Now, the old woman suspected that the unremarkable Xiaochen might be a true inheritor of a rank 7 sect. Or perhaps he was the scion of an ancient noble clan. Otherwise, a holy venerate could not possibly erupt with such terrifying strength. With such strength, Xiaochen would be considered a peak existence among the Heavenly Slaughter sect's true inheritors. The black-armored, middle-aged man said with a sullen expression, he is a dragon race cultivator, however, he only has a mixed-blood dragon bloodline. No matter who you are or what your background is, you have already caused great trouble. No one can save you. When Xiaochen heard that, he smiled and said, interesting. Even at this moment, you are still concerned about who I am. Think about how the two of you are going to survive first. Supreme Dragon Fist, leaderless dragons. Whoosh! Veritable essence energy surged, and his chi and blood surged. Dragon roars rang out as Xiaochen punched. Xiaochen's entire body trembled, and killing chi spread out. Then, it merged with his veritable essence energy and turned into strands of dragon chi moving about in the sky, materializing thousands of dragon images. A dragon image appeared in the sky. Guided by the force of Xiaochen's punch, it swooped down. Countless dragon images swept through the surroundings, attacking all the demonic Dao cultivators in the mountain manor indiscriminately. Bang! 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 The many dragon images flattened the mountain manor in an instant. Miserable cries rang out. Many of the demonic Dao cultivators who could not block vomited blood when the dragon images crashed into them, severely injuring them. The Supreme Dragon Fist was the dragon race's most ferocious fist technique. The moment it was executed, it showed a boundlessly tyrannical scene. After Xiaochen advanced to peak consummation Holy Venerate, this was the first time he used the Supreme Dragon Fist against an enemy. This resulted in a startling scene. Those whose cultivations were weaker than Xiaochen's were instantly severely injured by the first punch, losing their combat prowess. Among the thousands of dragon images, only the black-armored, middle-aged man and that old woman remained, stubbornly resisting. Damn it! What fist technique is this? Why have I never heard of it before? The ferocious and tyrannical dragon images containing boundless killing chi continuously attacked. Every time they shattered a dragon image, it would shatter it. Every time they shattered a dragon image, the black-armored, middle-aged man and the old woman felt their arms go numb. Their chi and blood surged, and their internal organs slowly ruptured. Soon, they found themselves unable to do as they wished. Commanding the dragons. Xiaochen did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. He roared, releasing the rage in his heart as he roared. The berserk dragon images all calmed down, listening to his command and flying back to his body. This allowed Xiaochen's aura to soar. His body erupted with a tyrannical aura that made the dragon submit to him. Xiaochen punched. Using the unparalleled tyrannical aura of commanding the dragons, his fist aura surged out like an overwhelming wave. Whoosh! The black-armored, middle-aged man and the old woman felt a strong wind blowing in their ears. Their hair became disheveled as they retreated continuously. Before this tyrannical fist aura, not only could they not stand stably, but they could not even open their mouths. Their bodies were forced back involuntarily. Before the fist light arrived, this fist aura filled with killing chi tore terrifying cracks on the surface of their bodies. They could only watch as the tyrannical fist light surged over like a surging wave. The two felt despair in their hearts, and extreme horror appeared in their eyes. Bang! However, no matter how unwilling they were, it was useless before this unreasonable fist technique, the strongest ferocious fist technique of the dragon race. When the fist light arrived, the two vomited a mouthful of blood. Their bones shattered, their internal organs ruptured, and their souls shook. They fell to the ground, twitching. Paw! Paw! Xiaochen remained expressionless as he flew forward and stomped twice, crushing the two's heads. They were just two demonic Dao sect trash. There was no need to take pity on them. Xiaochen looked around. Aside from the dilapidated hut that Xiaochen took care of, the entire mountain manor was destroyed. Xiaochen did not rush over. Instead, he patrolled the interior of the mountain manor. He killed all the fish that slipped through the net, not leaving a single one alive. Xiaochen was not a ruthless person. However, he understood that evil people could not be spared, and scourges would last for 1,000 years. Xiaochen stood before the ruins of a formation in the courtyard for a long time. A pile of corpses lay before him. The ghostly mutated beast formation that he saw earlier was made from the corpses of ordinary people combined with the demonic Dao sect's blood sacrifice. Many of the corpses were of children, a ghastly and flabbergasting sight. Xiao shook his head. After searching the mountain manor for some useful information, he went to the thatched hut. The girls in the hut trembled in fear, all of them crouching in a corner. Big brother. Chen immediately spotted Xiao in the crowd. She flew over, tears filling her eyes as she cried endlessly. Big brother, the bad guys captured Grandpa Village Chief and the others. It's all Chen's fault. Sob. 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 Xiao consoled, it's fine. The bad guys are all dead. Don't cry. While Xiao consoled her, he sighed in his heart. This girl possessed the legendary extreme body. Such a body was extremely special. Many major characters coveted it. Even Xiao did not dare to boast that he could protect her. Xiao had started a massacre in anger because he could not stop the black-armored, middle-aged man from spreading the news of her extreme body. When Xiao looked ahead, he saw many pairs of weak, fearful eyes in the darkness, looking helplessly at him. Little Chin, be good. Don't cry first. Tell the other big sisters that the bad guys are all dead. Tell them not to worry, alright? Alright, alright. Chen said resolutely as she wiped away her tears. The night passed in silence. When the sky turned bright, Xiao sent the hundreds of girls back. After much effort, Xiao found out from the information he obtained in the mountain manor. The Heavenly Slaughter sect was a rank 7 sect of the Xuanhuan dynasty. Its headquarters was in the Xuanhuan dynasty. There were a total of 13 branches in the Desolate Sea. The strongest branch was located in the Desolate City. Aside from this, each branch controlled more than 100 strongholds like the mountain manor. The various branches were very far apart from each other. The Desolate Sea was too vast. Even the Heavenly Slaughter sect could only use such a method to expand the area they controlled. Xiao entered deep thought. He discovered that the establishment of the Heavenly Slaughter sect's branches was not simple. Every branch spent hundreds, even thousands of years to gain a firm foothold and slowly develop many strongholds. If Xiao could uproot the Heavenly Slaughter sect branch that controlled this area, then the village Qin was in would have at least 100 years of peace before the branch was re-established. In that case, Qin's village would have at least 100 years of peace before the branch was re-established. Some crazy ideas popped up in Xiao's mind, but they could not be stopped. Chapter 2040. By the time Xiao returned to the village, it was already noon. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, shining brightly. With Sang's help, the village had more or less recovered. Most of the villagers were emotionally stable. They started to help each other, repairing the destroyed houses and tidying up the messy things. As they helped each other, the villagers slowly revealed smiles on their faces. This was how things were in the Desolate Sea. To many ordinary people, living one more day was already a blessing. Living in the Desolate Sea was already a terrible thing. Resources were scarce, the environment was harsh, and bandits roamed the land. They had long since accepted life and death. The Desolate Sea's citizens showed a simple attitude that did not care about life and death under their valiant appearance. Go back first. Don't overthink. Xiao patted Chen's head as he said softly. Chen nodded and quickly left. However, she kept turning her head back. Xiao sent her off with Xiao, feeling extremely reluctant to part as she returned home. Seeing Sang Chao walk over, Xiao nodded slightly. Then, he told Sang about last night's events and some of his thoughts. Sang shook his head and said, "Don't even think about destroying the Heavenly Slaughter sect branch. The two sovereign personages from last night were only initial perfection sovereign personages. They probably could not even become outer sect elders in a rank 7 sect. Furthermore, you severely injured one of them. That's why they won so easily. The branches have been operating for at least 100 years. They definitely have many small perfection sovereign personages and even a great perfection sovereign personage. There was a huge difference in strength between initial perfection sovereign personages and small perfection sovereign personages. As for great perfection sovereign personages, that was even more so. Xiaoqin relied on the will of soul of a great perfection sovereign personage, the acquired divine body, the three great Tao, and the supreme dragon fist. He could fight a small perfection sovereign personage and even defeat some of the weaker ones. However, he would definitely lose to a great perfection sovereign personage. I need to advance to sovereign personage quickly. Xiaoqin felt some pressure. However, the acquired divine body required too many resources. In reality, if not for that flask of heartburn, a peak holy venerate would need at least a year. The flask of heartburn that Qin Zhuolan gave Xiaoqin was a great help. On the way back, I thought about it carefully. Wiping out a branch is indeed a bit risky. Think of another compromise. The Heaven Fiend sect branch that controls this region has about 80 strongholds. Xiaoqin paused for a moment and continued, if we uproot all 80 strongholds, it will take about 10 years to rebuild them. The Great Desolate was too vast. Without these strongholds, they would not be able to control the roving bandits. It is impossible for the Heavenly Slaughter sect's branch to control this area. Within 10 years, the village should be safe. The attention of the Heavenly Slaughter sect's branch should also be attracted by me. Sang asked softly, what about 10 years later? If I participate in the Peach Blossom Wine Festival, as long as I get a promise from that big shot, I will not have to worry about anything for 100 years. 100 years later. 100 years later, my name will shake the desolate sea. With Xiao Chen's name around, I can ensure the safety of the village. Sang felt somewhat flabbergasted. At this moment, the sharpness of Xiao Chen's body made it hard for others to look directly at him. He said sullenly, it is still somewhat risky. If we are not careful, we might run into a branch elder patrolling. What do you mean by 100 years later? Xiaoqin smiled calmly and said, if I don't take some risks, how can I resolve the problem? I do need some battles to temper myself when I break through to sovereign personage. I'll just treat it as cultivation. Seeing that Xiaoqin had made up his mind, Sang did not try to dissuade him. Xiaoqin had always been swift and decisive. That night, he set off silently under the cover of night. When the sun set, Xiaoqin returned to the village with some minor injuries. In the following days, Xiaoqin's return became increasingly irregular. Sometimes 2 days, sometimes 3 days, and sometimes as long as 7 or 8 days. Grandpa Seven felt somewhat worried. He asked Sang several times, but Sang did not say much. He only told Grandpa Seven to brew wine and prepare for the Peach Blossom Festival. However, with Grandpa Seven's experience, he could tell that Xiaoqin's killing chi had grown heavier every time he returned. Most of the time, the blood on Xiaoqin's body had not dried yet. Then, Grandpa Seven received news from the nearby villages, saying that the number of roving bandits had decreased. There were rumors that a white-clad youth had appeared recently and was sweeping up the bandits in this area. Some people even saw the white-clad youth kill the demon envoys. He attacked. The shock in Grandpa Seven's heart was somewhat indescribable. He had experienced too much in his life. He had seen many righteous Tao cultivators boasting. However, in reality, these people were just acting on a whim. Either they were young and rash, losing their lives because they underestimated their enemies, or they gave up when they met with some resistance. Grandpa Seven even saw righteous Tao cultivators and demonic Tao cultivators walking together, chatting happily. At Grandpa Seven's age, he had already seen through many things. He already knew about the desolate sea's environment. It was the result of the major characters compromising. In the eyes of those true experts, ordinary people like them were no different from ants. They had never been important. There was no right or wrong in the desolate sea, only benefits. Hence, when Xiaoqin first asked Xiaoqin about it, Grandpa 7 did not tell him why he chased Qingqin away. However, now, it was this somewhat taciturn person who directly took action without saying a word. Gradually, many of the nearby villages began to sense something different. A month had passed, and the bandits that could be seen almost every day were nowhere to be seen. Some rumors also started to spread. Recently, a strange bird appeared that specialized in killing roving bandits. It could swallow up more than 100 roving bandits in one bite. When that huge bird saw the demon envoys, its eyes lit up as it chased after them. The master of the strange bird was the white-clad man who had been sweeping up the nearby roving bandits. However, Grandpa 7 and the people in the village started to worry, as Xiaoqin had not returned for half a month already. Qingqin would wait on a pile of rocks at the village entrance every day. Under the setting sun, a little girl could be seen waiting in the distance at dusk every day. However, Qingqin would return disappointed every day. Rumors continued to spread. Some people saw the white-clad man with a pale complexion being chased by 7 or 8 demon envoys, appearing extremely dangerous. Some people also saw a bloodied white-clad man lying on the sea of sand in the distance. No one knew if he was dead or alive. A large scarlet bird stopped beside him. However, when these people approached, the scarlet bird scared them away, causing them to flee in a fluster. The village's worries seemed to have become reality. Xiaoqin had not returned for a month already. This, combined with the bad rumors, made the people exceptionally worried. Sang guessed that Xiaoqin might have fallen into a trap. At the start, Xiaoqin would return once every 2 or 3 days. After a series of incidents, he would definitely be on guard. No matter how cautious Xiaoqin was, he would not be able to avoid it. Even if a rank 7 demonic Dao sect was only one of the 12 branches in the Desolate Sea, it still could not be underestimated. It was not something that one person could deal with easily. Later, more bad news came. The roving bandits that had been scared away started to wander again. Rumors said that the white-clad man died. Rumors said that the white-clad man startled a terrifying major character and got swallowed up by a horrifying ghost-faced soul beast. Some roving bandits also started to appear near Grandpa 7's village. Qingqin was warned not to go to the village entrance again. It had not been peaceful recently. Grandpa 7 felt somewhat nervous. Sang told him that it was fine and that he should focus on brewing wine and preparing for the Peach Blossom Wine Festival. The villagers all felt somewhat depressed. Many of them thought that Xiaoqin was already dead. However, there were always people who did not believe it. Qingqin was one of them. Every day, the little girl would sneak out and look into the distance, waiting anxiously. Why did she wait? Only when there was anticipation would there be anticipation. However, every time her anticipation fell through, the disappointment would intensify. When the villagers saw the little girl's heartache from waiting, they advised her not to go out again. However, the little girl stubbornly insisted that Big Brother would definitely return. Another month passed. Grandpa 7 had finished brewing all his wine. Aside from the heartburn that Xiaoqin asked him to brew, Grandpa 7 had also finished brewing the wine that he prepared for the wine festival. This is heartburn. Sang looked at the wine bottle and carefully examined it. A fragrance assailed his nose, but it was not much different from regular wine. Xiaoqin still had not returned. Even though Grandpa 7 had finished brewing the dragon race's best wine, he felt somewhat dispirited. As Grandpa 7 smoked his pipe, he said casually, "Yes, it is heartburn. It has not appeared for more than 5,000 years, perhaps even longer. I don't know if the world can still recognize it. If not for some techniques passed down by the ancestors, this old man would not be able to tell that this is heartburn. Sang, tell this old man what's going on with little brother. He has not returned for 2 months already. Now that the wine is ready, if he does not appear, what is the point?" Grandpa Seven brought up the same topic. He had already asked Sang several times, but Sang did not answer. Sang put down the wine flask and said softly, "I know him very well. Even if his legs break, he will continue walking the path that he chose with his hands. As long as he does not bleed to the last drop, he will not give up." Grandpa Seven sighed in shock. Little brother is so young. What exactly did he experience for him to have such a mental state? "Oh, right, Sang, keep an eye on Qingchen. That girl keeps sneaking out. No one can stop her." Sang was about to answer when his expression suddenly changed. Then, he smiled faintly and said, "He returned." "Ah." Grandpa Seven felt startled when he heard that. He quickly asked, "What do you mean returned?" "Little brother returned." At the ancient well outside the village, Qingchen looked at the spring water in the well and said innocently, "Moon, oh, moon, tell me, when will big brother return? You stinky moon, bad moon. You never speak. It's all your fault. It's all because of you that big brother did not return, right?" Qingchen said unhappily to the ancient well with a pout. "Didn't I say that the ancient well is dangerous and that you should not come back?" Just at this moment, a familiar voice came from behind Qingchen. Startled, Qingchen turned her head to look. Under the light of the setting sun, a familiar face appeared before Qingchen. "Big brother." Qingchen felt incredibly joyful. She quickly ran over, crying tears of joy as she hugged him tightly. Xiaochen felt somewhat confused. When he turned around, he saw the village entrance. He saw Grandpa Seven and Iron Egg leading the entire village, young and old, over. When they saw Xiaochen, they all showed shock and joy on their faces. After disappearing for 2 months, Xiaochen, who was rumored to have lost to the demon envoys while sweeping away the roving bandits, actually returned. Chapter 2041. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiaochen was shocked to discover many fatal injuries. However, these injuries formed a weak balance in Xiaochen's body and slowly recovered. Xiaochen avoided the topic, not saying much. When he raised his wine cup and took a look, his eyes immediately lit up. Sang's expression changed slightly as he looked at Xiaochen. Clearly, he had not expected Xiaochen to be so severely injured. Unfortunately, Xiaochen was too weak and could not go too deep. However, only Sang knew that Xiaochen had not rested much in the past 3 months. Furthermore, Xiaochen fought a great perfection sovereign personage and barely survived. He would definitely be injured. When Xiaochen looked carefully, the blood moon disappeared again. It looked dreamlike, exceptionally wondrous. Xiaochen had a feeling that the person who laid this ancient well might be a dragon king of the blue dragon bloodline. As long as Xiaochen could unravel the mystery of this ancient well, the secret of the blue dragon bloodline's destruction would be revealed. However, the time was not right yet. Grandpa Seven nodded. "The recipe passed down by my ancestors is already somewhat incomplete. It was originally called Blood Moon, but I can only change it to Waning Moon." Iron Egg told Xiaochen about the rumors he heard in the neighboring villages, seeking confirmation. "Big brother Xiao, is that all true? Someone saw you lying in the desert covered in blood. They all said that the demon envoys surrounded and injured you." Iron Egg's strength was somewhat inferior to Xiaochen's. However, no matter what, the innocence in his heart was that he hoped for Xiaochen to live well. "At every moment, I am able to sense that there are 2 great powers fighting in the desolate sea. These 2 factions are so strong that they are terrifying. If I were at my peak, my main body would not be able to last a single strike before these 2 factions." Sang smiled faintly and took out a wine flask. Then, he slowly opened the lid. His horizons would definitely be broadened. He would be able to properly appreciate the charm of the desolate sea. Sang walked over to the ancient well and said softly, "This girl has an extreme mean body. It is normal for her to see what you and I see. There are blood moons both day and night. There might really be a blood moon in this well. In Grandpa Seven's house, from the villagers' point of view, Xiao Chen's white robe was spotless and had an extraordinary bearing. Sang said softly, when you were heavily injured, the bandits rose from the ashes and wandered outside the village. I dealt with some of them and found these on their bodies. You're lucky. The Heaven Fiend Sex Branch Master personally made a move, but you still managed to escape with your life. There was indeed a moon in the well. However, Qing Chen could see it during the day. This was somewhat puzzling. Xiao Chen was startled when he heard this. Sang's main body was the propping mulberry tree. Even the propping mulberry tree could not withstand a single blow from these two forces. The ancient well and the Blue Dragon clan were definitely related. Xiao Chen chuckled and said, I'm fine. You're all worrying too much. You can all leave now. I don't have anything to see. Thank you for your concern. Xiao Chen took it and opened it. It was a wanted poster, and the person in the picture was himself. Bruiser ran over excitedly and punched Xiao Chen. Everyone thought you were dead, 3 days later. Although this wine was not as stimulating as heartburn, it was very refreshing. After drinking it, Xiao Chen felt somewhat disappointed and frustrated. He put down the wine cup and said, it is indeed good wine. However, it seems to have some flaws and is not perfect enough. Grandpa Seven nodded and said, you decide. The Peach Blossom Wine Festival is about to begin. Little brother, when are you preparing to depart? What you see might not be true. Have you ever wondered why there is a blood moon in the desolate sea and why the setting sun is so huge? A wine fragrance spread out, and Xiao Chen immediately rejoiced. He exclaimed, heartburn. Big brother Xiao, you finally returned. What wine is this? Grandpa Seven asked somewhat anxiously, is it really fine to participate in the wine festival with heartburn? We will participate in the wine festival with a waning moon. If we do not stand out, I will take out heartburn. What do you mean? An acquired divine body was a divine body in the first place. You succeeded. During the past 3 months, Xiao Chen had experienced countless battles. His cultivation had stabilized at peak holy venerate. Xiao Chen said calmly, Grandpa Seven, there is no need to worry. If the Peach Blossom City Lord is truly strong enough, with just one word from him, no one in the city will dare to touch me. Furthermore, it will not be easy for anyone to snatch the recipe from me. Waning moon. The wine in the cup was as red as blood and gave off a chill. When the cup was gently shaken, cold air blew out. In their opinion, they could not help Xiao Chen. Night fell, and the blood moon hung high in the sky. Seeing that Xiao Chen was indeed fine, the villagers revealed sincere smiles as they left, chatting and laughing. Xiao Chen praised, Grandpa Seven is really humble. I know a little about brewing wine as well. To brew something as excellent as heartburn, I would have to spend a lot of effort. Even if a regular winemaker has the recipe, they would find it hard to successfully brew it. Their success rate is extremely low. Xiao Chen had several chances to break through to sovereign personage. Unfortunately, he had always failed by one move. There were simply too many unsolved mysteries in the Coldine Spring. When Xiao Chen advanced to sovereign personage, he had to go down and take a look. However, the Heavenly Slaughter sect placed a bounty on your head for 500,000 primeval heavenly pills. Xiao Chen stood alone beside the ancient well. The water in the well reflected the bright scarlet moon. Sang stretched out his hand, and a painting flew over. How terrifying were these two factions in the past. An indistinct blood moon appeared in the cup amid the hazy white fog. No wonder you managed to return alive. Your physical body is truly astonishing. It rivals a divine body, Sang said in shock as he withdrew his hand. Xiao Chen felt slightly stunned. He had not expected Sang to know so much. He said softly, "I was lucky. Unfortunately, I failed to break through to sovereign personage midway." Footsteps came from behind. Xiaochen turned his head back and saw Sang walking over. Sang said helplessly, "Never mind. I can't be bothered to talk about it. When you reach Peach Blossom City, you will know how much trouble you have caused. How terrifying are the 6 demonic Dao sects. Let me take a look at your injuries." In the end, Xiaochen still lacked an opportunity to advance to sovereign personage. It was not that he did not have sufficient accumulations but that his horizons were lacking. Xiaochen felt that Peach Blossom City might be an opportunity. Xiaochen drained the cup in one go. He immediately felt a refreshing coolness in his mouth. The chill assaulted him, making him shiver involuntarily. Grandpa Seven sighed softly, "Unfortunately, my skills are limited. Little brother gave me so many ingredients, but I can only brew such a small pot." Xiaochen changed the topic. Then, he looked at the ancient well and asked, "Little Qingqin said that she can see the blood moon in this well during the day. What do you think?" "It doesn't matter. There is still this." "Why?" The recovery ability of Xiaochen's physical body was somewhat heaven-defying, comparable to a divine body. "Your injuries." Sang looked at Xiaochen with a complicated expression. "Previously, I went out to make some inquiries. Nearly all the cultivators near Peach Blossom City know that the 80-odd strongholds of the Heavenly Slaughter sect's branches were destroyed. This news has spread throughout the entire desolate sea, causing a huge commotion. No one knows what happened. Many people are guessing your identity. The Heavenly Slaughter sect, one of the 6 great sects of the demonic Tao, has not suffered such a loss for many years. Some people even suspect that the righteous Tao and demonic Tao factions are about to clash again. The desolate sea has been peaceful for too long." No wonder Sang was not satisfied. "So, that was the case." Xiaochen said softly, "This is really unfortunate. Otherwise, I would have been able to shine at the Peach Blossom Wine Festival and attract the attention of Peach Blossom City's city lord. At that time, all the wine lovers of the desolate sea would gather in Peach Blossom City. There would be many experts from various places among them." Xiaochen nodded and said, "I have already destroyed the 89 strongholds of the Heavenly Slaughter sect's branches. If I want to rebuild these strongholds, I might not be able to do so even after 10 years. I have achieved my goal. The painting is rather similar. Where did you get it?" Xiaochen was not surprised, he had long expected this. He replied calmly, "As I wish. At the very least, the Heavenly Slaughter sect will focus all their attention on me. I will do my best to dilute the news of the extreme mean body. This will be good for little Qingqin." Chapter 2042. 3 days later, Xiaochen brought Iron Egg with him, preparing to head to Peach Blossom City. Sang remained in the village, just in case. Grandpa Seven got Xiaochen to bring Iron Egg along, to let him see the world. As for Grandpa Seven, he rejected Xiaochen's invitation, not going with him. Xiaochen brought the 10-odd bottles of Waning Moon and half a bottle of heartburn that Grandpa Seven brewed, as well as the anticipation of the entire village. "Iron Egg, have you been to Peach Blossom City before?" "I have never been there before. However, I heard Grandpa Seven mention it. Peach blossoms are everywhere there. The mountains are beautiful, and the water is beautiful. It is like an immortal realm." Iron Egg felt very excited about going far away to see the world. Xiaochen also felt some anticipation in his heart. He had been in the desolate sea for a long time already, but he had only stayed in the city for a short time. As for a large city like Peach Blossom City, he had never been there before. Xiaochen had spent most of his time in the village, away from the cultivators. To him, this was something he had never experienced before. It had been a very long time since he had such close contact with ordinary mortals and lived together. After galloping for 7 days, the two smelled a heavy wine fragrance under the blazing sun. Since they could smell the wine fragrance, Peach Blossom City was naturally not far away. Xianxia opened his heavenly eye and looked into the distance. An oasis appeared at the limits of his vision. It was rare to see such a vast oasis in the harsh environment of the desolate sea. Many cities were built directly on wastelands. A large peach forest could be seen in the oasis. Pink peach blossoms covered the ground. A clear river flowed through the peach forest. Lush green mountain ranges lined the sides. The scenery in the vast peach forest was like a painting, fresh and elegant. However, when one thought about the vast peach forest, one would find it boundless, deep, and shocking. This place was the famous Peach Blossom Wall of the Desolate Sea. Peach Blossom City was behind this vast peach forest. Xianxia and Xianxia withdrew their gazes and galloped. They finally arrived at the peach forest before sunset. In the peach forest, many cultivators gathered under the peach trees. They played zither and played music, drinking wine with the peach blossoms. They chatted loudly, attracting everyone's attention. In the past, Xianxia had only observed it from afar. However, Xianxia had never been to Peach Blossom City before. He was stuck in the peach blossom forest. The horse's hooves trampled on the fallen flowers on the ground, unable to find his way into the city. He only found out after asking around. It turned out that there was only one way to enter the city, and it could only be brought in by a boatman. If one wanted the boatman to sail, no matter how many primeval heavenly pills one offered, one needed to offer a cup of fine wine. If the boatman thinks that the wine is good, he will guide you into the city. Otherwise, no matter how many resources one had, it would be useless. They would only be able to smell the fragrance of the wine in this peach forest. They would not be qualified to participate in the banquet. So there was such a rule. It could be considered a threshold. The two of them led their horses back and forth along the riverside. When they saw a boat docked by the riverside with no one queuing up, they hurriedly ran over. The boatman wore a straw raincoat and sat at the bow of the boat, fishing with a hook in his hand. When Xianxia saw this, he felt startled. This seemingly ordinary boatman's cultivation was somewhat unfathomable. It felt like he was at least a great perfection sovereign personage. However, Iron Egg did not feel anything. He stepped forward and asked, "Sir, are you driving the boat?" Xianxia immediately found this somewhat strange. This was the first time he heard someone address a sovereign personage as Sir. The straw-caped old man was clearly stunned for a while as well. After glancing at Iron Egg, he fixed his gaze on Xianxia. Fortunately, he did not get angry. The old man withdrew his fishing rod and removed his conical bamboo hat, revealing a spirited, aged face. "Ha! It is not easy to get this sir to drive the boat. There were a few waves earlier, but I sent them all away. If the two of you are smart, you should go and find another boatman." The straw-caped old man stroked his beard as he laughed strangely. Xianxia thought back. Indeed, many cultivators who wanted to enter the city avoided this boat. They did not even look at it, showing some disgust in their eyes. "Ha! Sir, you really know how to joke. You look rather friendly. How could you not let us pass? Big brother Xiao, let this sir have a cup of our wine." However, Iron Egg guffawed and boarded the boat without any hesitation. Xianxia thought to himself, "Oh no. This is not in accordance with the rules." Just as he was about to stop Iron Egg, the straw-caped old man waved his hand, indicating that there was no problem. Then, he let Xianxia fetch the wine. Since Iron Egg made his choice, Xianxia did not want to interfere. He took out a flask of waning moon and handed it over. "Quick, look! Someone boarded drunkard Chui's boat." The two's actions attracted the attention of the many cultivators in the peach blossom forest. Someone is going to be unlucky again. To think that someone dares to board Drunkard Chui's boat. If Drunkard Chui is not satisfied with the wine, he will chase them away. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. What kind of lousy wine flask is this? Are these two people from the countryside? To think that they cannot even afford a decent wine flask. Really, anyone can come to Peach Blossom City now. They are not even particular about the wine flask. Even good wine is wasted. When the cultivators at the riverbank saw that the wine flask Xiaoqin took out was extremely ordinary, like a clay figurine from the countryside. When they saw that Iron Egg did not have any cultivation, they immediately showed expressions of disdain. Iron Egg immediately felt upset. He shouted from the boat, "Bunch of lunatics. What are you talking about? What does this Lord's choice of boat have to do with you? So what if it's from the countryside? Countryside people can still participate in the wine festival." Damn! To think that this little bastard dares to talk back. Just you wait. When Drunkard Chui tosses you off, this old man will beat you up until your own mother won't recognize you. Seeing Iron Egg acting so arrogant despite looking like a clay figurine, the group of people in the distance immediately felt upset. Unfortunately, due to the straw-caped old man, they did not dare to come over. They could only shout from the riverbank. "Tui! Bunch of trash. You are just bullying me for not having any cultivation. If this old man cultivated from a young age, I guarantee that I would beat you up until your own ancestors wouldn't recognize you. You only know how to shout. If you have the guts, come and beat me up now." This group of people suffered a great loss when they bickered with Iron Egg. After a while, they flew into a rage out of humiliation and gritted their teeth. However, they did not dare to board the boat and could only wait, shouting that they would beat him up after he disembarked. However, the straw-caped old man did not care so much. After he poured himself a cup of wine, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Mist rose from the wine cup, and an indistinct blood moon appeared amid the cold qi. The straw-caped old man's eyes immediately lit up. He gently inhaled, and the mist formed by the wine turned into a crescent moon, which he sucked in. This startled Xiaoqin. This old man was truly incredible. Even Xiaoqin did not know how to drink like this. After that, Xiaoqin closed his eyes and drained the wine in his cup in one go. When he opened his eyes again, he heaved a long sigh and said, "Waning moon. Waning moon. I have not drunk this wine for several decades already. It is still as cold as before, but there is a trace of joy in it. It is not so chilling and heartbreaking. Old Seven skill is becoming increasingly exquisite. Set sail." Xiaoqin shouted, filled with lofty sentiments. Then, he casually waved his hand, and the boat shot forward like an arrow, kicking up surging waves. The boat set sail, just like that. The cultivators at the riverbank were all stunned. The notoriously bad-tempered old Drunkard Chui actually set sail. Even though old Drunkard Chui's entire body was drenched, he did not feel it. This old drunkard's boat had been parked at the riverbank for several decades, never moving. No matter what kind of wine they offered, anyone who boarded would be scolded and beaten down. As time passed, Drunkard Chui's reputation became increasingly notorious. No one sought him out to set sail. However, today, two bumpkins from the countryside actually got Drunkard Chui to set sail. This was truly inconceivable, completely unimaginable. The cultivators waiting to beat up Iron Egg were all drenched. They could only watch helplessly as Iron Egg slipped away, feeling so frustrated that they stomped their feet. When Iron Egg, who was on the boat, saw the situation, he felt very delighted. He laughed loudly and said, "Bunch of trash, and you still want to beat me up? Just watch obediently. This old man is leaving. Ha 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 ha." More people gathered at the riverbank. As they watched drunkard Chui's boat go further away, they all showed astonished expressions. Someone in the peach forest played the zither inside. The peach blossoms on both sides turn red every year, but the ancients do not come with the wind. After 30 years of searching for an old dream, all I get is a cup of wine in a golden goblet. Even old drunkard Chui set sail. This wine festival is finally going to be interesting. After not setting sail for 30 years, old drunkard Chui was not waiting for a cup of wine but a person. However, that person did not arrive in the end, only a cup of wine for the ancients. Chapter 2043. The peach blossoms on both banks turn red year after year, but no old friends come with the wind. After 30 years of searching for an old dream, all I get is a cup of wine in a golden goblet. The zither music stopped. The youth playing the zither put it away and carried it on his back. As he looked at the reflection of the peach blossoms on both banks, he said softly, "It is time to enter the city. Most of the people who should be here are already here." As the boat traveled along the river, it gradually slowed down. The noise behind also faded. Xiaochen looked curiously at the straw-caped old man and asked softly, "Senior, do you know Grandpa 7? The straw-caped old man smiled and sighed. "I have been waiting for him at the Peach Blossom Cove for 30 years. It looks like he still cannot forget the past. He really will not come again." Iron Egg exclaimed in shock, "Sir, what exactly did my 7th uncle experience back then? Why has he not come to Peach Blossom City?" Xiaochen felt this was strange. Could there be another reason for Grandpa 7 not coming to Peach Blossom City aside from the drying of the Coldine Spring? The straw-caped old man looked at the two, and a reminiscing expression appeared in his eyes. "I got to know your Grandpa 750 years ago. Back then, when he first came to Peach Blossom City, he came to my city. What a fellow. He gave me a cup of wildfire and nearly made a fool of himself in front of everyone. The two of you might not know this, but when old 7 came to Peach Blossom City, he became famous everywhere. Many large sects wanted to invite him over to nurture him. However, he refused. His arrogance offended many people. However, every time he came, there was an endless stream of people asking him for wine. However, Iron Egg felt somewhat stunned. He had not expected the seemingly ordinary Grandpa 7 of the village to have such a great background. Xiaochen was not surprised. When he first saw Grandpa 7, he knew that the other party had seen the world. His speech and mannerisms were not like that of an ordinary person. From the very start, Xiaochen had maintained some respect for Grandpa 7. Iron Egg asked anxiously, however, "What?" The straw-caped old man sighed. At the wine festival 30 years ago, he finally brewed Waning Moon and qualified to participate in the Wine King contest. He obtained a promise from the Peach Blossom City Lord. This was the dream that he had been working hard to achieve. However, he lost to someone in the Wine King contest. It was a miserable defeat, a humiliating defeat. After that, I never saw him again. The world is really interesting. I waited for 30 years, but he didn't come. Instead, his descendant came. You can't just say it's a coincidence that you met me. Indeed, the two had never heard of drunkard Chui before they came. They did not know that Grandpa 7 had once enjoyed such glory in Peach Blossom City. He even became close friends with this old man. Just to wait for one person, he didn't set sail for 30 years and even had to bear so many curses. This kind of friendship wasn't something that anyone could easily form. Grandpa 7 had given them special instructions, but the two somehow boarded the straw-caped old man's ship. It could only be said that it was the will of the heavens. Let this cup of wine put an end to the friendship between the two old men. Who defeated Lord 7? Xiaochen asked. The straw-caped elder said, Lu Yuanfei is currently the royal winemaker of the Hound Lion Empire in the eastern region. People call him Master Yuanfei. Its seventh brother's fault for being stubborn. He refused to join a sect or accept the empire's resources. Otherwise, how could this have happened? There were some things that the straw-caped elder did not say clearly. However, Xiaoqin could roughly guess. This Master Yuanfei definitely did not just defeat Grandpa 7 back then. He must have done something bad, resulting in Grandpa 7 not coming to Peach Blossom City. It was very possible that Grandpa 7 suffered some grievances. Senior Chui. To think that you are setting sail. Just at this moment, a tall, magnificent fortress ship with dragons and phoenixes carved on it passed by. Banners fluttered in the wind. A youth stood at the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back. When he saw the straw-caped old man setting sail, he was greatly startled, appearing extremely shocked. The fortress ship was bustling with activity. The laughter of several girls could be heard, making it a very lively ship. The straw-caped old man glanced at them and ignored them, focusing on steering the ship. Senior Chui, will you board the ship for a chat? I have already prepared good wine. I will not disappoint, Senior. That youth wore embroidered robes and had an extraordinary air. His cultivation had already broken through the shackles of sovereign personage. However, that youth's attitude toward the straw-caped old man was extremely polite. Not interested. The straw-caped old man waved his hand, decisively rejecting. Haha. In that case, sorry for the disturbance. The youth frowned slightly. Then, his gaze fell on Xiaoqin, and a hazy look flashed in his eyes. What wine did this fellow use to move Senior Chui? He won't spoil my plans, right? The fortress ship moved very fast. Soon, it vanished from the group's sight. Iron Egg was flabbergasted. Who is that? How can he be so arrogant? To think that he drove his own fortress ship here. The clear river was filled with all sorts of small boats belonging to Peach Blossom City. Suddenly seeing such a large, magnificent fortress ship appear, it would be hard not to notice it. The straw-caped old man said indifferently, that fellow is Yihan, the top true inheritor of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor, a rank 7 sect in the eastern region. He is just relying on the face of his sect. This is a rare centennial wine festival. There will always be some strange people coming to join in the fun. After seeing more of them, it will not be strange anymore. Following this, Xiaoqin finally understood what, after seeing more of them, it would not be strange anymore. Not only did the rank 7 sects and empires of the eastern and northern region send people over, but even the demonic Dao factions in the distant Xuanhuan dynasty came to join in the excitement. It had to be said that the Peach Blossom Wine Festival was indeed famous. What surprised Xiaoqin and Iron Egg was that when the fortress ships of nearly every major faction noticed the straw-caped old man, they were all astonished. They would all be surprised and invite them to board the ship. Naturally, they would all be politely rejected. This puzzled Xiaoqin. What exactly was the background of this old man before him? 1 hour later, the river flowed through a city gate. Then, the scene before them suddenly widened. An ancient city appeared before Xiaoqin and Iron Egg miraculously. Xiaoqin and Iron Egg had not sensed it before. To think that there was such a majestic city behind the peach forest. Xiaoqin did not know what formation it used to hide this city so ingeniously. When the river flowed through the city before them seemed to suddenly appear. Go up, then. The wine festival will start in a few days. You can stroll around or sell the wine you have here. The city should be quite lively these few days. Oh, right. The straw-caped old man thought of something. Then, he said, give me another flask of waning moon. I'll sign you up for the Wine King contest. You have to fight for it. Xiaoqin already knew that these boatmen were wine appraisers sent by the city lord's residence. Using wine to pilot a boat meant appraising the best wine and participating in the Wine King contest. Of course, those rank 7 sects did not need to go through so much trouble. They were all qualified to participate in the Wine King contest. After Xiaochen offered up a flask of waning moon, he formally took his leave of the old man. The two went ashore, officially entering Peach Blossom City. The bustle and bustle of the city dazzled the eyes, overwhelming them. Taverns filled the place, and the fragrance of the wine filled the air. If one opened their mouth to breathe, they might get drunk. After Iron Egg entered the city, he became excited. He looked around and sighed in amazement. These were all scenes that he had never seen before. Xiaochen was in a good mood as well. The two strolled around the city, occasionally stopping to sigh at the novelty of the things they saw. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter is out again. Everyone, quickly, go and take a look. She is out again. Could it be that no one has appraised the wine that the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter brought? Quickly go, quickly go. If we are late, she might not appear again. Suddenly, the crowd on the street Xiaochen was on rushed to the East Street in a frenzy. Iron Egg exclaimed excitedly, Big Brother Xiao, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter is here as well. The Holy Land, the Heavenly Fragrance. Xiaochen entered deep thought. He recalled that when he first came to the desolate sea, he came into contact with a group of Heavenly Fragrance disciples. At that time, the woman holding the flute had given him a bottle of medicinal pills when she saw that he was poisoned by the thousand taste red. Let's go and take a look. Xiaochen showed a calm expression as he led Iron Egg over to the crowd. The crowd gathered at a courtyard on the East Street, densely surrounding the place. Xiaochen had to use some skill to squeeze his way in. Xiaochen saw a few Heavenly Fragrance disciples with the air and beauty of fairies standing behind a white jade table in front of the courtyard. Our clan's young miss obtained a flask of wine half a year ago and liked it a lot. Unfortunately, we did not know its name. Even when we looked for the wine master, no one knew what kind of wine it was. Coincidentally, the Peach Blossom Wine Festival gathers all the wine lovers of the desolate sea. If anyone can identify the origins of this wine, our clan's young miss will reward you handsomely. A Heavenly Fragrance disciple smiled as she looked around and pointed at the wine in the cup on the table. If one could identify the origins of this wine, they could meet the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter and even receive a gift from her. Without a doubt, this was very tempting. Big Brother Xiao, do you want to give it a try? Big Brother Xiao, why aren't you saying anything? The excited Iron Egg asked in confusion when he noticed that Xiaochen's expression was somewhat strange. Xiaochen stared at the wine in the cup in a daze. Why does this wine resemble the thousand-year flame? Did Imochen leave the Kunlun realm? Chapter 2044. Thousand-Year Flame. The Thousand-Year Flame was a wine that Imochen brewed based on an incomplete winemaking recipe from the immortal epic. Logically speaking, it should not have appeared in the Great Thousand Realms. If it appeared, there could only be one reason: Imochen had already left the Great Thousand Realms. Xiaochen counted carefully and realized that it had been close to 8 years since he left the Kunlun realm. He remembered that the old dragon horse said that Imochen had a chance of entering the Blue Dragon Palace. Given Imochen's intelligence, after entering the Blue Dragon Palace, she should have grown strong enough to leave the Kunlun realm in 8 years. There was another important point. The Black Lotus sect venerate was already dead. The restrictions that he laid might no longer exist. No matter how Xiaochen looked at it, Imochen had a high chance of leaving. However, he needed to verify that the wine on the white jade table was indeed the Thousand-Year Flame. Big Brother Xiao, are you alright? Iron Egg asked from the side. Xiaochen's expression recovered its calm. He nodded and said, I'm fine. Continue watching. The somewhat charming Heavenly Fragrance disciple behind the table said softly, if anyone is confident, you can come up and check it out. However, I'll say this first. Those who come up will have to pay 100,000 primeval heavenly pills. If you succeed, the heavenly fragrance will return 200,000 primeval heavenly pills. If you fail, you will lose the 100,000 primeval heavenly pills. Such a threshold was mainly to prevent anyone from coming up to taste the wine. The wine was limited and could not be tested frequently. The moment the disciple said that, the crowd discussed it. However, no one stepped forward. It is difficult. Yesterday, 3 scions brought grandmaster winemakers over. In the end, they did not gain anything. No one knows what wine it is. Among them was the top true inheritor of the heavenly lodging sect. Last year, he entered the Wine King contest, but no one knows the result either. Damn! Is it that difficult? Haha! Whether it is difficult or not, just hand over the primeval heavenly pills and go up to check. What kind of joke is this? Even if they are scions, 100,000 primeval heavenly pills is not a small sum. How could they dare to go up? Many people came to watch the excitement. However, only a few actually stepped forward. These people were not fools. The heavenly fragrance Holy Land had seen all sorts of wine. They already had the best winemakers. Furthermore, with the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's connections, they could meet even more winemakers. However, they were still unable to appraise it. Furthermore, the people who had failed yesterday knew that this was not an easy task. Just as that charming heavenly fragrance disciple appeared disappointed, a white-clad person walked out of the crowd and said with a smile, "This young master, please pay the primeval heavenly pills first." How could Xiaochen have any more primeval heavenly pills? He had used them all long ago, so he was now penniless. Without saying a word, he reached out to grab the wine glass. "Young master is rude." The charming woman smiled and stretched out her hand. Her fingers were as white as jade, soft and beautiful. Her hand moved like she was pinching a flower, grabbing at Xiaochen's wrist. Xiaochen gently flipped his palm to avoid the attack and continued to grab the wine cup. The charming woman immediately became somewhat angry. Her lily-white hands continued to move. Instantly, brilliant lights appeared, and hundreds of flowers bloomed. Her lily-white hands were like saucers that danced around, dazzling and unfathomable to the eyes of others. Heavenly fragrant 100-flower finger. The cultivators watching from behind were greatly startled when they recognized this consummate technique. At the same time, they felt shocked. To think that someone was so rude in front of the heavenly fragrance. Was he not afraid of incurring the wrath of the crowd? As Xiaochen looked at the hundreds of flowers blooming in front of him and the indistinct immortal butterfly hidden among them, he could not help but feel shocked. Xiaochen thought to himself, interesting. If I continue to grab the wine cup, the other party will definitely restrain me. Xiaochen retreated in order to advance. After he withdrew his hand, he silently circulated the divine dragon body tempering art. Strands of azure light representing vital qi slowly flowed in Xiaochen's body and gathered at his 5 fingers. Xiaochen withdrew his hand as slowly as an ant. However, the instant he withdrew it, he attacked again at lightning speed. Anxiety immediately flashed on the charming woman's face. She could not help but move faster. Multicolored butterflies danced around, creating many phantoms. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. The hundreds of flowers bloomed even more beautifully. Xiaochen and the charming woman's palms moved around each other, dazzling everyone and making them sigh in amazement. The crowd that was startled and angered by Xiaochen earlier could not help cheering when they saw such a game. Where did this person come from? To think that he can last for so long before the 100 flowers twining fingers. I've never heard of him before. He seems to have the dragon race bloodline. Ha ha ha. Interesting, interesting. This is much more interesting than watching wine tasting. The onlookers' interest was piqued, and they began to watch attentively. Many people even gained some comprehension, using their left and right hands to mimic the moves. 100 flowers twining fingers, soft fingers twining among the 100 flowers. Toward the end, Xiaoqin found the other party's fingers increasingly difficult to deal with, making things difficult for him. However, it was not that simple for him to admit defeat. Time to gamble. Xiaoqian's expression turned grave. Suddenly, he gave up on playing with the wine cup and grabbed it with a flip of his hand. The 100 flowers twining fingers grabbed the other party's wrist, preventing her from struggling free. However, Xiaoqian's other hand grabbed the wine cup firmly at an even faster speed. The mysterious phenomenon of the 100 flowers suddenly stopped. This startled the charming woman, and she revealed a trace of embarrassment on her pretty face. "You are cheating." When the charming woman saw the wine cup land on Xiaoqian's body, she immediately felt flustered and frustrated. When the others saw this scene, they also felt sorry for the charming woman. This white-clad person really did not play by the rules. To think that he even dared to tease a heavenly fragrance disciple. Senior Sister Chu. When the other heavenly fragrance disciples saw Xiaoqin grab the charming woman's wrist, they immediately panicked and charged at Xiaoqin. In that instant, 10,000 flowers bloomed, looking very beautiful. A strong wind blew as they charged at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin remained calm. Boundless azure vital qi circulated in his body. The vital qi surged from all over his body, forming the might of a blue dragon. With a dragon roar, Xiaoqin let go of the charming woman's wrist. Xiaoqin gently waved his hand, looking like a dragon swinging its tail. This seemingly casual waving carried 200 cauldron force in his body. Bang! 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 Shattered flower petals filled the air, knocking back the heavenly fragrance disciples charging at Xiaoqin. Just as the charming woman was about to get serious, she suddenly looked up and discovered that Xiaoqin had already focused all his attention on the wine in the cup. He held the wine glass with 3 fingers, and with a slow and gentle movement, he began to shake it gently in accordance with some sort of rhythm. While Xiaoqin felt uncertain, the wine in the cup gave off a golden light. Then, a golden crow soared into the sky and circled the surroundings. It had both form and spirit, like a divine bird had appeared. Golden crow! Golden crow! Quick, run! The golden crow holy beast is coming out. The golden crow empire of the eastern region was famous. Everyone knew that the divine bird of the empire had appeared. Right now, the empire's luck was flourishing and unstoppable. The strength of the golden crow was boundlessly ferocious. It was a divine bird that only existed in myths and legends. The sudden appearance of the golden crow startled the many cultivators present, causing them to scatter and flee. After a while, the circling golden crow slowly scattered. Only then did everyone startle awake from a dream. It turned out that everything earlier was just an illusion. They immediately felt embarrassed. To think that the mysterious phenomenon in the wine scared them into such a sorry state. Damn it, this fellow actually tricked us. Many people glared at Xiaoqin, feeling very angry. Xiaoqin did not care. As he looked at the wine in the cup, he finally confirmed that it was indeed the 1,000-year flame that Imochen brewed. The charming woman looked at Xiaoqin incredulously. Just as she was feeling shocked, a voice projection rang out by her ear. She looked at Xiaoqin and said, "Young master, please come with me. The holy daughter requests your presence." Xiaoqin nodded slightly. He wanted to ask where the other party got this 1,000-year flame. Xiaoqin drained the wine in the cup in one gulp. Then, he called out to Iron Egg and walked to the residence with large strides. Damn, he actually managed to figure it out. Who is that rustic country bumpkin? Heavens! Where did these 2 weirdos come from? This is illogical. Why? I can't enter the residence. I want to see the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter as well. Seeing that even Iron Egg was invited in, the many cultivators behind wanted to cry, but no tears came out. They felt extremely disappointed, finding this unfair. Chapter 2045. After passing through the corridors, courtyards, and pavilions, Xiao Chen's field of vision gradually widened. A patch of green grass appeared before Xiao Chen. Many people were already seated on the grass, looking carefree and at ease. Xiao Chen took a quick look and found many familiar people among them. These were the rank 7 sect outstanding talents and noble clan scions who had taken the fortress ship to come over. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Yihan was among them. However, the one who attracted Xiao Chen's attention the most was a youth playing the zither. This youth wore embroidered robes, and his long hair casually draped over his shoulders. He held a flask of wine by his hand, looking very extraordinary. For this youth to be so eye-catching among the true inheritors of a rank 7 sect, he was definitely extraordinary. However, Xiao Chen only took a glance at him. His attention landed on a woman holding a flute behind the grassy field. The two's eyes met, and Xiao Chen felt slightly startled. It turned out that she was the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter. Back when he first entered the desolate sea, this person even gave him a medicinal pill. No wonder there was always a fog around her. Even though she was right before Xiao Chen and their eyes met, he could not make out her appearance. While Xiao Chen was startled, the other party was even more startled. The poison of the thousand taste red has already penetrated deep into the soul. You can still remove it. This is truly shocking, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter said slowly, feeling incredibly shocked. The moment the holy daughter said that, she immediately attracted the attention of the outstanding talents on the grassy field. The poison of the thousand taste red had long since spread throughout the desolate sea. Everyone feared it, even more so than the soul devouring of the demonic Tao cultivators. I was lucky. Xiao Chen was not used to such a scene. After giving a simple explanation, he asked, "Might I ask the holy daughter, where did this thousand-year flame come from?" The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter said in understanding, "So, this wine is called the thousand-year flame. I obtained it by chance. I wonder who brewed it. I spent a lot of effort searching but could not find it. It probably came from the outer realm. Young Master seems to know a lot about it." The outer realm referred to the worlds outside the central Great Realm, such as the Grave Sea Cluster. As the two spoke, several people noticed Xiao Chen, finding him somewhat familiar, and started whispering to each other. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Given this, Mo Chen should have left the Kunlun realm already. However, they hadn't reached the central world yet. It wasn't easy for outsiders to reach the central world. In order to set foot on the central world, Xiao Chen had wandered for 5 years and suffered a great deal. If young master knows, please tell me. I really want to introduce this wine to the Heavenly Fragrance banquet. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter appeared very sincere. She was also very interested in this thousand-year flame. For the sake of investigating Xiao Chen's origins, he even made a special trip to Peach Blossom City. This showed his determination. However, it had nothing to do with Xiao Chen anymore. He was a little disappointed and casually said, "I don't really know her well. Goodbye." Originally, Xiao Chen was thinking of finding out where Mo Chen was. Now, it looked like that was impossible. Since that was the case, there was no need to stay here any longer. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter felt surprised when Xiao Chen wanted to leave. She smiled and said, "Young master still has not told me your name." Xiao Chen. So, it is young master Xiao. Have a seat. It is rare for us to meet. No matter what, you helped me figure out the origins of this wine. I have to thank you. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter urged Xiao Chen to stay. Young Master Xiao, please have a seat. I am very curious about the person who can make Senior Chui drive his boat. The well-dressed young master playing the zither had just taken a sip of wine when he put down the wine flask and spoke to Xiao Chen. Before this, Senior Chui's boat had passed by. However, he had not noticed Xiao Chen's presence. After the well-dressed young master's reminder, Xiao Chen immediately remembered. No wonder he found Xiao Chen familiar, but he could not place him. After the well-dressed young master's reminder, Xiao Chen immediately remembered. No wonder he found Xiao Chen familiar, but he could not place him. Xiao Chen nodded and casually found a place to sit with Iron Egg. Iron Egg felt somewhat uncomfortable. These people all had strange expressions as they looked at the two of them. These people were all proud and arrogant. Although they did not say it, they all showed disdain and contempt on their faces. Even the weakest among them was an initial perfection sovereign personage. The ice snow mountain manners Yihan and the person playing the zither were even more unfathomable. After chatting for a while, Xiao Chen answered every question he asked. Now, the group understood. When the group realized that Xiao Chen was not a disciple of Ancestor Dragon City or a noble clan disciple, they immediately lost interest. However, the person playing the zither did not mind. He discussed many interesting topics with Xiao Chen. Brother Wenren, why don't you play another song for us? Right. It would be best if you play a duet with the Holy Daughter's flute. Someone booed, and the others immediately chimed in. Xiao Chen felt curious as well. He wanted to hear this person's zither. Of course, he missed the Heavenly Fragrance's Holy Daughter's flute music even more. Back then, she had shocked everyone. This zither-playing youth with the family name Wenren looked at the Heavenly Fragrance's Holy Daughter and asked, Holy Daughter, are you willing? Never mind. Brother Wenren studied under the zither sage and has learned the true inheritance. This little sister's flute music might not be able to match. Brother Wenren, please play a solo. The Heavenly Fragrance's Holy Daughter did not agree, but she rejected. Naturally, the others did not think that the Heavenly Fragrance's Holy Daughter's music was inferior to Wenren's. However, the Heavenly Fragrance's Holy Daughter had never played a duet with a man before, probably to avoid arousing suspicion. Wenren smiled faintly and did not say anything more. His 10 fingers moved nimbly, and a drawn-out zither music immediately flowed like an unending stream from the foot of a divine mountain, bringing with it a refreshing tinkling sound. The music intoxicated everyone, making them forget everything else and unable to pull themselves out. The spirited zither music, together with Wenren's grace, was pleasing to the eyes and delightful in this residence. When the song ended, everyone slowly woke up. When they opened their eyes, they still felt that it was not enough. Good song. He truly lives up to being the zither sage's brilliant disciple. Brother Wenren's zither skills are always refreshing. How unfortunate. If it were paired with the Heavenly Fragrance's Holy Daughter's flute music, it would be the best in the desolate sea. Wenren quietly listened to these praises, not saying anything. He revealed a faint smile on his face. Iron Egg muttered, It's nothing much. It doesn't hurt or itch. It's soft, without any strength at all, like a girl's. Although Iron Egg's voice was soft, everyone here was a sovereign personage. How could it escape their ears? When Iron Egg heard that, his expression did not change. However, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Clearly, he still felt somewhat upset. You are just a country bumpkin. What do you know? If you don't know, then don't say it. Don't embarrass yourself, Xiao Chen. Are you not going to discipline your companion? How rude. If you don't want to listen, then scram. Don't just stand there. Iron Egg's words incited everyone's anger. The voices of criticism slowly shifted to Xiao Chen. Actually, these people had long since been dissatisfied with Xiao Chen. Previously, they had all appraised the 1,000-year flame. In the end, no one recognized it. Suddenly, this person, who came out of nowhere, identified it and showed off in front of the Holy Daughter. Naturally, these people felt upset. Now that they found an opportunity, they immediately pointed the spearhead at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin said indifferently, although I do not understand music, I know that there are differences in taste and taste. Everyone has their own taste. It is indeed not good to express one's opinion in public. However, there is no need to criticize others like this. Iron Egg also felt somewhat uncomfortable. He felt that the people in this place all had the same attitude. He had long been upset. He directly said, "Big brother Xiao, let's go. It is tiring talking to this group of people. Even when playing the zither, they still have to say nice things. You country bumpkin, you want to leave without apologizing to brother Wenren? No way." However, the others did not give up. They wanted Iron Egg and Xiaoqin to apologize as well. Ha 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 ha. I also feel that this zither music is very soft and boring. Wenren, do you want me to apologize to you as well? Just at this moment, boorish laughter rang out from a tall building in the courtyard. At some point in time, a person had appeared. This person wore scarlet robes, and his fine black hair fluttered about. Demonic chi surged from his entire body, and he had a handsome face. A sharp light radiated from his face, making him look unruly. The blood flame scion, Pei Xiaoxian. Indeed, wherever the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter appears, this fellow will definitely come. The Blood Flame Immortal was the top true inheritor of the Blood Flame sect, one of the 6 demonic Dao sections. He could be considered an outstanding talent among demonic Dao outstanding talents. This person was arrogant and unruly. However, he was terrifyingly strong. Although Xiaoqin had not been in the Desolate Sea for long, he had heard of this person before. Haha! Why is this old man not coming? I'm here for my wife. The profound heaven's holy son, Wenren, you shameless bastard. For the sake of chasing after my wife, you left home to learn the sound Dao. Halfway through, you were chased out of your sect. Then, you stuck to your wife like a mangy dog. Who in the Desolate Sea does not know what you, Wenren, are up to? Only you people would lick his stinky feet. This old man does not care. After the Blood Flame Immortal Pei Xiaoxian laughed loudly, he looked at the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter and said, "Wife, don't be afraid. I'll help you chase away these flies." The Blood Flame Immortal Pei Xiaoxian threw a palm strike, wanting to fight everyone here alone. Chapter 2046. Pei Xiaoxian was simply like a madman. He attacked as he wished without any warning. With a palm strike, countless scarlet flames formed talismans that covered the sky and rained down like a storm. It's the Flame Demon Talisman. Disperse. Xiaoqin looked at the sky full of blood talismans and fell into deep thought. These talismans were hard to defend against. After being struck, it would immediately burn the body, burn the blood, and even burn the soul. If an ordinary cultivator could release such a blood talisman, it would already be extremely frightening and difficult to deal with. However, the moment Pei Xiaoxian attacked, blood talismans filled the sky. Just looking at this made one's scalp go numb. Humph. Wenren snorted coldly. Her hands quickly plucked the strings of the zither, creating waves of sound waves. They turned into rainbow-colored arrows that shattered the terrifying blood talismans. However, many blood talismans still fell to the ground. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter sighed softly and made a move. The sound of the flute rang out, like the sounds of nature, slowly fusing with the power of the surroundings. Space rippled like water, and the blood talismans gradually faded before vanishing completely. Comparing the two, the Tao of music. The difference between the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter and Wenren was immediately clear. Young Master Pei, this is the heavenly fragrance palace, and everyone here is a guest. Please don't be presumptuous. There was no joy or anger in the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's voice. Pei Xiaoxian withdrew his hand and said with a smile, "Dear, I'm just helping you chase away the flies. I'm not being impudent. All of you guys are staring at my wife. Do you want to die? The moment Pei Xiaoxian spoke, the smile on his face vanished. Then, he glared at Wen Renyu and the others with a fiendish expression. Wen Renyu said indifferently, Pei Xiaoxian, if you are going crazy, go far away. Don't be impudent in the Holy Daughter's residence. Others might be afraid of you, but I won't. Pei Xiaoxian smiled and said, Ah. For the sake of pursuing my wife, you embarrassed the profound heaven holy land. Today, I'll make you lose all your face. Let's see how you can continue acting in the future. Boom! Pei Xiaoxian roared, and a boundless scarlet flame ignited in half the sky. The flames were like painful waves, surging and surging, bringing about an impending pressure. The demonic chi on his body soared into the sky, causing the crimson flames to surge violently, causing people's hearts to tremble. The expressions of everyone below changed. This Pei Xiaoxian was truly a madman. Xiao! Suddenly, a person dashed out of the scarlet flames. With a wave of his hand, he caught all the scarlet flames in his hand. With a flip of his hand, a vast universe appeared before everyone's eyes, and the terrifying phenomenon instantly vanished. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. The person who made a move was actually the drunkard who had driven the boat for him previously. Bloodflame's son. The city lord had ordered that the saintess was his honored guest. If you continue to cause trouble like this, I can only tie you up and throw you into the Peach Blossom Cove to feed the fish. A trace of fear flashed in Pei Xiaoxuan's eyes. However, he felt extremely displeased in his heart. This old fellow was really ruthless. His expression kept changing, and he actually did not let go immediately. After a while, Pei Xiaoxian revealed a smile and said, Senior Chui must be joking. I am just passing by. I did not intend to cause trouble. Humph. You know my temper. If there is a next time, I will not waste words with you. Senior Chui snorted coldly. Then, his gaze landed on the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter. Holy daughter, are you startled? If you are, I will chase this fellow away. It's fine. He can stay here as long as he does not attack others. Old Chui did not say anything more. He looked at the scarlet flames in his hand and said indifferently, I'll hold on to this scarlet flame for you first. I will return it to you after you leave the city. Pei Xiaoxian waved his hand and said, Hee hee. Take it. If Senior Chui can help me refine it again, I will be eternally grateful. Senior Chui ignored Pei Xiaoxian. His figure flashed, disappearing before everyone's eyes. He came quickly and left quickly as well. Iron Egg whispered, So, Sir is actually so strong. Up on the roof, Pei Xiaoxian did not care. He laughed loudly and landed beside Iron Egg. Then, he patted Iron Egg's shoulder and said with a smile, Little brother, you have pretty good taste. I'll sit beside you. Come, come, come. Everyone, continue. Pretend that I am not here. What were you all talking about earlier? Pei Xiaoxian sat down without any fear. However, this made the others feel somewhat awkward, not used to it. No one answered. However, Iron Egg remembered. He said, earlier, they wanted Big Brother Xiao Qin to apologize. They said that I insulted the Holy Sun and that Big Brother Xiao Qin did not discipline me properly. Pei Xiaoxian smiled and said, You people only know how to look down on others. Seeing that this Brother Xiao does not belong to any sect, you think that he is easy to bully. Ha! If you knew that this Brother Xiao of mine is the ruthless person who recently uprooted 80-odd Heavenly Slaughter sect branches, I wonder if you would still dare to make him apologize. What? The moment Pei Xiaoxian said that, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Countless gazes landed on Xiao Qin. So, it is you. Recently, the righteous Tao and demonic Tao sects had hundreds of conflicts in the desolate sea. To think that it is all because of a mixed-blood dragon who is not even a sovereign personage. How dare you! Recently, after the Heavenly Slaughter sect's branches were uprooted near Peach Blossom City, it triggered a chain reaction. No one knew who was the culprit, but the Heavenly Slaughter sect took revenge on the surrounding righteous Tao factions to vent their anger. The originally fragile balance between the righteous Tao and demonic Tao broke. The various major factions started fighting, and both sides suffered huge losses. This matter had long since spread like wildfire. However, who could have imagined that the cause was a brat who was not even a sovereign personage? Xiao Chen's expression did not change. However, he felt slightly startled in his heart. Now, he finally understood why Sang said that he would only know what kind of trouble he caused after he fell in Peach Blossom City. Pei Xiaoxian paused for a moment and looked at Xiao Qin. Then, he smiled and continued, "Do you know why this profound heaven's holy son is here? Aside from coveting my wife's beauty, it is to mediate the conflict between the righteous Tao and demonic Tao. The Heavenly Slaughter sect's young sect master, Wang Yun, will be rushing over soon." Xiao Chen's heart sank. He had not expected such a thing to happen. When Ren Yu carefully put away the zither, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He looked at Xiao Qin and asked, "Young Master Xiao, did you really eradicate the 80-odd strongholds of the Heavenly Slaughter sect?" With such a question, it looked like what Pei Xiaoxian said was pretty close to the truth. Xiao Qin nodded and replied casually, "That's right. I was the one who eradicated the Heavenly Slaughter sect's strongholds. Holy Son Wenren, do you have any advice for me? Brat, do you know that you have caused us great trouble? How can the demonic Tao factions casually move around? Who do you think you are in this desolate sea? It is not your turn to play the hero. If the demonic Tao factions were that easy to deal with, they would have been eliminated long ago. Ridiculous. This time, 10-odd strongholds of the Fire Flame sect were eradicated. More than 100 people died. Our Water Cloud sect is in a miserable state. The branch that we established more than 100 years ago was nearly destroyed. Our Scarlet Firmament sect is in an even worse state. One of our branch elders died." Before Wenren you could say anything, the true inheritors of the rank 7 sects and ancient noble clans all showed somewhat hostile expressions as they looked at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin smiled self-mockingly and said, "So, it's my fault. If not you, who should we blame? If not for you, why would there be such a huge commotion?" Some people refused to give up, continuing to pester Xiao Qin. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter said softly, "It looks like everyone has forgotten their purpose here. I want to speak to Xiao Qin alone. Everyone, please go back." Clearly, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter's tone already showed some displeasure. The others also felt that making things difficult for the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter and her residents was somewhat overboard. They quickly apologized and took their leave. This gathering should have ended the moment Pei Xiaoxian appeared. Now that Xiao Chen's identity was exposed, there was no reason for this gathering to continue. Before the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Yihan left, he glanced at Xiao Qin and smiled faintly. Then, he sent a voice projection, "If young Master Xiao has time, you can come to the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's residence for a gathering. I have some things to discuss with young Master Xiao." Without waiting for Xiao Qin to reply, Yihan left with the others. Before Wenren Yu left, he looked at Xiao Qin and said, "If Brother Xiao wants to resolve some conflicts with the demonic Tao factions, you can take the initiative to contact me. I can still put in some words." However, Pei Xiaoxian smiled coldly at the side and said, "Words are useless." Wenren Yu left with a smile, treating Pei Xiaoxian as heir, not caring about his existence at all. "You're not leaving. If you don't, I'm afraid that you won't be able to leave even if you want to." The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter looked at Pei Xiaoxian with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Pei Shaoxian smiled embarrassedly and said, "Wife, you really know how to joke. This husband will take his leave first. Next time, when there is no one around, we can chat happily." Before the holy daughter left, she looked at Xiaoqin and said, "I find you pleasing to the eye. If the heavenly slaughter sex Xuanhuan comes looking for you, my name will definitely be more useful than Wenren Yu's." The Tianxiang imperial residence, which had been bustling with noise just a moment ago, suddenly became deserted. When Xiaoqin looked up, the sky had already darkened at some point in time. Xiaoqin looked at the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter and asked, "Holy daughter, why did you make me stay behind alone?" Chapter 2047. Saintess, why did you ask me to stay behind alone? At this moment, on the grassland, aside from Xiaoqin, only the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter remained. Iron Egg had also been arranged to rest elsewhere in the palace. Xiaoqin could not figure out why the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter wanted him to stay behind. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter looked at Xiaoqin and said, "I would like to ask you if you met someone in the desolate sea." Who? The number of people Xiaoqin saw in the desolate sea could not be considered many, but it could not be considered few either. This question was somewhat difficult to answer. Qin Zhuolin. Xiaoqin felt slightly stunned. He had indeed seen this person once when he first came to the desolate sea. However, it could be considered a coincidence that the two of them came into contact. Furthermore, it was extremely secretive, so it would be difficult for outsiders to know about it. Unless, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter smiled and said, "In that case, there is no mistake. Half a month ago, I sent someone to seek him out for help. However, he was rejected. He said that he didn't owe anyone a favor in the past few years, and that there was no need for him to make a move. This is also a coincidence. I did not expect the Xiaoqin he mentioned to be the same Xiaoqin who was poisoned by Thousand Taste Red that day. What's more, I did not expect to see you again in Peach Blossom City." Indeed, Xiaoqin guessed right. Unless Qin Zhuolin said it himself, Qin Zhuolin would not be able to hide it. Otherwise, no one would know about his meeting with Qin Zhuolin. However, who exactly was this Qin Zhuolin? He did not even give face to the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter. One had to know that the heavenly fragrance holy land status was transcendent, and its reputation was excellent. Obtaining the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's invitation and establishing a connection with the heavenly fragrance holy land would be extremely beneficial to him. Regardless of Qin Zhuolin's origins, Xiaoqin looked at the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter and asked, "So?" The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter said, "I do indeed have something to ask of Qin Zhuolin. Furthermore, it is very urgent. If he does not appear, it will be very difficult for me to accomplish it. It just so happens that he owes you a favor. I want you to help me persuade him." In the end, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter just wanted to ask Xiaoqin to help her persuade Qin Zhuolin. Xiaoqin said thoughtfully, "I've only met him once. I'm not sure if I can persuade him." "It's fine. As long as you say that you are willing to help me, I will pass on the message." When the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter saw that Xiaoqin was easy to talk to, she felt gratified. Xiaoqin nodded. "Since the saintess is really anxious, we can give it a try, but I can't guarantee that he will agree." Seeing Xiaoqin agree so straightforwardly, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter revealed an expression of joy, a smile on her face. It seemed like it wanted to blow away the fog shrouding him. When Xiaoqin looked over, he felt like he was bathed in a spring breeze, and his eyes lit up. Unfortunately, the fog did not disperse in the end, and he still could not see Xiaoqin's appearance clearly. "Then I'll take my leave." Xiaoqin cupped his hands and prepared to leave. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter felt slightly stunned. Then, she smiled and said, "Young Master Xiao, are you not willing to speak more with me?" It was the same before, and it was the same now. He was always in a hurry to leave. You helped me identify the 1,000-year flame, so I should properly thank you. Now that you have helped me so much, I should thank you even more. Xiaoqin smiled and said, it was just a small matter. There is indeed no need to thank me. This is the first time we met, and we do not know each other. Yet, the holy daughter left behind the antidote to the 1,000 taste red for me. What I am doing now is not worth mentioning. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter saw that Xiaoqin was carefree and at ease, showing that he did not intend to stand on ceremony. After thinking for a while, she said, young Master Xiao and your friend have just arrived in Peach Blossom City. I believe you have not found a place to stay yet. If you do not mind, you can stay in the heavenly fragrance's residence. This was the truth. Xiaoqin thought about it for a while. There would definitely be endless trouble after he left. Staying in the heavenly fragrance's residence was indeed much more convenient. In that case, many thanks for the holy daughter's invitation. After Xiaoqin turned and left, a few heavenly fragrance disciples appeared. They frowned and said, young miss, are we really going to let young Master Xiao stay? The heavenly fragrance's residence has never let a male stay in it before. Would it be bad if word got out? The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter replied softly, what's bad about it? Chu Xiang, you make the arrangements. Me? The disciple named Chu Xiang was the flirtatious girl who used the 100 flowers twining hand to block Xiaoqin but ended up getting captured by Xiaoqin. The holy daughter's words surprised Chu Xiang. After she recovered her wits, she nodded in agreement. After making some preparations, Chu Xiang went to look for Xiaoqin and Iron Egg, who were resting in a pavilion. Then, she brought the two to their lodgings. When Chu Xiang saw Xiaoqin, she said softly, young Master Xiao, I have already made arrangements for your lodgings. Please come with me. Xiaoqin recognized this girl. He said sincerely, I have offended you earlier. Miss Chu, please don't take offense. Chu Xiang smiled casually and said, it's fine. Young Master Zhao's cultivation is not high, but this Chu Xiang admires your strength. My master's 100 flowers twining hand is the true inheritance. Unexpectedly, young Master Xiao still managed to break it. If we have time in the future, we can have a good exchange. Chu Xiang was indeed a good girl. She had a good temper and a good heart. Xiaoqin nodded and smiled. I would be delighted. The two chatted casually in the residence, discussing some of their understanding of the martial Dao. This somewhat broadened Xiaoqian's horizons. Chu Xiang truly lived up to being a disciple of a holy land. Many of her insights and viewpoints benefited Xiaoqin greatly. Halfway to the residence, Xiaoqin discovered an old man and a youth leaving in the opposite corridor, feeling somewhat disappointed. The old man was spirited and gave off a steady aura, giving off the air of a grandmaster. The youth had an imposing appearance, looking handsome and distinguished. He even exuded the air of a ruler. Upon seeing that youth, the dragon race bloodline in Xiaoqian's body even surged slightly, raring to give it a try, wanting to compete with him. Xiaoqin could not help asking out of curiosity, who are these two people? Chu Xiang took a look and said, that is the crown prince of the eastern region's Hound Lion Empire, Xiaohu. The one beside him is Great Master Yuan Fei. They should be here to appraise the 1,000-year flame because of its fame. However, young Master Xiao already appraised the 1,000-year flame, so they have nothing to do with it. No wonder they returned disappointed. Wait, Great Master Yuan Fei. Xiaoqin suddenly recalled this Great Master Yuan Fei. Wasn't he the one who humiliated Grandpa 7 back then? As a result, Grandpa 7 did not come to Peach Blossom City for 30 years. Miss Chu, it has been a long time. Xiaohu looked at Chu Xiang from afar, and the disappointment on his face immediately vanished. Then, he quickly walked over with a smile. Seeing the other party so enthusiastic, Chu Xiang said somewhat cautiously, young Master Xiaohu, how have you been? Xianhu smiled and said, "It has been a year since we parted at Desolate City. Great Master, please give Miss Chu a bottle of my 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine. This is just a small gift. Please don't regard it as an outsider." Great Master Yuanfei, who was behind, smiled faintly and took out a flask of wine. Xiaohu received it and said, "This spirit flower wine not only tastes excellent, but it also has a beautifying effect on women. More importantly, it can assist in cultivation and increase one's comprehension ability." With regards to his gift, Xiaohu was still very confident. However, Chu Xiang rejected, saying, "Young Master Xiaohu is too polite. This fine wine is too precious. Young Master Xiaohu, please keep it for yourself." Xiaohu had not expected to be rejected. He took a step forward, wanting to forcefully give this 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine to Chu Xiang. "If you don't want it, you are looking down on me, Xiaohu. If Miss Chu continues to reject me, then there is no point in me keeping it. I might as well throw it away." Chu Xiang felt somewhat embarrassed, unable to advance or retreat. As she struggled, a hand suddenly reached out and took the 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine. "Young Master Xiaohu, since Miss Chu does not want this wine, it would be a waste to throw it away. Let me drink it for you." Xiaochen held the wine flask and gulped it down in one go. His body immediately felt hot. The spiritual energy veritable essence energy and demonic chi veritable essence energy in his primal core surged at the same time. In an instant, his veritable essence energy became denser, a pleasant surprise. Xiaochen reluctantly drank the last drop. Then, he shook the flask a few times to make sure that there was no wine left. Wiping his mouth, Xiaochen returned the flask. Then, he smiled and said, "This is indeed good wine. It truly lives up to being the 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine. Thank you, young Master Xiaohu, for your kind intentions." This happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. Chu Xiang and Xiaohu were stunned. When Chu Xiang saw Xiaochen wipe his mouth and return the empty flask to Xiaohu, she could not help covering her mouth and giggling. However, Xiaohu flew into a rage out of humiliation. He sized up Xiaochen and demanded, "Who are you? How dare you drink my wine? Are you seeking death?" Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "There are many people in this world who want me dead. It does not matter if you die or not. I do not even fear the dragon god crown prince. So what if I drink your flask of wine? You are seeking death." Seeing that a holy venerate like Xiaochen dared to show such an attitude, Xiaohu became enraged. He immediately threw a palm strike at Xiaochen. Xiaohu flew into a rage, and his aura instantly erupted. A terrifying aura belonging to the great desolate Ian mutated beast, the xuanhuan, pressed down on Xiaochen. Xiaochen could no longer hold back his divine dragon bloodline. It erupted, merging his veritable essence energy and vital chi. Then, he threw a punch at Xiaochen. Bang! The two fists clashed amid a loud sound. By relying on his acquired divine body, Xiaochen did not move at all. Xiaohu, who had underestimated his opponent, suffered greatly. This punch sent him flying back 100 meters. His internal organs churned, feeling incredibly uncomfortable. "Xiaohu, this is the heavenly fragrance's residence. How dare you be so impudent here?" Chu Xiang shouted coldly as she stood in front of Xiaochen when she saw Xiaohu attack and injure him. Fortunately, Xiaochen was not injured. Otherwise, if the holy daughter blamed her, she would have failed in her duty. At this moment, Chu Xiang's gentle and charming air vanished. Her aura was sharp, no one daring to underestimate her. Xiaohu, who was about to continue attacking, withdrew the terrifying aura in his body. Then, he said indifferently, "Naturally, I do not dare to be impudent in the heavenly fragrance's residence. After saying that, Xianhu looked coldly at Xiao Qin before turning to leave. Chu Xiang heaved a sigh of relief after seeing Xianhu leave. Then, she quickly turned around to look. She saw Xiao Chen's expression turn strange. His cheeks puffed up like he was suppressing the clotted blood in his body, feeling very uncomfortable. Startled, she exclaimed, "Young Master Xiao, are you all right? Don't scare me." Gulp. Xiao Chen recovered to normal. He smiled and said, "What can happen to me? I just could not bear to spit out the 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine." Chu Xiang heaved a long sigh of relief. Then, she recalled Xiaohu's foolish expression when he saw Xiao Chen drink the 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine in one go. She could not help laughing again. Chu Xiang's bell-like laughter sounded very pleasing, like a lively musical instrument. Chapter 2048. Chu Xiang's laughter sounded very pleasant, sounding like a wind chime. Xiao Chen revealed a smile. It had been a long time since he had heard such clear and melodious laughter. The holy daughter was like a fairy from heaven. Even when she stood before him, she gave off a distant feeling. A layer of fog shrouded her, making her seem otherworldly. Chu Xiang was a living celestial maiden. One could truly feel her existence and her beauty. When Chu Xiang noticed Xiao Chen paying attention to her, she immediately realized that she had lost her composure. However, she still could not hide the smile on her charming face. She said softly, "Thank you, young Master Xiao, for helping me out. However, I offended the Bai and Crown Prince. Young Master Xiao, you should be careful in the future." Xiao Chen said softly, "If you are not afraid, all the more I will not fear him. However, his wine is pretty good. It would be a pity if Miss Chu did not drink it. I will not take his things." Chu Xiang's lips curled up as she said, "For the sake of getting close to the holy daughter, many people have targeted me, trying to use me to get close to the holy daughter. If not for the heavenly fragrance's rules, I would have slapped such people with impure motives long ago." At the start, Chu Xiang appeared soft and weak. Later, she became incredibly tyrannical. Xiao Chen smiled to himself. This Miss Chu is also a passionate person. "We're here. Young Master Xiao will be staying here tonight," Chu Xiang said softly as she pointed to a courtyard in front. "We're here. Young Master Xiao will be staying here tonight." The courtyard looked very ordinary. However, after entering, one discovered that it was a completely different world. There were fake mountains, flowing water, and winding corridors. It was elegant and clean, and there was even a place for cultivators to cultivate. Xiao Chen felt very satisfied. He nodded and said, "This place is pretty good." Chu Xiang said softly, "This is a place arranged for cultivators. I will arrange another place for young Master Zhao's friend." Xiao Chen nodded. Iron Egg did not have any requirements for a place to stay. Being able to stay in the palace already surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. There was nothing to be dissatisfied about. "In that case, I'll take my leave first." Chu Xiang smiled and bowed before taking her leave. After entering a cultivation room in the courtyard, Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and quickly refined the 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine. As expected of the Bai and Crown Prince. Although this 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine was much weaker than heartburn, especially since it did not have the ability to strengthen one's bloodline, it was still comparable to the Bai and Crown Prince. However, its effect in assisting cultivation was unparalleled. Right now, Xiao Chen could break through to sovereign personage at any time. He did not want to miss this opportunity. If he was lucky enough to succeed, he really had to thank the Taoan Crown Prince, Xiaohu. At the same time, Xiaohu, who had just walked out of the Tianxiang Palace, had a dark expression on his face. The killing intent in his eyes was extremely thick. Great Master Yuanfei, who was at the side, consoled, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, there is no need to be anxious. I have already sent people to investigate this person's background. When night falls, we will know this person's background." Xianhu calmed his emotions, unable to hide the pain on his face. The value of the 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine was worth more than 1 million primeval heavenly pills. Moreover, it was priceless. Spirit flower wine that was over 1,000 years old was limited even in the Hound Lion Empire's imperial family. He had wanted to get on Chu Xiang's good side, but he did not expect this mixed-blood lad to come out of nowhere and ruin his plans. In just 2 or 3 mouthfuls, it was all gone. What was even more abominable was that the person whom he underestimated actually got knocked into the air with one punch. Great Master is right. No matter what, we cannot be unbridled in this Tianxiang palace. When Great Master Yuan Fei heard that, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he nodded and said, "It is good that the Crown Prince understands. In this trip to the Peach Blossom Garden, we still need to focus on the Wine King contest. Proper matters are more important." Xiaohu smiled and said, "With Great Master Yuan Fei around, I do not have to worry about the Wine King contest at all. Let's go back first. After we investigate this fellow's background, I will make him spit it out 10 times, 100 times." The bright moon hung alone, and there were no stars for thousands of kilometers around. The gentle, watery moonlight shone on the Tianxiang palace, looking elegant and tranquil. The night was beautiful. At this moment, in the courtyard where Xiaoqin was, azure energy ripples spread out wave after wave, looking like the surface of a lake reflecting the moonlight, beautiful and flawless. Beneath the surface of the water, within the courtyard, everything was hazy and indistinct. From time to time, the cyan energy ripples would be thrust thousands of meters high, but they wouldn't break. It seemed like there was a terrifying existence under the ripples, trying to break through but never succeeding. 2 women hovered in the air above the residence. From a distance, they looked like they were standing on the full moon. They were tranquil and beautiful, standing out from the crowd. They looked ethereal and otherworldly, like people in a painting. These 2 women were the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter and Chu Xiang. What a terrifying energy fluctuation. "Senior sister, the water cloud formation that you laid for him seems to be unable to hide his aura." Chu Xiang felt startled, clearly surprised. Under the moonlight, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter also appeared somewhat unfathomable, frowning heavily. 1 hour later, Chu Xiang suddenly came looking for the holy daughter and told her that Xiaoqin was about to break through to sovereign personage. The aura in the courtyard was somewhat terrifying and startling. After the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter arrived, she immediately laid the water cloud formation to hide the aura in the courtyard. By now, the holy daughter's water cloud formation had already suffered more than 10 attacks. Unlike Chu Xiang, the holy daughter could see the scene in the courtyard through the water cloud formation. Dragon roars rang out in the courtyard, and mysterious phenomena appeared. The seated Xiaoqin was like a powerful treasure saber giving off a faint light. Even though he did not draw his scabbard, he still gave off a terrifying sharpness. After the treasure saber were the 3 Dao wheels. Xiaoqin, who did not look outstanding, actually comprehended 3 great Dao. Among them, his Thunder Dao reached an inconceivable level. This caused the entire courtyard to be engulfed in a sea of lightning. Heavy snow flew above the sea, and strong winds carried a boundless saber intent. Dragon roars rang out in the surroundings of the sea. An ancient and grave dragon might swept out in all directions. In the chaotic and terrifying mysterious phenomenon world, the sun and the moon shone together above the heavenly palace, competing with each other. Such a mysterious phenomenon already surpassed the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter's understanding. To her knowledge, any of the mysterious phenomena here would be an incredible existence if it appeared on a cultivator. However, for Xiaoqin, the sun and the moon shone together, a sea of lightning, snow drifted for 5,000 kilometers, a powerful treasure saber, and many other mysterious phenomena appeared at the same time. What kind of existence can suppress so many mysterious phenomena? Confusion filled the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's eyes, appearing extremely confused. Logically speaking, even someone with a great desolate Aeon bloodline could not suppress so many mysterious phenomena. One would explode and die. The mysterious fog shrouding the holy daughter's face scattered slightly, revealing a pair of unparalleled eyes that looked like stars and gems. A faint light flickered in the holy daughter's eyes. A sea of flowers bloomed in her eyes, overlapping and forming a vast world. This was the heavenly fragrance's 10,000 flower eyes. Chu Xiang, who was at the side, felt slightly shocked. She did not know why her senior sister executed an eye technique. Just as Chu Xiang felt uncertain, the 10,000 flowers gathered and silently withdrew. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter revealed an expression of understanding. So, that is what happened. An acquired divine body. No wonder he could suppress so many mysterious phenomena. It turned out that he had already cultivated an acquired divine body. This made sense. If one did not have a divine body, who could control so many mysterious phenomena in this world? With such accumulations, once Xiaochen broke through to sovereign personage, his strength would increase unimaginably. Junior sister Chu, are you saying that he drank all of Xiaohu's 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine in one go? The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter asked. At the mention of this matter, Chu Xiang could not help smiling. That's right. I saw that Xiaohu was completely stunned. His jaw nearly fell off. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter smiled faintly and said, if he knew that Xiaochen would break through to sovereign personage because of this, I wonder what kind of expression he would have. Just thinking about it is very interesting. Chu Xiang rubbed her chin and asked, Senior sister, are you saying that young Master Xiao can really break through to sovereign personage? The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter shook her head and said, it's hard to say. I can tell that he has failed at least 5 or 6 times. Every time, he has a limitless chance of success. However, he always lacks an opportunity, wasting all his previous efforts. Tell me, what kind of person is he? The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter suddenly asked in the end. This question stunned Chu Xiang for a moment. Clearly, she had not expected the holy daughter to ask this. In Chu Xiang's memory, her senior sister had never been so interested in a person before. When they first met, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter thought that Xiao Qin was just a dead man. Out of pity, she gave him a medicinal pill. However, that medicinal pill could not resolve the 1,000-taste red's poison at all. When they met again, Xiao Qin appeared before her brimming with energy. This had already startled her. Furthermore, she had not expected him to be the person that Qin Zhuolin mentioned. However, there was still more to come. Xiao Qin was the one who uprooted the 80-odd strongholds of the Heavenly Slaughter sect branch outside Peach Blossom City. Now, this Xiao Qin surprised her again. He actually cultivated an acquired divine body. Chapter 2049. All sorts of mysterious phenomena clashed under the water cloud formation. As Xiao Qin anxiously tried to break through, the holy daughter and Chu Xiang waited patiently for the results. The two felt very curious about whether Xiao Qin would succeed or not. If he succeeded, how strong would Xiao Qin be after advancing to sovereign personage? However, even after waiting until sunrise, there were no results. This attempt to break through was the one that took the longest out of all the attempts he had made. It looks like we will not know the results anytime soon. As the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter looked at the rising sun in the east, she sighed softly and said, Chu Xiang, stay behind. If he fails this time, the consequences will be severe. What do you mean? Chu Xiang did not know how horrifying Xiao Chen's accumulations were, so she did not understand what the holy daughter meant. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter did not say anything more. The rebound of his veritable essence energy is not that easy to endure. Chu Xiang nodded and said, I understand. I will watch over young Master Xiao and not let anything happen to him in the Heavenly Fragrances residence. Right. Chu Xiang stood guard for 3 days straight. During these 3 days, the water cloud formation that the Holy Daughter laid endured several attacks. However, it finally stabilized. The Holy Daughter did not spread out Xiao Chen's horrifying mysterious phenomena or his dragon race aura. The news of Xiao Chen staying in the Heavenly Fragrances residence spread throughout Peach Blossom City during these 3 days. This caused countless people to be shocked. To think that a man stayed in the Heavenly Fragrances residence. This was something that had never happened before. Hence, everyone felt very curious about Xiao Chen's origins. After asking around, everyone was shocked. It turned out that Xiao Chen was the mysterious person who swept through the 80-odd strongholds of the Heavenly Slaughter sex branches. The recent fluctuations between the righteous factions and demonic factions were actually because of Xiao Chen. After that, there was news that the wine that Xiao Chen brought to the Wine King contest was Waning Moon. Back then, old Seven Du, who had not entered Peach Blossom City for 30 years after being defeated by Great Master Yuanfei, sent someone to kill his way back with a flask of wine. That was not all. After some digging, people dug up all of Xiao Chen's deeds in the Divine Dragon Empire. He could not blame the others for investigating him so thoroughly. The Heavenly Fragrance's Holy Daughter was very famous in the Great Desolate Domain. She was the dream lover of countless people. There had never been a male martial artist who was invited to stay in the Tianxiang Palace. He was the first. Furthermore, the participants of the Peach Blossom Wine Festival were all outstanding talents from various places, all of them backed by super factions. 3 days was more than enough to investigate a person's background. However, Xiao Chen could not become the main character in Peach Blossom City. Right now, the most popular event in Peach Blossom City was the Wine King contest. During every Centennial Wine Festival, aside from agreeing to a reasonable request from the Wine King contest's winner, the Peach Blossom City Lord would also take out one of his treasures as a reward. It was said that this year's reward was a mysterious key. As for what kind of key it was, others did not know. However, the great factions of the righteous and demonic paths already knew. For the sake of this key, an increasing number of outstanding talents gathered in Peach Blossom City over the past few days. The one who had the most hope of winning the Wine King competition was still the Crown Prince of the Hound Lion Empire, Xianhu. This was because Xianhu brought Great Master Yuanfei. Great Master Yuanfei was the legendary brewer of Peach Blossom City. In the past few decades, he had practically always won every wine festival he participated in. However, it was a little different this time around. This was because the number of people who came far surpassed the previous ones. Not just the top disciples of the righteous Dao sects came. The young sect masters of the Blood Flame sect and the Heavenly Slaughter sect of the demonic Dao factions also came. Among the demonic Dao factions, the 6 great demonic Dao sects were like the holy lands of the righteous Dao. As for the Blood Flame sect and the Heavenly Slaughter sect, they were 2 of the 6 great demonic Dao factions. Aside from the Heavenly Fragrance's Holy Daughter, the one with the greatest background among the righteous Dao factions was undoubtedly the Profound Heaven Holy Lands Holy Sun. After him were the Ice Snow Mountain Manors Yihan, the Hound Lion Empire's Xiaohu, and the other rank 7 factions' crown princes and top disciples. This was the first time in a century that so many factions of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao gathered at the same time. The Peach Blossom Wine Festival looked the same as usual. In reality, as the factions of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao gathered, undercurrents surged. After so many factions arrived, the commotion caused by Xiao Chen staying in the Heavenly Fragrances residence slowly faded. The Heavenly Fragrances residence remained as bustling as before. Every day, the outstanding talents of the various major factions came to visit. However, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter refused to see anyone. There were only 2 days left until the Wine King contest. However, Xiaoqin still showed no signs of coming out of closed-door cultivation. Chu Xiang, who had been guarding the courtyard, already started to worry. "Young Master Xiao, what's going on? Should we go in and take a look?" Chu Xiang showed some worry on her charming face. She had never seen someone take so long to break through to sovereign personage before. However, when one was breaking through, one feared being disturbed the most. However, no one dared to act rashly, only feeling anxious. "Is there still no movement?" A figure drifted over in the air. Chu Xiang turned her head and saw the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter. "Yes, senior sister. There are still no signs of him coming out of closed-door cultivation. In the past few days, the water cloud formation has not even stirred. It is like a pool of dead water inside, showing no movement at all." The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter nodded. Seeing Chu Xiang's worry, she said softly, "Don't worry. Let me take a look." The holy daughter personally laid the water cloud formation. Others could not see the scene inside or sense the aura inside. However, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter was not restricted. A faint light flashed in the holy daughter's eyes as she peered through the rippling water screen. She saw that the courtyard was calm. The mysterious phenomenon she saw earlier had vanished. The entire courtyard was deathly silent. Even the fallen leaves in the courtyard turned slightly yellow. It was so quiet that it made one's hair stand on end. Did he fail? The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter thought to herself. Such a situation does not seem like something that should happen after a successful breakthrough. She fixed her gaze on Xiaoqin, who was seated cross-legged, and was about to take a closer look. Just as she was about to take a closer look, Xiaoqin suddenly opened his eyes. The two's gazes met in the air. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter saw an ancient and grave azure-colored dragon image in Xiaoqian's eyes. The azure-colored dragon image disappeared in a flash. Following that, the sovereign personage will from Xiaoqian's soul pool erupted from his body. In that instant, winds and clouds gathered. Fallen leaves flew everywhere, and strong winds howled. This startled the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter. She withdrew her gaze and could not help taking a step back. Chu Xiang quickly went over to support the holy daughter. "Senior sister, what's wrong?" The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter held her forehead, feeling a piercing pain in her eyes. Earlier, Xiaoqian's gaze was very scary. That fleeting dragon silhouette caught her off guard. The dragon might that originated from ancient times shook her divine soul. "I'm fine. Come in with me and congratulate young Master Xiao." The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter waved her hand and entered. When Chu Xiang heard that, she felt slightly stunned. Then, she reacted. Xiaoqin succeeded in breaking through to sovereign personage. Chu Xiang quickly followed. She had been on tenterhooks for the past few days, feeling very worried. Xiaoqin finally succeeded. It had not been easy. Back then, when she tried to break through to sovereign personage, she had not been this worried. "Young Master Xiao, congratulations on successfully advancing to sovereign personage." The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter said softly as she drifted in. Xiaoqin looked at the water cloud formation above him. Then, he smiled faintly and said, "Many thanks to the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter and Miss Chu Xiang for protecting me." Sovereign personage was the final major realm of the Cloud Sea realm. After entering this realm, one could become a sovereign among humans, the peak of humans. If one cultivated any further, they would no longer be a human realm. From the initial veritable personage to the current sovereign personage. It had not been easy for Xiaoqin to get to where he was. Outsiders did not know the hardships involved. As someone who came from an abandoned land, Xiaoqin had climbed step by step to where he was today. If he told others everything, no one would believe him. Even among the outstanding talents of the Central Great Realm, very few could advance to sovereign personage. Those who could advance to sovereign personage at Xiao Chen's age were even rarer. They were either the people of the Holy Lands or the true inheritors of rank 7 sections. There were practically none like Xiao Qin, who fought his way up step by step. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter seemed to want to see through Xiao Qin. However, she discovered that he was shrouded in mystery, appearing even more mysterious than her. The holy daughter could only give up helplessly. She said, after advancing to sovereign personage, you should properly cultivate and stabilize your foundation. However, the Wine King contest will begin in 2 days. I'm afraid that young Master Xiao will not have much time to familiarize yourself. Xiao Qin exclaimed in shock, I took so long to break through. A total of 5 days. Chu Xiang said from the side, raising her hand. Time was really tight. Xiao Qin had to set aside the joy of advancing to sovereign personage for now. He had to spend some time to prepare for the Wine King contest. He had to do his best to emerge victorious in the Wine King contest and complete Grandpa Seven's unfulfilled wish, ensuring the peace of the village for 100 years. Chapter 2050. While you were in closed-door cultivation, Senior Cui sent someone to deliver an invitation to the Wine King contest. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter handed Xiao Qin a gold-plated invitation. Many people came to participate in the Peach Blossom Wine Festival. However, not many people could obtain this invitation. Only with this invitation could one qualify to participate in the Wine King contest. Young Master Xiao, are you participating in the Wine King contest for the ethereal immortal palace's treasure key? The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter asked when she saw Xiao Qin receive the invitation. What ethereal immortal palace? Xiao Qin felt confused. He did not know what the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter was talking about. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter revealed an expression of understanding. Then, she said, indeed, it is as I thought. In every centennial wine festival, the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor will take out one of his treasures as a reward. This time, the reward is a key. Anyone with some connections would know that it is the key to the ethereal immortal palace. Many people have come for this key. Xiao Qin smiled bitterly and said, I really don't know about that. I don't even know what the ethereal immortal palace is. Chu Xiang covered her mouth and smiled faintly. Young Master Xiao is really surprising. You are already a sovereign personage, yet you do not know some things that everyone knows. I am from another region. I came to the Central Great Realm only 2 or 3 years ago. Xiao Qin answered honestly, answering the two's doubts. We can talk about the ethereal immortal palace later. You should have many things that you do not understand now that you have advanced to sovereign personage. I will leave Chu Xiang here. If you have any questions, you can ask her for answers. Don't underestimate this junior sister of mine. If we really fight, you might not be a match for her. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter smiled sweetly and slowly withdrew. This was not an exaggeration. This Chu Xiang had advanced to sovereign personage at least 2 or 3 years ago. Furthermore, she came from a holy land. She definitely had a lot of resources. It would be hard to say if she was a match for her. Holy daughter overestimates me. I will wait outside the courtyard. If young Master Xiao needs anything, just call me at any time. The junior sister of the holy daughter served Xiao Qin like a maidservant. This caused him to feel slightly uncomfortable, but Chu Xiang didn't give him a chance to refuse. She smiled, bowed, and left. Let's not think anymore. Let me see what changes there are when I advance to sovereign personage. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen's consciousness entered the soul pool. After advancing to sovereign personage, the greatest change was the vague dragon seal in Xiao Chen's soul pool, which represented his will of soul. It was completely clear and distinct, radiating a resplendent light. King's might spread to every corner of the soul pool. King's will. The qualitative improvement of Xiao Chen's will of soul allowed him to rival a small perfection sovereign personage's will of soul. If he advanced further, he could rival a great perfection sovereign personage or even surpass them. Apart from that, his quintessential essence had been further condensed, reaching the limit. Lowering his consciousness to his dantian, Xiaochen discovered that the 9-star primal core had already solidified, flickering with black and white lights. The amount of true essence it could hold had increased by 10 times. Xiaochen exclaimed in shock, "Small perfection sovereign personage." The materialization of the primal core was the mark of a small perfection sovereign personage. His primal core would be further transformed and could be molded directly. When one reached peak sovereign personage, the primal core would advance further, turning into an illusory object, somewhere between tangible and intangible. At that time, the primal core would no longer be destroyed, and one would reach the limits of a human. If one wanted to advance further, one had to undergo a rebirth, break through to the Cloud Sea realm, and start cultivating the soul. However, all of this was still a distant goal. Right now, Xiaochen was shocked that he had directly surpassed initial perfection sovereign personage and advanced to small perfection sovereign personage. Xiaochen could not help wanting to laugh out loud. The sovereign personage realm was divided into initial perfection, small perfection, great perfection, and consummation. With each increase in the 4 stages, there would be a qualitative improvement. Many people would remain stuck at a certain stage for the rest of their lives, unable to advance further. However, now, when Xiaochen advanced, he skipped initial perfection and reached small perfection. Xiaochen's deep accumulations finally erupted at this moment. After thinking about it, Xiaochen concluded that it might have something to do with the flask of heartburn that he drank. It was the best wine of the dragon race. Not only could it increase one's cultivation, but it could also convert one's bloodline power. Qin Zhuolin once said that back then, a sovereign emperor was willing to pay a jade mine for this wine. With the aid of this excellent wine and his acquired divine body, Xiaochen still needed to add in the 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine that Xiahou gave him. Coincidentally, Xiaochen managed to advance to small perfection sovereign personage. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "I wonder if Xiahou will die from anger when he finds out." The various changes made Xiaochen's current strength several times stronger than before he broke through. Now that he ran into a great perfection sovereign personage, while Xiaochen did not dare say that he could defeat the other party, he would not fear it. Saber. With a thought, the tyrant saber appeared in Xiaochen's hand, and he drew it. The blade was perfectly straight and 2 fingers wide. It looked delicate and pretty, but when paired with its nearly 4 feet long length, it made one shudder in fear. As Xiaochen gently caressed the saber, he felt somewhat rueful. He had not truly drawn his saber for a long time already. It was not that Xiaochen did not want to, but that his saber skills had fallen too far behind. The Supreme Dragon Fist and Firmament's Rage combined with his Peak Thunder Dao could help him settle most battles. However, the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber's 3rd move, Entering Hell, required a sovereign personage to truly control. Otherwise, if Xiaochen cultivated it rashly, he might end up like xuanhuan, falling into the demonic Dao. All this while, Xiaochen had not dared to touch it. Now that he had advanced to sovereign personage, he did not want to wait any longer. As a bladesman, Xiaochen had been suppressed for too long. "I've wronged you, boss." Right after Xiaochen spoke, the tyrant saber seemed to understand him. It trembled gently and buzzed endlessly. The sharpness that had been suppressed for a long time burst out, turning into a boundless saber intent sweeping out in all directions. A tyrannical aura surged in Xiaochen's heart. The bloodline in Xiaochen's body instantly surged. Using this aura, Xiaochen immediately executed the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique's 3rd move, Entering Hell. The Buddha said, "If I do not enter hell, who will?" This saber strike contained the intent to forego death. Compared to breaking the mundane and resolving the mundane, it contained a broader and boundless boldness and breadth of mind. Without the will of soul of a sovereign personage, one would not be able to control this fearless saber strike. If one was not careful, one would lose control and become a slave to the saber, unable to extricate themselves. Outside the courtyard, Chu Xiang, who was waiting, heard a saber hum. His heart instantly trembled, and his entire body shivered. He was bewildered. Just as she was feeling uncertain, a boundless saber strike containing a fearless boldness soared into the sky from the courtyard and swept out in all directions. What a strong saber strike! This startled Chu Xiang. She nearly thought that this saber strike would destroy the entire residence. However, just as Chu Xiang was about to make a move, she was shocked to discover that this saber strike was forcefully pulled back just as it was about to leave the courtyard. He stabilized it. Such a strong saber strike was actually more terrifying when it was pulled back than when it was unleashed. The saber strike was already so terrifying, inspiring fear. In that case, how terrifying was the person who could subdue this saber strike? Xiao Qin. Aside from Xiao Qin, there was no one else in the courtyard. Clearly, this saber strike came from Xiao Qin. He is also a bladesman. Chu Xiang could no longer suppress the curiosity in her heart. She gently spread her arms and flew up like a butterfly, landing firmly on the courtyard wall. She saw saber winds in the courtyard, accompanied by ghostly wails and wolf howls. It was like purgatory in the mortal world. Malicious spirits wailed and evil spirits cried amid the howling saber winds. The saber winds caused Chu Xiang to lose her footing and nearly fall. The saber winds were so intense that she could not open her eyes. Chu Xiang squinted and looked over with some difficulty. Finally, she saw the mysterious phenomenon formed by the saber wind. Finally, she saw the white-clad Xiao Qin in the purgatory storm with a calm expression and a saber in his hand. A Buddhist swastika appeared on Xiao Qin's forehead. Xiao Qin did not seem to be holding a saber in his hand but an evil dragon from hell that ruled the world and could devour the world. Chu Xiang trembled in fear, afraid that Xiao Qin would lose control and release this evil dragon of hell. Chu Xiang worried for Xiao Qin. She could tell how terrifying this saber strike was and feared that Xiao Qin would lose control and sink into it. However, Chu Xiang slowly discovered that she had worried for nothing. Xiao Qin's initial control was somewhat stiff, making the onlookers nervous. Soon, he could control it as he pleased. It was like Xiao Qin's white robes made him look like an azure lotus walking in hell. His figure swayed, but his heart remained calm. Clang! At some point in time, a melodious saber hum rang out beside Chu Xiang's ears. Only then did Chu Xiang come to her senses. She discovered that Xiao Qin had already sheathed his saber at some point in time. He had a faint smile on his delicate face as he looked at Chu Xiang, who was standing on the courtyard wall. Chapter 2051. On the courtyard wall, Chu Xiang calmed down for a long time before saying, unexpectedly, young Master Xiao is actually a bladesman as well. This is truly surprising. Xiao Qin said softly, I haven't used it for a long time. Fortunately, I'm not rusty. Miss Chu Xiang's swordsmanship should be pretty good. Would it be possible for you to give me some pointers? My pleasure. I haven't used a saber in a long time, and I've just entered hell. His improvement would be much faster than if he were to cultivate on his own. It was great that Chu Xiang could help him. As for Chu Xiang, after seeing Xiao Qin's saber skills, she was already tempted. Even if the other party did not mention it, she would have taken the initiative to bring it up. It would also be of great help to her. Xiao! With that, a sword appeared in Chu Xiang's hand, and she swung it at Xiao Qin. As the long sword was unsheathed, rays of light shone out. Immediately, the courtyard was filled with vitality. Hundreds of flowers suddenly appeared between the ground and the ground. The moment the flowers bloomed, Chu Xiang's sword also arrived in front of Xiaoqin. Among the hundreds of flowers, her sword was the king of the flowers. Under the scorching sun, he bloomed proudly. What a powerful life force! Xiaoqin felt shocked in his heart. To think that Chu Xiang cultivated the life Tao. This reminded him of the merfolk Yan Cangming, who cultivated the death Tao. Compared to the Tao of death, the Tao of life was much harder to cultivate. However, be it the life Tao or the death Tao, they were both special great Taos that stood above the wind Tao, fire Tao, lightning Tao, and the other elemental Taos. Xiaoqin did not dare to underestimate him. He immediately drew his tyrant saber. Infusing the thunder great Tao into the great Tao, Xiaoqin swung his saber to block this unstoppable, exuberant life force. When the saber and sword clashed, Chu Xiang was shocked to discover that the two of them were actually evenly matched. She had advanced to sovereign personage 2 years ago. Without a doubt, her cultivation was much denser than Xiaoqin's. However, she could not suppress Xiaoqin, who had just advanced to sovereign personage. Without any time to think, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist, and the 100 flowers fluttering petals swiftly changed his move. Under the scorching sun, one of them used a saber while the other used a sword, exchanging blows with each other. Neither of them wanted to give in to the other, and neither of them wanted to admit defeat. Gradually, the two of them began to unleash the strength they had been suppressing. They were evenly matched, and Chu Xiang had the upper hand. After all, he came from the heavenly fragrance Holy Land and advanced to sovereign personage 2 years earlier than Xiaoqin. Furthermore, this was just a spar. Xiaoqin had many trump cards that he could not use. Such an outcome was reasonable. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiaoqin exchanged moves with Chu Xiang during the day and stabilized his cultivation at night. He did not notice the passage of time. Just like that, 2 days passed just like that before he could do his best. However, even if he wanted to continue, he had to stop. The Wine King contest was about to begin. No more fighting. Chu Xiang sheathed her sword, feeling some lingering fear. She still had a slight advantage on the first day. On the second day, he couldn't hold on any longer. Furthermore, this was before Xiaoqin executed that horrifying killing move. Chu Xiang had never seen a bladesman with such startling comprehension ability. His comprehension was so strong that it made people feel a little scared. Xiaoqin asked softly, "Miss Chu, do you want to participate in the Wine King contest with me?" Chu Xiang smiled faintly and replied, "I'm afraid not. I have to go with the Holy Daughter. Senior sister is a specially invited appraiser." Hee hee. You can secretly approach senior sister now and use your connections. Xiaoqin knew that the other party was joking. He performed a cup-fist salute and said, "I'll take my leave first, then. Let's meet at the Wine King contest." "Right. I look forward to your good performance." After saying goodbye to Chu Xiang, Xiaoqin headed to the Wine King contest with Iron Egg. The venue of the Wine King contest was in the City Lord's residence. Today, the City Lord's residence was open to the public and exceptionally bustling. However, ordinary people could only watch the Wine King contest from the outer courtyard and could not enter the inner courtyard. "Brother Xiao." Someone called out to Xiaoqin at an intersection. When he turned his head back, he saw that it was the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Yihan. What a coincidence! Xiaoqin had a good impression of this person, so he replied softly. "This is not a coincidence. I've been waiting for young Master Xiao at this intersection for 5 days already. Young Master Xiao never came to my Ice Snow Mountain Manor's residence, so I could only wait here." Yihan did not hide anything, directly stating that he had purposely waited here for Xiaoqin. Only now did Xiaoqin recall that before Yihan left a few days ago, he did invite him to the Ice Snow Mountain Manor. Unfortunately, time was too tight, so Xiao Qin had completely forgotten about it. "Sorry, young Master Yi, why are you looking for me?" Yi Han looked around. There were many people and carriages on the streets, but no one paid attention to the two of them. Yi Han walked over and whispered, "If young Master Xiao wins the Wine King contest, will you give me the ethereal immortal palace's key? Of course, the price is negotiable. I will definitely not disappoint young Master Xiao." The ethereal immortal palace again. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he said calmly, "Brother Yi really thinks highly of me. Let's talk about it later. In any case, that Xiahou Wu will definitely not agree to it. I can only try to get young Master Xiao. If you agree, you can come and look for me at any time." Yi Han did not say anything more. After saying that, he performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. Yi Han did not show any intention of traveling with Xiao Qin. As Xiao Qin looked at Yi Han's departing figure, he entered deep thought. It looks like I have to spend some time to find out what kind of existence the ethereal immortal palace is. Xiao Qin continued on his way. Half an hour later, Xiao Qin arrived at the city lord's residence and handed over his invitation, successfully entering the inner courtyard. The venue for the Wine King contest was set up on a tall platform. After entering the inner courtyard, someone led Xiao Qin to the tall platform to take a seat. The tall platform was already filled with people. When Xiao Qin looked around, he found many of them familiar. They were the guests at the Heavenly Fragrance Palace that day. Their gazes were hostile, but there was no murderous intent. Only two people were exceptions. One was the Hound Lion Empire's crown prince, Xiahou Wu. Great Master Yuan Fei stood behind him, smiling coldly as he looked at Xiao Qin. The other person sat beside Pei Xiaoxian. This person had a sullen expression, pitch-black eyes, and extremely heavy demonic qi spreading from his body. Due to the different demonic cultivation techniques one cultivated, demonic qi was ever-changing. The characteristics of the other party's demonic qi were very familiar to Xiao Qin. Many of the Heavenly Slaughter sect cultivators he had killed had this aura. The Heavenly Slaughter sect's young sect master, Wang Yun. A name immediately appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. He guessed this person's identity, but his expression did not change as he sat down calmly. This Xiao Qin is really bold. To think that his expression did not change at all when he saw Wang Yun. He probably does not know how horrifying Wang Yun's strength is. I can tell that Great Master Yuan Fei's gaze on this fellow is somewhat strange as well. Who knows what's going on? You still don't know. The wine that this fellow brought was brewed by old Du Qi. How could Great Master Yuan Fei find him pleasing to the eye? Ha! There will be a good show to watch now. On the high platform, many people were whispering and discussing in low voices. Suddenly, a group of people walked over from behind the tall platform. One of them was a middle-aged man who looked extraordinary. He was casually dressed and had an unruly smile on his face. His two glasses were slightly red, and he seemed to be a little drunk. This was Peach Blossom City's city lord, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Aside from the city lord's residence's experts, there was also a group of appraisers that the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter had invited over. Greetings, City Lord. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was no ordinary sovereign emperor. He possessed extremely horrifying strength. Even those demonic Dao outstanding talents had to give him face. At this moment, he didn't dare to be impudent and obediently bowed. Ha ha ha, you're welcome. It's time for the Centennial Wine Party again. Thank you, everyone, for taking the trouble to bring me good wine. I don't like red tape, and I don't like to talk nonsense. Drink 3 glasses with me first. After 3 cups, we'll talk about the Wine King contest. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor appeared rather laid back. He stumbled over to the host's seat and casually waved his wide sleeves. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of wine cups flew out from his sleeves and shot toward him. Bang! 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 The wine cups instantly struck a few loose cultivators with weak cultivations. They vomited a mouthful of blood, and all their bones shattered as they went flying back in miserable states. These loose cultivators fell off the tall platform, losing their qualifications to continue participating in the wine party. Xiaochen felt somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, there was such a thing. The other participants were also somewhat surprised. There had not been such a rule in the past. However, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's way of doing things was unfathomable, with no rules to follow. Right now, there was no time to think too much. Xiaochen had to catch 3 cups of wine first. Otherwise, he would be eliminated before it started. Chapter 2052. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's move caught everyone by surprise. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's attack instantly knocked 4 or 5 people into the air, causing them to fall off the tall platform in a sorry state. Even a sovereign personage could not withstand an attack from this wine cup. How strong was the energy contained in the wine cup? How startling was it? However, the many winemakers standing on the tall platform were not injured. When the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor made his move, his target was clear. He would not harm the innocent. Xiaochen had no more than 3 seconds to think. If he could not make a decision within 3 seconds, he could only dodge. Soon, the wine cups would empty. Even if he wanted to attack, he would not have a target. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the demand on the outstanding talents here was so high that it made one's hair stand on end. Xiaochen thought for only 1 second before making his move at lightning speed. He instantly circulated his vital qi and fixed his gaze on the wine cups flying at him. Then, Xiaochen caught one of the wine cups. Buzz! 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 The wine spun in the cup at a startling speed. A huge force surged out from the cup, numbing Xiaochen's arm slightly. Xiaochen's footing was somewhat unstable, but he did not fluster in the face of danger. He swung his right hand slightly and scattered the force. Then, he firmly placed the wine cup on the table. Bang! Just as Xiaochen caught the wine cup, the arms of a few rank 7 sect true inheritors who also caught the wine cup broke. Led by the wineglass, flew out. 2 cups. After stabilizing the first cup, Xiaochen moved much more easily, placing the wine cup on the table. Interesting. I like it to be more interesting. Pei Xiaoxian was the first to catch the 3 wine cups. After drinking wildly, he guffawed. Then, he ferociously attacked, sending out energy. Ding! Dang! Dang! Hundreds of wine cups immediately shattered. The scattered wine splattered in all directions like raindrops with great force. Immediately, many people were hit by the splashes. Their skin and flesh were lacerated as they screamed in pain. Here's a cup for you. Xianhu suddenly let out an evil laugh, fiercely pushing the cup of wine in his hand towards Xiaochen. With a gotcha sound, Xiaochen was just about to receive the cup of wine. On the spot, it was smashed by the flying wine cup, and the fragments flew everywhere. They were all sharp weapons that could injure people. Xiaochen's expression did not change. He gently waved his right hand, and saber winds spread everywhere. These boundless fragments transformed into a wild storm of blades that swept toward Xiaohu. The Xiaohu who was waiting for Xiaochen to make a fool of himself jumped in fright. He had never expected this to happen. Xiaochen casually resolved the crisis and even materialized such a terrifying saber wind. Seeing that he could not dodge in time, he quickly dodged in a sorry state. After this game, Xiaohu did not dare to find trouble with Xiaochen. He focused on receiving his 3rd cup of wine. When all the wine glasses in the air had flown away, Only 9 people managed to catch 3 cups. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's move eliminated most of the participants in the Wine King contest. Not bad. There are still 9 people remaining. I know that many of you are here for the ethereal Immortal Palace's treasure key. Without any strength, obtaining the key is just sending yourself to death. Don't blame me for chasing you away. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor showed a smile that did not seem like a smile. To him, the Wine King contest was more like a game. The defeated cultivators and the people from the outer courtyard watching the excitement now understood. So, that is the case. No wonder the previous Wine King contests did not have such a move. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor paused for a while before saying, "After drinking my wine, it is time for me to drink yours. Come, bring out your wine. Let me see what good wine old Chui chose for me." The Heavenly Slaughter Sect's young sect master, Wang Yun, clapped his hands, and the wine master behind him quickly took out a wine flask. After receiving the flask, Wang Yun walked out first. "I specially prepared this flask of unfettered sky for Senior Peach Blossom. It is a forbidden wine of the Blood Moon Dynasty. With just 1 cup, one can achieve all one's wishes. Fellow appraisers, please consider carefully before you drink it." Wang Yun was very confident in his unfettered sky, revealing a smile on his face. Unfettered sky. Rumor has it that ordinary people cannot drink this wine. Just 1 sip will make one die from happiness. Even if you are a martial artist, if you do not have an outstanding state of mind, you cannot simply drink. The ingredients for such a forbidden wine are extremely rare. To think that Wang Yun managed to find it. I thought that Xianhu would win this time. It looks like it is going to be difficult. Wang Yun felt very cocky when he heard these discussions. However, drunkard Chui, who was beside the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor, waved his hand and said, "Go down first. The people behind are still waiting." Wang Yun could not help feeling somewhat embarrassed. He thought that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor would look at him in a different light after he delivered this forbidden wine. Wang Yun had only spoken a few words with Wang Yun. Unexpectedly, Senior Chui chased him away. In that case, this junior will take his leave first. After Wang Yun left, Pei Xiaoxian stepped forward, carrying a round wine flask with both hands. The wine flask was covered in mud, looking very old. Pei Xiaoxian smiled and said, "I don't know what wine this is either. It was dug out from underground and has never been opened before. I estimate that it has at least 3,000 years of history. Let's see if the city lord likes it." As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar. This Pei Xiaoxian is really messing around. How dare he participate in the Wine King contest with wine that he dug out from a pile of corpses? What made him even more speechless was that he didn't even know what kind of wine it was. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at Pei Xiaoxian. Then, he asked, "Don't you find it heavy?" Pei Xiaoxian smiled and said, "It is quite heavy." Paw! The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor clapped his hands ferociously, and the soil on the wine bottle cracked. Then, the wine bottle exploded. It revealed a white crystal glass-like skull that flickered with cold light. It was incomparably sinister and cold. This was actually a wine cup made from a skull. The owner of the skull was at least a sovereign emperor when he was alive. The sinister skull that suddenly appeared startled everyone. Pei Xiaoxian could not help taking a few steps back, his complexion pale. He didn't expect that he was hugging a skull. Inside the skull, there was some liquid that sparkled under the sunlight. "You may leave," the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said indifferently. Only then did Pei Xiaoxian leave with some lingering fear in his heart. The people who were mocking Pei Xiaoxian earlier all kept their mouths shut, completely stunned. First, there was Wang Yun's unfettered sky forbidden wine. Now, there was Pei Xiaoxuan's mysterious skull wine. The wines of the two demonic Dao cultivators were completely unconventional, turning this wine king's struggle into a confusing affair. Following that, the others stepped forward and offered up the wines they brought. Without exception, all of them were excellent brews of the world, opening everyone's horizons and making them sigh in amazement. When Xiaohu stepped forward and brought out the 9-colored divine phoenix that Great Master Yuanfei brewed, everyone was shocked. My goodness! It is actually the 9-colored divine phoenix. Great Master Yuanfei truly lives up to his name. This is the 9-colored divine phoenix. Since Great Master Ningxinyan passed away 500 years ago, no one has been able to brew the 9-colored divine phoenix. Unexpectedly, I get to see this wine again today. I thought that the demonic Dao cultivators would snatch away the title of Wine King. Unexpectedly, a great master is truly a great master. To think that he took out the 9-colored divine phoenix. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor could not help showing a slight change in expression. He said softly, I finished the last bottle of the 9-colored divine phoenix 100 years ago. Unexpectedly, I get to see it again today. Great Master, many thanks. On the tall platform, Great Master Yuanfei pressed his palms together and returned the bow. City Lord, you are too polite. Excellent brews only exist for true winemakers. Without the Peach Blossom Wine Festival, there would be no 9-colored divine phoenix. These words made the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor happy. He said to Xiaohu, stay behind and sit beside me, then. Xiaohu rejoiced. After bowing, he quickly walked over. This action set the crowd abuzz. With the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's generous gift, it looked like the title of Wine King would fall to Great Master Yuanfei again. The victor of this Wine King contest was still Xiaohu. Now that the 9 people offered up their excellent brews, only Xiaoqin remained. Xiaoqin had 2 choices. One was to take out Waning Moon to compete, and the other was to take out Heartburn. However, honestly speaking, even if he took out Heartburn, he might not win. Xiaoqin had not expected Xiaohu to bring the 9-colored divine phoenix. The grade of this wine was no lower than Heartburn's. This was especially so after Great Master Heartcloud passed away. No one had been able to brew it for hundreds of years, making it even more precious. Most importantly, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor clearly missed this 9-colored divine phoenix and had a special liking for it. When Xiaohu saw that Xiaoqin did not move, he smiled and said, Xiaoqin, why are you still not stepping forward? If you feel ashamed of your inferiority, you can forfeit. There is no need to feel embarrassed. Indeed, the 8 wines that took the stage could all be called excellent brews. Some of the eliminated people even celebrated in their hearts, glad that they managed to survive. If they were still here and took out a wine of too low a grade, they would have embarrassed themselves too much. There was no way to compete at all. The others had similar thoughts as Xiaohu. They felt that Xiaoqin should be ashamed that he could not take out a wine of the same grade. When the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor saw the situation, he consoled softly, little friend, just step forward. There is no need to worry. Being able to stand until the end is already a success. No matter what wine you bring, even if it is just a cup of water, it is better than those who are not qualified to stand here. When Xiaoqin heard that, he could not help feeling somewhat disappointed. Xiaoqin was a smart person. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words were just a form of consolation. The meaning of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words was very clear. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor already had a wine that he liked. No matter what wine Xiaoqin brought, it did not matter. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was already satisfied. Xiaoqin smiled bitterly and did not say anything. He stepped forward and placed Heartburn with the other wines. Then, he left without saying a word. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor only loved the 9-colored divine phoenix. All the other wines were destined to serve as foils. Chapter 2053. Xianhu took over and said loudly, "This wine has. Everyone slapped the table and could not help cheering. However, they were afraid of disrupting this beautiful zither music. Seeing Xiao Qin remain silent, Xianhu revealed a victorious smile. There was no need to say who the champion was. Everyone laughed and evaluated each other. Wang Yun's unfettered sky, Pei Xiaoxuan's bone-grinding wine, Yihan's heavenly ice, the profound heaven's holy sun's flying cloud wine, Xiao Chen's heartburn, Xianhu's 9-colored divine phoenix. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and caught a snowflake. It melted on contact, and his hand felt cold. It looked extremely ordinary. When Xiao Chen looked at the wine cup and saw that the wine was even more ordinary, he could not help mocking it. The entire place erupted into an uproar. As everyone looked at the wine cup containing the 9-colored divine phoenix, their eyes blazed with desire. Such a scene was considered a miracle at the wine party, eliciting mockery from the cultivators of the inner and outer courtyards. Immediately, countless envious gazes landed on the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter. Many people felt their mouths go dry. They wanted to go forward and drink the wine in one go. The prohibition of alcohol truly lived up to its name. Just one look was already so frightening. What would happen if one really drank it? The other appraisers quickly put down their wine cups and quickly walked over. The mysterious phenomenon materialized by Wenren Yu's flying cloud wine perfectly demonstrated what it meant to be ethereal. A hazy fog rose up from the unfettered sky along with the wine, materializing a twisted illusion. Everyone saw a different illusion in the hazy fog. They were all the desires buried in the depths of their hearts. The previously bustling city lord's residence instantly fell deathly silent, devoid of any sound. The place immediately turned noisy. The originally relaxed wine party immediately turned tense. After taking a sip, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter put down her wine cup and praised, "This is indeed an excellent wine. Even the legendary Jade Lake Immortal Brew is not as good as this." An older old man could not bear to see Xiao Qin in such an awkward situation. He walked over and picked up Heartburn. The wine that fell was like a spirit spring falling from a celestial river in the sky. If it weren't for the fact that it was on the same stage as the 9-colored divine phoenix, the other top-grade wines would have had the opportunity to become the main characters. As the wine was poured into the glass, thin snowflakes gushed out. Snowflakes fluttered about, spreading out and drifting over the entire high platform. "Master Phone, what happened to you?" The moment the light appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention, causing them to inhale a mouthful of cold air. The Peach Blossom's sovereign lord waved his hand, and a few attendants immediately stepped forward to pour wine. As expected of an excellent wine. How rare! A 9-colored divine phoenix. To be able to see a 9-colored divine phoenix in my lifetime, I am satisfied. Knowing that it was no match for xianxia, the 9-colored divine phoenix casually picked up a flask of wine to make up for it. The Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor looked at the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter and said, "Since the holy daughter is willing to give me face and come over, I will let the holy daughter taste the first cup of 9-colored divine phoenix wine." Just a gentle breath of the multicolored light made one feel refreshed and refreshed. As the flowing water hit the wine glass, it produced a quiet and rhythmic tune. Wenren Yu smiled faintly and took out the zither on her back. She casually plucked the zither strings with one hand, and the beautiful zither music immediately merged with the tune of the wine. To think that he dares to bring poisoned wine to the Peach Blossom Wine Festival. Does he not know how to spell death? 9 types of excellent wines were placed before the Peach Blossom's sovereign lord and the many appraisers. With one look, it was clear that this wine was prepared for an ancient demonic sovereign. Whoosh! When Xianhu heard the appraiser's words, he could no longer hide the cocky feeling in his heart. He could trample on the profound heaven's holy sun, Yihan, Pei Shaoxian, and the others. Even if it was just a wine festival, it was enough to make him feel proud. 9 attendants raised the 9 wines at the same time and slowly tilted them. The fragrant wine turned into strands of gorgeous silver light under the sunlight and fell into the wine glass. There was a saying, the success of a general rests on the bones of 10,000 people. How many corpses were there under the feet of an ancient demonic sovereign? Without an unparalleled tyranny, one would not be able to suppress the baleful aura in the wine glass, not even able to raise it. Of the 9 people present, aside from Xianhu, no one else had been invited. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Lord looked at the other impatient appraisers. Then, he smiled and said, "Everyone, feel free to taste the wine." Poison. This was the charm of the unfettered sky. The more one abstained from alcohol, the more tempting it was. These appraisers are too much. At the very least, they are just putting on a show. This is too hurtful. Plop. Xiaochen fell heavily to the ground, his fate unknown. Be it the 2 unconventional demonic wines, the profound heaven's holy sun's flying cloud wine, or Yihan's heavenly ice wine, they all pale in comparison. What is a wine king? This is the true wine king, suppressing the righteous and evil, standing out above everyone else. This is the king of wine. There was a total of 9 bottles of wine, 9 types of excellent wine competing for the title of wine king. The holy daughter overpraises me. If you are willing, I am willing to offer up another flask at the heavenly fragrance banquet. The wine cup emitted a 9-colored glow as the wine was poured into it. This Peach Blossom Wine Festival far surpassed the previous ones, creating a history that would not be surpassed for a long time. However, the mysterious phenomenon materialized by Pei Shaoxuan's demonic bone wine was incredibly sinister, radiating a horrifying cold qi. What flowed out of the skulls did not seem like wine but terrifying corpses. The wine cup contained a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Indeed. Who could have imagined that the people left behind would bring out such excellent wines? Even the 9-colored divine phoenix came out. Xiaochen can only blame himself for being unlucky. How could the Peach Blossom Wine Festival be treated like this? However, they still had to go through the necessary procedures. They had to cover their mouths the moment they opened them. It had to be said that the mysterious phenomenon of so many excellent wines appearing at the same time was a feast for the eyes. However, Xiaochen's heartburn remained quietly on the table, no one touching it. After the 9 kinds of wine were poured, it was time to taste the wine. Even the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's expression changed slightly. As his gaze fell on Xiaochen, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The multicolored light became increasingly resplendent, flowing with many colors and changing many forms. "Senior sister, what's going on? What wine did young Master Xiao give?" Chu Xiang asked the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter somewhat anxiously. Although the wine of the others is slightly inferior, it is not that much inferior. It is still very attractive, and people are willing to drink it. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had not specifically thanked any winemaker to show his respect. This nameless ancient wine inspired fear in everyone, not daring to look at it for long. This is too embarrassing. Fortunately, I did not go up. Otherwise, I would have ended up like this. Compared to these 2 unconventional demonic wines, Yihan's heavenly ice wine was like a clear stream. I thought that this wine would never appear again. Who could have thought that it would appear in Great Master Yuanfei's hands? Each of these wines had their own merits and could be said to be unique. However, after the 9-colored divine phoenix phenomenon appeared, the other mysterious phenomena instantly paled in comparison. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter replied softly, "Many thanks, Crown Prince Xiaohu." This fellow had also given up on himself. An awkward scene appeared. Even the unfettered sky and the cold demon bone wine had appraisers willing to try it. "Hee hee, if I were one of these appraisers, I would do the same. At the very least, you have to taste all of these top-grade wines. The clouds swirled, and the wine in the jug pierced through them. It was as if it was falling from an altitude of 10,000 meters, turning into a clear waterfall that fell into the wine cup. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was in a good mood. When he saw this, he did not say anything. Instead, he looked at the 9-colored divine phoenix with a fervent gaze. Putting down the wine cup, Xianxia was just about to leave when his face suddenly warped. He clutched his chest, revealing an expression of extreme pain. There were also people who saw themselves hugging two beauties, with the Heavenly Fragrance's Holy Daughter on their left. On his right was the White Dragon Holy Daughter, and behind him was a group of Heavenly Fragrance's disciples. The scene was rather alluring. The Heavenly Fragrance's Holy Daughter shook her head and said, "I don't know, either. However, this wine should not be an ordinary wine. It is not as simple as it looks." Everyone's gazes fell on Xiaoqin, feeling extremely incredulous. When these people looked around, they suddenly discovered that the wine that Xiaoqin served did not show any mysterious phenomenon. Naturally, the result went without saying. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor raised his hand and flicked away the people charging at him. When the wine cup was filled, a bright multicolored light ignited and turned into a fierce flame. When the wine cup was filled with the heavenly ice wine, the snowflakes that spewed out slowly gathered and formed an ice flower swaying in the air. The appraisers immediately stood up and poured a glass of the wine they liked. As the wine flowed out of the wine bottles, all sorts of magnificent mysterious phenomena appeared. Of course, not everyone felt that Burning Heart, which was served without any introduction, could be considered as a top-grade wine. Right after the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor spoke, an envoy brought wine cups to the Heavenly Fragrance's Holy Daughter. There were even some people who could not resist the temptation and flew up, wanting to charge into the tall platform. Ding! 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 Dang! Some people saw themselves becoming famous, surpassing sovereign personages and becoming a sovereign emperor. A divine phoenix soared out of the flames and soared into the sky. Then, it circled the tall platform, attracting everyone's gazes. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. With just one look at such a fine wine, one would find it pleasing to the eye. When one felt a chill, one's heart instantly calmed down. As one stared at the ice flower, one's heart swayed with it, recalling the many happy and peaceful memories of the past. When these people met this 9-colored divine phoenix, they were destined to lose their splendor, becoming foils. These people whispered to each other and shook their heads, showing dissatisfaction and disappointment in their eyes. This mocking voice attracted the attention of others. Many appraisers looked at Xiaoqian's wine cup. Whoosh! The divine phoenix flapped its wings, and multicolored light descended. The entire city lord's residence bathed in this multicolored light. After taking a look, the divine phoenix raised its wine cup and casually drank it. This wine is poisonous. Up on the tall platform, just as the Holy Daughter prepared to move and try hard burn, the cultivators of the inner and outer courtyards all showed shocked expressions, sighing in amazement. After receiving this praise, Xiaohu's eyes filled with pride as he casually made a promise. The old man known as Grandmaster Feng showed a pained expression as he pointed to the wine flask on the table. However, before he finished speaking, he stopped. Chapter 2054. Poison. The expression of the seated Xiaoqin did not change. However, his heart sank. How could the wine be poisonous? Grandpa Seven personally brewed this wine. Up until now, he had only unsealed it twice. The first time was in Grandpa Seven's house, and the second time was now. Grandpa Seven could not have poisoned the wine. No one would dare to play tricks under the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's nose, so there was absolutely no problem with the wine. The only possible reason was that something went wrong with Grandpa Seven's brewing. Wanting to brew heartburn, the Dragon Clan's #1 fine wine, was not an easy task. The process was complicated and profound, and it required a high level of skill from the brewer. It was possible that a slight mistake would cause the wine to turn into poison. However, Xiaochen trusted Grandpa Seven's skills. In a short instant, Xiaochen's thoughts raced as he thought of many possibilities. However, the current situation did not give Xiaochen much time to think. City Lord, he is not breathing. His heartbeat has stopped, and his aura of life is very weak. We need to quickly save him. The expressions of the two City Lord's residence experts who went to check on the old man's aura changed drastically after a while. Although this old man was an appraiser, his cultivation was not low. He had been a sovereign personage many years ago and could be considered famous in Peach Blossom City. Even if it was a poisonous wine, such a ferocious poison was simply too startling. The moment Xiaochen said that, another round of startled cries rang out. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor frowned slightly. There had to be something strange about this. Logically speaking, Xiaochen should not have brought poisonous wine. However, the problem now was indeed the wine that Xiaochen brought. How bold! Xiaochen, to think that you dare to bring poisonous wine to the Peach Blossom Wine Festival. At this moment, Xiaohu could no longer hold back. Now that Xiaochen was seeking death, this was the best opportunity to trample on him. Xiaochen ignored Xiaohu. He stood up and asked, "City Lord, can you let me take a look at this sir's condition?" Xiaohu smiled coldly and retorted, "Are you seeking death? This sir is already in grave danger. If you delay him, what if he really loses his life? City Lord, I suggest we take down this brat now. We can interrogate him later if he has any conspiracy." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor entered deep thought. This was indeed the best course of action. However, it still felt somewhat strange. Seeing the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor hesitate, Xiaohu continued, "Lord City Lord, if there are no surprises, this wine should be tasted by Lord City Lord." I think his goal is, Xiaohu's words caused one's hair to stand on end. This Xiaochen's heart was a little too big. Enough. However, just as Xiaohu was about to continue speaking, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter stopped him. Then, she looked at the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and said, "City Lord, I have interacted with Xiaochen before. He is definitely not such a person. Let him have a look. With me here, I can guarantee this lord's life." Now that the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter spoke up for Xiaochen, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had to give her some face. He said seriously, "I'll give you 10 minutes. If you cannot give a reason, there is no need for you to exist. No one has ever dared to cause trouble at my Peach Blossom Wine Festival." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's expression remained calm, showing no signs of anger. However, Xiaochen was well aware of the danger of the situation. The other party was not lying. As long as the other party wanted to, they could make Xiaochen disappear from this world in an instant. Xiaochen's life hung on a thread. He could not afford any mishaps. "Many thanks, City Lord." Xiaochen stepped forward and looked at the old man on the ground. Then, he sent in his spiritual sense. After a while, Xiaochen frowned slightly. The old man was indeed not breathing, and his heart had stopped beating. The old man's life force was extremely weak. No matter how Xiaochen looked at it, he looked like he was in grave danger. "What's going on?" Seeing Xiaochen's confused expression, Xiaohu said coldly, "Quickly leave. Don't delay the treatment. Otherwise, even the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter will not be able to protect you if he dies." Clearly, Xiaohu was very rude to the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter for interrupting him. "What's going on?" Xiaochen did not hear what Xiaohu said at all. He was only thinking about the reason. Suddenly, he remembered the feeling he had when he drank heartburn for the first time. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Then, he asked the person beside him, "Old sir, what was your previous cultivation?" "Great perfection, sovereign personage." "What's wrong?" The city lord's residence's people did not understand why Xiao Chen asked this. However, they still answered honestly. Xiao Chen revealed a smile on his face. Then, he stood up and looked at the city lord. "City lord, it was just a false alarm. I already know the reason." The Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor showed an unfathomable expression as he asked indifferently, "What reason?" This old sir was not injured, much less poisoned. He was just drunk. Xiao Chen explained calmly, enunciating every word. "Ha ha ha ha." He was drunk. Xuanhuan felt stunned when he heard that. Then, he guffawed. "Xiao Chen, are you joking? Do you know who these appraisers are?" "They are all famous wine tasters of the desolate sea. They have been drinking wine for hundreds of years." "Drunk?" "When they were drinking wine, you were not even born yet." It was not just Xiaohu. When the others present heard Xiao Chen's words, they could not help laughing. Is this Xiao Chen crazy? I think he really is crazy. Without a certain level of appreciation, why would the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor invite them over? Earlier, those grandmasters drank so many excellent brews and did not get drunk. It is impossible for this lousy wine to get drunk from just one cup. What a joke. I believe that these appraisers have tasted all kinds of excellent brews before. I have never heard of anyone getting drunk before. The Peach Blossom Wine Festival has a history of several thousand years. I have never heard of an appraiser getting drunk before, right? The cultivators in and out of the city lord's residence discussed this matter. They all showed expressions of disbelief and mocked Xiao Chen. Speaking big words. Are you not afraid of biting your tongue? Senior Bai did not even get drunk from my unfettered sky. How can he get drunk from your lousy wine? The heavenly slaughter sex xuanhuan already disliked Xiao Chen. When he heard Xiao Chen's explanation, he could not help scolding him coldly. Indeed, Xiao Chen's words were somewhat exaggerated. To those who drank wine, getting drunk was already a rare occurrence. After all, they were all cultivators. It was not easy to get drunk. Furthermore, Xiao Chen only drank one cup. How could that be? If that was true, then wouldn't Xiao Chen's wine be even more amazing than the excellent brews that they brought? Humph. What a joke. This old man has brewed so many wines, but I have never seen a wine that can get someone drunk from just one cup. 30 years ago, old Seventh Du said the same thing. Even after 30 years, his temper has not changed. Great Master Yuan Fei could no longer sit still. He stood up and snorted coldly, looking at Xiao Chen in dissatisfaction. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly, and anger flashed in his eyes. Great Master, you can just say it about me. There is no need to implicate Lord Seventh. Great Master Yuan Fei smiled coldly and said, why can't I say it? A trashy brewer hiding in a remote and desolate place for 30 years actually dares to let a descendant come out and embarrass himself. I think this Peach Blossom Wine Festival is getting worse. Anyone can come and participate. Your Highness, let's go. There is no need to remain in this place. Xiaohu's lips curled up as he said, that's true. A trash giving away a cup of lousy wine, yet he dares to boast shamelessly. Hee, my 9-colored divine phoenix can't make people drunk, it's embarrassing. Your Highness, I think there is no need to send the 9-colored divine phoenix to your heavenly fragrance banquet. Just bring Xiao Chen's lousy wine. Right after Xiaohu spoke, he tidied up the 9-colored divine phoenix and prepared to leave. The other appraisers quickly stepped forward and tried to persuade Xiaohu with kind words. Immediately, Xiaohu gained a lot of face. He smiled and said, everyone, it is not that I do not want to stay. It is just that my 9-colored divine phoenix cannot compare to this lousy wine. It cannot make everyone drunk. Sorry for the ridicule. The place immediately turned somewhat chaotic. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's expression changed slightly. This was the first time he showed anger. Xiao Chen's words were indeed somewhat overboard. City Lord. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's heart skipped a beat. She knew that the situation was bad, so she quickly called out. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor waved his hand to stop the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter from continuing. He said indifferently, I already gave him a chance, but he is still trying to run his mouth in front of me, spouting nonsense, damn it. Xiao Chen panicked. Unable to care about anything else, he immediately kicked the old man on the ground. Ouch! Who kicked me? A miserable shriek came from below. Old Bai, who was lying on the ground, his fate uncertain, suddenly cried out miserably. Old Bai stood up in a daze, staggering. His face flushed red as he looked around, appearing confused. He woke up. Based on Old Bai's confused appearance, he was clearly a drunkard who had just woken up. Up on the stage, the appraisers and geniuses were all dumbfounded. He really did wake up. This was especially so for Xiahou Wu. He was stupefied, not knowing what was going on. Who kicked me? Old Bai shook his head and recovered somewhat. However, rage filled his face. A murderous intent even flashed in his eyes. A terrifying aura burst out of Old Bai's body, eliciting startled cries. Consummation Peak Sovereign Personage. The tall platform immediately fell silent. Everyone was stupefied. Old Bai broke through. All he did was drink a cup of wine and sleep. Unexpectedly, he broke through the bottleneck that he had been stuck at for hundreds of years. What exactly is this wine? This question lingered in everyone's hearts. 2163, who kicked me? While everyone was shocked, Old Bai, who had stood up, did not give up. He demanded furiously, burning with rage. The others appeared confused, not knowing what to do. They did not understand why Old Bai was so angry. Xiao Chen replied calmly, I did it. Damn it. This old man nearly touched the threshold of Divine Vein Realm's Sovereign Emperor. Murderous intent immediately radiated from Old Bai. However, when he saw that the person who came was Xiao Chen, he showed a stunned expression. Old Bai withdrew his murderous intent and said somewhat embarrassedly, so, it is young Master Xiao. Sorry for the offense. Seeing that Xiao Chen had kicked him, Old Bai's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees, quickly apologizing. However, the others did not pay much attention to this. Instead, they were stunned by Old Bai's earlier words. Xiao Chen nearly touched the threshold of Divine Vein Realm's Sovereign Emperor. This, what exactly is this wine? The people at the scene were going crazy, including those outstanding talents. They were all dumbfounded. Old Bai's words were somewhat exaggerated. However, what happened to Xiao Chen forced everyone to believe it. Previously, who would have believed that someone would break through the bottleneck of great perfection sovereign personage after getting drunk? Great Master Yuan Fei was somewhat stunned. Unexpectedly, such a thing happened. Could it be that old Du really brewed such a miraculous wine? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Great Master Yuan Fei rushed towards the heartburn somewhat crazily, wanting to find out what it was. Whoosh! However, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was faster. He stretched out his hand and caught the wine bottle. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor removed the lid and gently sniffed. It was just an ordinary wine fragrance, nothing strange about it. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor could not help frowning slightly. To think that there was a peak wine that he did not know about in this world. At this moment, everyone knew that the bottle of wine that Xiao Qin brought over was not poisoned but a peak-quality brew. It had an incredibly miraculous effect, far surpassing that of the other 8 peak wines. However, when the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor sniffed it, he showed a confused expression, unable to guess anything. The Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor could not help looking at Xiao Qin and asking, "Little friend, what wine is this?" "Heartburn." Xiao Qin answered calmly, resolving the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor's doubts. "Heartburn." The Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor's eyelids twitched. He asked somewhat excitedly, "Is this the strongest wine of the dragon race, Heartburn, which has not appeared in 5,000 years?" Xiao Qin nodded. "That's right." Whoosh! The moment Xiao Qin said that, a huge commotion broke out. Everyone showed incredulous expressions. "Heartburn. What wine is this? How come I've never heard of it, does anyone know? It has been lost for far too long." 5,000 years ago, the Dragon Emperor bestowed the last flask of heartburn to someone in the Divine Dragon Empire. As for the recipe, it was lost long ago. The origins of this wine are too great. No wonder there were no magnificent mysterious phenomena. It turns out that it is a strong wine. This Xiao Qin really hid his strength. I heard that back then, someone was willing to use a jade mine to exchange for a flask of heartburn. The people on the tall platform showed all sorts of expressions. Some were shocked, some found it strange, and some felt incredibly disappointed. When Great Master Yuan Fei heard the words heartburn, he said somewhat dispiritedly, "Heartburn? How could he brew heartburn? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Lord City Lord, please let me have a sip. Otherwise, I will not be able to accept this. Drink a sip." "Haha. Didn't Great Master say that he was leaving earlier? Why are you still here? Now, no one is begging you to stay." However, the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Yihan laughed faintly at this moment. His laughter was filled with mockery. This made Xiahou feel embarrassed. He had been too cocky earlier, thinking about the 9-colored divine phoenix. No matter what, the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor would give in under pressure. After dealing with Xiao Qin, the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor had not expected Xiao Qin to take out heartburn. Naturally, the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor could not agree to Great Master Yuan Fei's request. He said calmly, "Someone, send Great Master off." "No, I'm not leaving. Let me have a sip. I don't believe it. I don't believe that old Seven Du can brew heartburn." However, Great Master Yuan Fei seemed somewhat deranged. He continuously shoved the people sending him off, appearing somewhat frenzied. How stubborn! The Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor lost his patience. He had always respected the brewer. However, such nonsense crossed his bottom line. These people seemed to have forgotten that he was a divine Vane Realm's sovereign emperor. Paw! The Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor did not see the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor do anything, but he directly sent Great Master Yuan Fei flying. The Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor looked at Xiahou and said, "Crown Prince Xiahou, please go ahead." After all, Xiahou was the crown prince of the Hound Lion Empire. The Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor gave him some face, making an inviting gesture with his hand. Xiahou's face was completely lost. In front of everyone, he felt a burning pain on his face. "Many thanks for Lord City Lord's magnanimity. Goodbye." Xiahou showed a cold expression, not saying a word as he quickly left with his head lowered. Xiahou did not want to remain in this place for even a moment longer. He had never been so embarrassed in his life. This was especially so when he pretended to leave in front of everyone. Who knew, he ended up overreacting. He would probably be the laughingstock of the desolate sea for a long time. When Xiao Qin saw this scene, he felt some joy amid his calmness. If one did not seek trouble, one would not die. This Xiaohu kept jumping around. In the end, Xiaoqin slapped his face until it swelled up. Xiaohu had only himself to blame. However, what made Xiaoqin happy was that Grandpa 7 finally proved himself by not stepping into Peach Blossom City for 30 years. 30 years later, Xiaoqin finally fulfilled Grandpa 7's long-cherished wish with the heartburn that Grandpa 7 brewed. Xiaoqin, why did you not explain the origins of this wine earlier? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at Xiaoqin in confusion, feeling suspicious. The others did not understand either. If Xiaoqin had introduced this wine as heartburn, Xiaohu would not have dared to jump around like that. Or could it be that Xiaoqin was very scheming and purposely dug a hole for Xiaohu? If that was the case, it would be too scary. Xiaoqin said honestly, I did not know that heartburn would have such value. In reality, I already drank a flask of heartburn before, but it did not benefit as much as this old sir. I only felt that it was sufficiently strong and that it was a good flask. Furthermore, the city lord clearly fell in love with the 9-colored divine phoenix back then. I felt that the victor was already decided, so there was no need to waste words. Indeed, at that time, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had called Xiaohu to his side alone. His love for Xiaohu was already indescribable. However, there was one more thing that Xiaoqin did not mention, as he could not be bothered to explain. This was because of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's indifferent attitude when he spoke to Xiaoqin. Since the other party did not care, naturally, Xiaoqin did not need to say anything else. What cultivation realm did you drink it at? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor asked in shock. Middle stage Holy Venerate. After the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor heard that, he felt that it was a pity. He sighed, what a waste, what a waste. You are too wasteful. The effects of this heartburn can only be brought out when one is at least a sovereign emperor. Only the first time you drink it will have an effect. If you drink it again, the effects will be much weaker. You will never be able to make up for this regret. Actually, Xiaoqin already knew about this. However, this heartburn allowed him to skip initial perfection sovereign personage. His advancement to small perfection sovereign personage and the conversion of his bloodline power more or less made up for some of his losses. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at the many appraisers behind him and said, Xiaoqin, this wine is already certain to be heartburn. However, it is too precious. There is no way for everyone to taste it. I will directly name heartburn as the winner of this Wine King contest. That's how it should be, how it should be. If the 9-colored divine phoenix had not left, we might have been able to compete for it. Since Great Master Xuanhuan forfeited, it must be heartburn. Haha. Congratulations to the city lord for obtaining this fine wine. The other appraisers all agreed with the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words. Sighs resounded in the crowd. No one had expected the final victor of the Wine King contest to be Xiaoqin. No one had expected the final victor of the Wine King contest to be Xiaoqin, whom no one had expected. This was simply unbelievable. Alright, since no one has any objections. Since no one has any objections, I will fulfill my promise. Xiaoqin, this is the key to the ethereal immortal palace's treasure. Keep it first. If you have any other requests, I can agree to them as long as they are not overboard. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at Xiaoqin. At the same time, a simple brocade box flew into Xiaoqin's hand before many people's fervent gazes. Xiaoqin received the brocade box. After he put it away, he looked at the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and said, City Lord, I would like to have City Lord protect Lord Seven's village for 100 years, preventing the bandits and the various large factions from harming it. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor felt shocked. This is too simple. I just need to say a word, and no one will dare to touch Old Seven's village. Consider this request a gift from me. Make another request. Given Xiao Chen's strength, he could rank among the best among sovereign emperors. No one would offend him over a village. Xiao Chen felt surprised. Unexpectedly, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was so agreeable. He did not know what to say. What request should I make? Chapter 2055. What request should he make? His request could not be too excessive. He could not possibly ask for the extermination of all the Heavenly Slaughter sect disciples present. Many people focused their attention on Xiao Qin. They were all very concerned about what kind of request he would make. Even among Divine Vein Realm's sovereign emperors, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was one of the strongest. Xiao Qin even dared to slap the Hound Lion Empire's royal court's winemaker. Most importantly, in the Desolate Sea, Peach Blossom City was a rather special force. Peach Blossom City was also a rather special force. It did not differentiate between righteous and evil, not stopping people from coming and going. Both the righteous and demonic factions would give the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor some face. It was extremely rare for someone to make a request of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. After a while, Xiao Qin said, "Lord City Lord, if I return to the Divine Dragon Empire one day, can you protect my life?" The moment Xiao Qin said that, everyone fell silent. Many people thought of all sorts of possibilities. However, they had not expected Xiao Qin to make such a request. Everyone here had long since figured out Xiao Qian's background. They knew that he caused a huge commotion in Divine Dragon City during the competition between the 7 outer palaces. Furthermore, he cultivated the forbidden Supreme Dragon Fist. Xiao Qin had become a thorn in the Golden Dragon bloodline side. It was already a miracle that he managed to escape the Divine Dragon Empire. To think that Xiao Qin still wanted to return. This person was truly suicidal. Interesting. If we want to protect his life in the Divine Dragon Empire, how can we talk about merging? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor definitely has no problem protecting himself. However, it will be difficult to protect him from the Golden Dragon bloodline. This person is really stubborn. Of all requests, he could not make such a request. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor collected many secret treasures and secret techniques. Any one of them would be a priceless treasure. To think that he wants to return. It is unknown whether he can avoid the Golden Dragon's pursuit outside. The cultivators in the city lord's residence discussed this, feeling pity for Xiao Qin. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor remained silent for 3 seconds before saying, "I do not know if I can protect your life in the Divine Dragon Empire. Back then, when I fought with the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor, we both had our victories. If you knew about the horrifying existence behind the Golden Dragon bloodline, you might not have made such a request. However, since you raised it, I will still agree. If you really return to the Divine Dragon Empire one day, I will do my best to protect your life." There was a terrifying existence behind the Golden Divine Dragons? Xiao Qin felt slightly stunned when he heard that. To think that even the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said that. Xiao Qin once suspected that the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor imprisoned the previous generation Heaven Dragon in the Starry Heavens Dragon Prison. This was because Xiao Qin learned a secret that he should not have known. After that mysterious faction got the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor to restrain the previous generation Heaven Dragon. This was because the appearance of the Heaven Dragon could raise the Divine Dragon Empire's luck. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would sever their own arm to imprison the Heaven Dragon. "Thank you, City Lord." Before Xiao Qin could think too much, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor agreed in the end. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor nodded slightly. Then, he looked at the others and said, "This time, everyone brought peak-quality wine. Peach Blossom City will not mistreat everyone. After this, Old Shui will pick some treasures from my treasury to give to everyone." "Many thanks, City Lord." Even if they did not win the Wine King contest, they might be able to obtain a part of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's collection. This trip was not in vain. The others all stood up and performed cup-fist salutes in thanks. This peach blossom gathering came to an end here. All that was left was the peach blossom banquet. However, just as the group prepared to take their leave, the Heavenly Slaughter Sect's young sect master suddenly said, "Brother Xiaoqin, if you can trade Heartburn's recipe to me, I can let bygones be bygones for what you did to the Heavenly Slaughter Sect." The moment Xiaoqin said that, the atmosphere turned somewhat strange. Originally, everyone had a tacit understanding about this topic. Since Heartburn appeared, then Xiaoqin must have obtained the recipe. However, the matter of this recipe was somewhat sensitive and not suitable to be discussed in public. Now that the Heavenly Slaughter Sect's Xuanhuan mentioned it in public, he clearly harbored malicious intent. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor raised his eyebrows. Then, he looked at Xuanhuan and said, "In Peach Blossom City, we only talk about wine and nothing else. If you are not willing to stay and drink, I can send young Master Wang out of the city." "I don't dare. I was just speaking casually." When Xuanhuan saw the situation, he quickly changed the topic, not saying anything more. Clearly, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor meant that as long as Xiaoqin remained in Peach Blossom City, he would protect Xiaoqin. This stopped the other people who had other thoughts from thinking too much. Xiaoqin smiled faintly. He had long expected that someone would bring up the recipe. Actually, before he came, he had already thought of a way to deal with this. Xiaoqin stepped forward and took out the recipe. "City Lord, can you help me keep this recipe safe?" After it was exposed, this recipe would be a disaster in Xiaoqin's hands. He might attract a great perfection sovereign personage or even a sovereign emperor. The losses outweighed the gains. Xiaoqin might as well do the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor a favor and hand it over to the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. The recipe for Heartburn was written on a special beast bone. The words were similar to divine characters and could not be read or memorized. He was unable to read or memorize it. Only when he held the beast bone in his hand could he correctly read the formula. In reality, the 9-colored divine phoenix had used a similar method. The Peach Blossom City Lord felt slightly stunned before understanding. He received the recipe and took a look. Then, he said, "Don't worry. It is in my hands. You can come and take it at any time." Xuanhuan was greatly startled. He had not expected Xiaoqin to do this. Xiaoqin decisively gave up on Heartburn's recipe. Pei Xiaoxian smiled and said, "This fellow is a smart person and very decisive. If we keep it, as long as we leave Peach Blossom City, we will die within 3 days." The others all showed different expressions. Some even showed disappointment. Clearly, it would be much easier to obtain the recipe in Xiaoqin's hands. In the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's hands, there was practically no chance of obtaining it. The eyes of the profound heaven's holy son, Wenrenyu, flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. After putting away the recipe, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor smiled and said, "Let the banquet begin. Everyone, drink to your heart's content." The Peach Blossom banquet began. The Peach Blossom City Lord took out some of the fine wine he normally collected for the cultivators attending the Peach Blossom Wine Festival to enjoy. The bustling banquet lasted until dusk before slowly ending. Xiaoqin returned to the Heavenly Fragrance's residence together with the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter. "Congratulations, young Master Xiao. It is truly rare for you to emerge victorious in the Wine King contest," the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter said with a faint smile. Chu Xiang said in admiration, "Young Master Xiao is really decisive. You gave up on the recipe of the dragon race's best wine without hesitation, not giving that Xuanhuan any chance." Xiaoqin said calmly, "For this recipe to land in my hands, I practically did not spend much effort. It is not a pity to give it away. Furthermore, it is not easy to brew Heartburn. Even Grandpa 7 does not have a high success rate. I was lucky to be able to brew a flask this time." Oh, by the way, I have something to ask the holy daughter. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter asked, you want to ask about the ethereal immortal palace? There is no rush for the ethereal immortal palace for now. I would like to ask the holy daughter if you know the faction behind the golden dragon race that the city lord mentioned. It was not difficult to find out about the ethereal immortal palace. What truly concerned Xiao Qin was the existence behind the golden dragon race. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter hesitated for a while before replying, young Master Xiao will naturally know what you need to know. If you do not know now, there must be a reason. I can only say that the time is not right. Clearly, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter knew the answer. When Chu Xiang saw Xiao Qin looking at her, she smiled bitterly and said, young Master Xiao, don't look at me. I do not know what you are talking about. All right, the time is not right. Xiao Qin smiled helplessly and did not pursue the matter. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter said calmly, young Master Xiao, not pursuing the matter is actually a good thing. You will know when you need to know. There is one more thing that I need to tell you. Qin Zhuolin will come and look for you 3 days from now. He already agreed. Xiao Qin felt slightly surprised. I only passed on a message, and he agreed. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter smiled and said, indeed. I owe young Master Xiao a favor. If you need any help, you can come and look for me at any time. As long as young Master Xiao says the word, I can help you resolve your conflict with the heavenly slaughter sect, getting them to stop bothering you. Xiao Qin smiled and said, I'll owe him a favor first. There is no need to trouble the holy daughter with such trouble. Good. It is getting late. Chu Xiang, send young Master Xiao back to rest. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter did not say anything more. She bowed slowly and left. Chapter 2056. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter seemed to be separated by a thin veil, preventing Xiao Qin from seeing through her. Fluttering over, fluttering away. However, Xiao Qin was already used to it. As he watched her leave, he said, this senior sister of yours is really strange. It's just a few steps away, yet she still asked you to send me off. Clearly, she could have done it herself. Chu Xiang said softly, that's how senior apprentice sister is. There are many times when you want to show concern for someone, but because of your status, you can't completely put down your airs. She could only ask me to do this on her behalf. You can just treat me as your senior sister. There's no difference. Isn't this unfair to you? You're just like a shadow. Hee, there's no such thing as fairness or unfairness. We grew up together and are like sisters. How could I possibly fuss over such things? Hearing this, Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Doesn't that mean you've seen her true appearance? Even if one felt the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's appearance, one could clearly see it. However, the scene that appeared in his mind was always separated by a thin layer of fog. It was extremely strange. Basically, everyone who saw the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter would be curious about her. Chu Xiang smiled and said, of course I have. Actually, you have seen it too. However, senior sister is currently cultivating heart force. Those who have not grasped heart force will not be able to retain her appearance in their hearts. Heart force. Xiao Qin had some understanding of heart force. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King had comprehended heart force. Furthermore, he had used his peerless talent to write the heavenly heart art, which allowed people who could not comprehend heart force to use their soul energy and quintessence to create a simplified version of heart flame. One could not cultivate heart force, one could only rely on comprehension ability. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King comprehended it only after advancing to Divine Vein Realm. This heavenly fragrance's holy daughter actually comprehended heart force at such a young age. This was truly shocking. This is a secret. No one else knows about it. I can tell you everything that I know. However, I truly do not know what sort of existence is behind the divine golden dragon bloodline. Chu Xiang shrugged, indicating that she was indeed unable to help. Xiao Qin, on the other hand, was a little embarrassed. He smiled and said, "It's fine. I'm already here. There's no need to send me off. Alright, see you tomorrow. If you're not in a hurry to leave, we can continue to spar." Alright. At night, the blood moon hung high in the sky, and there were no stars in the sky. Aside from the blood moon, there were no stars in the desolate sea's night sky. Just as Xiao Qin was about to sleep, he suddenly recalled the brocade box he obtained during the day. The key to the immortal palace. Let's see what it is first. Xiao Qin took out the brocade box, opened it, and immediately saw an ancient key shaped like a sword. There were some fine handwriting on the key. Xiao Qin took a closer look. When he saw that the inscriptions were actually divine characters, he gave up on the idea of continuing to look at it. Divine characters could not be memorized or read. The special recipe for heartburn was a simplified version derived from the divine characters. Only by holding the animal bone in his hand could he read and memorize it. I wonder what use it has. Is the misty immortal palace related to immortals? After pondering for a moment, Xiao Qin was still clueless. Thus, he placed it back into the brocade box before placing it back into his storage ring. Looking at the blood moon outside the window, he lay on the bed and let his imagination run wild for a while before he gradually fell asleep. When a thick layer of clouds covered the blood moon, outside the heavenly fragrance's residence, a figure covered himself up so tightly that only a pair of eyes could be seen. This figure looked at the sky and took out a talisman. After the talisman burned, his figure started to turn immaterial until it completely vanished. This was very similar to the void talisman that Xiao Qin and Jianghu used in the Yanwu dynasty's soaring dragon city. After the figure immaterialized, the black figure silently passed through the many restrictions of the heavenly fragrance's residence. Then, he entered Xiao Qian's courtyard. In the dead of night, no one expected that someone had already sneaked into Xiao Qian's courtyard. Furthermore, that person arrived at Xiao Qian's bedroom. After the black figure entered the bedroom, his figure slowly revealed itself. However, that person seemed to have another treasure on him. It was similar to the death god mask, isolating his aura, making it hard to detect. The black figure's gaze locked on Xiao Qian's storage ring, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Then, he formed hand seals with both hands and took out a palm-sized astrolabe. As the astrolabe spun, his soul energy immediately turned into thousands of strands that slowly seeped into Xiao Qian's storage ring. The infiltration process was extremely difficult. Furthermore, he did not dare to startle Xiao Qin. The black-clothed man appeared to be cautious and extremely patient. An entire hour passed, and he did not move at all. Success. A strand of soul energy finally succeeded in seeping into Xiao Qian's storage ring. Then, the black-clad person closed his eyes and did his best to recall what the brocade box that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor gave Xiao Qin looked like. After a while, the black-clad person's soul energy detected a spot of bright light in the pitch-black storage space. The bright light disappeared in a flash. However, in this 1,000th of a second, the black-clad person's soul energy quickly wrapped around it. The black-clad person pulled, and an incredible scene appeared. The brocade box in Xiao Qian's storage ring actually appeared in the black-clad person's hand. Joy flashed in the black-clad person's eyes as he quickly opened it in excitement. However, the instant the black-clad person opened the brocade box, the ethereal immortal palace key flew away from his eyes. The black-clad person saw that Xiao Qin had woken up at some point in time, firmly grasping the ethereal immortal palace key. The black-clad person cursed in his heart. Then, he turned around and left through the window, not lingering at all. However, Xiao Qin was no slower than the black-clad person. The The black-clad person turned into a flash of lightning and instantly gave chase. Whoosh! After revealing himself, Xiaoqin snorted coldly and instantly drew his tyrant saber. A saber light lit up the night sky, firmly locking on to this black-clad person. Damn it! The black-clad person discovered that he could not dodge this saber strike. Helpless, he could only turn around and send out a palm strike. The palm light and the saber light clashed. In that instant, the courtyard supported by the formation shook somewhat. They were also on the verge of collapse, continuously stirring up commotion. Boom! It was also at this moment that the Heavenly Fragrance Palace, which was originally pitch black, suddenly became brightly lit, as bright as day. More than 100 Heavenly Fragrance disciples appeared from the various pavilions, charging at the black-clad person with weapons in hand. Dodge! With Xiaoqin delaying him, the black-clad person looked like he was about to fall into an encirclement. So, he roared, no longer suppressing his strength. The black-clad person unleashed his aura, erupting with startling and terrifying might. Then, he sent out a mountain-like palm image. Before the many Heavenly Fragrance disciples could close in, this person's palm strike knocked them back. It looked like this black-clad person was about to flee. Just as Xiaoqin was about to give chase, a figure descended from the tallest pavilion in the residence. This figure looked like an immortal and knocked this person back. After suffering this attack, the black-clad person's aura weakened significantly. Clearly, he was severely injured. Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter, you are actually so strong. The strength that the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter burst out with seemed extremely surprised, shock flashing in his eyes. However, you still can't stop me. As the black-clad person spoke, his body started to fade into nothing, slowly fading away. Void Image Talisman. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter frowned slightly. In the end, she was too late. When Xiaoqin discovered this person, he had already activated the Void Image Talisman. However, the holy daughter was not willing to let this person off. Her figure soared up and gave chase under the moonlight. The Void Image Talisman had a time limit. This person could not remain hidden forever. As long as he revealed some clues, she would have a chance to catch him. Xiaoqin, are you all right? Chu Xiang asked out of concern as she arrived beside Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin sheathed his saber and replied softly, I'm fine. If he wanted to kill me, I would have died already. That's why he came. The ethereal immortal palace key. Xiaoqin nodded. Fortunately, I left a mark on this key during the day. The instant he opened the brocade box, I noticed it. Even so, Xiaoqin still felt some lingering fear. This person came to his room without a sound. If he really wanted to kill him, he would not be able to do so. If he really wanted to kill Xiaoqin, it would be hard to say whether he could survive or not. It looked like he could not let down his guard even though he was in the Heavenly Fragrance's residence. He could not be so lucky every time. Sorry, I nearly killed you. To think that this person even dared to barge into the Heavenly Fragrance's residence. Chu Xiang said somewhat apologetically. It's fine. Xiaoqin entered deep thought, finding this strange. Who could this person be? The Ice Snow Mountain Manners Yihan. The Heavenly Slaughter Sex Xuanhuan. The Blood Flame Sex Pei Xiaoxian. Or perhaps the Profound Heaven's Holy Son, Wen Renyu. Many candidates appeared in Xiaoqian's mind. All of them were suspicious, but he could not match them up. It was even possible that none of these people were Xiaoqin. It looked like some people's desire for the ethereal immortal palace key far surpassed his expectations. This person even dared to barge into the Heavenly Fragrance's residence. He wondered if the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter could catch up to him. Chapter 2057. When dawn was about to arrive, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter returned alone. Senior sister, you failed to catch him. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter said softly, "An expert obstructed me along the way, so I lost him." "Young Master Xiao, are you injured?" Xiaoqin shook his head and repeated what he told Chu Xiang. "Who do you think that person is?" Xiaoqin asked in the end. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter replied helplessly, "I can't figure it out. However, we should have met this person before. He purposely hid his familiar martial techniques. Otherwise, I would not have injured him so easily. If I guessed right, he should be one of the people participating in the Wine King contest on the tall platform. As for who it is, I am not sure. This person had a treasure that could isolate his aura and purposely hid his identity. It would be difficult to find him." It was already very difficult for the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter to narrow the search to 9 people. If Xiaoqin had to ask who it was, the first person he thought of would be the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Yihan. This person desired the ethereal palace's key and even took the initiative to seek Xiaoqin out. Perhaps Xiaoqian's vague attitude at that time made Yihan feel that there was no hope of obtaining it through a transaction. Hence, Yihan took the risk to come to the heavenly fragrance's residence to plunder it. However, is he really that strong? Xiaoqin knew that the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter comprehended heart force. It would be difficult for Yihan to escape from her hands. Aside from Xiaoqin, there were also the profound heaven's holy son Wenrenyu, the heavenly slaughter sect's Wang Yun, Xiahou Wu, and Pei Xiaoxian. Does young Master Xiao have a candidate in mind? Xiaoqin recovered his wits and replied, "I do not. Actually, it does not matter. Even if I guessed it, I cannot do anything to these people without evidence. As long as he does not give up on his evil intentions, he will fall into my hands sooner or later. Holy daughter, can you explain to me what kind of place this ethereal immortal palace is and what is the use of the key?" After some thought, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter asked, "Do you know how many grades of soul tools there are?" Xiaoqin knew this. He answered casually, "Soul tools are divided into 3 grades, inferior grade, medial grade, and superior grade. Regular rank 6 sects had inferior grade soul tools. Only rank 7 sects and factions could control medial grade soul tools. As for superior grade soul tools, only the holy lands and dynasties could control them. The Qiongqi Beast Ghost Pennant and the God Shadow Bow in Xiaoqian's hands were both medial grade soul tools, carefully chosen by the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. It was extremely rare. Even among medial grade soul tools, it was one of the best. Under normal circumstances, Xiaoqin would not dare to take out these 2 soul tools. If news of them leaked out, it would bring him great trouble. Wrong. Rank 4, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter corrected Xiaoqin. 4th class. Right. Aside from inferior grade, medial grade, and superior grade, there are also transcendent grade soul tools. Xiaoqin asked in confusion, "What does this have to do with the Immortal Palace key?" Legend has it that the ethereal Immortal Palace hid a transcendent grade soul tool. After the heavenly realm shattered, divine tools no longer existed in the martial epic. A transcendent grade soul artifact is the strongest artifact in the world. Any force that possesses it will immediately become a holy land, or even surpass it. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter continued, 100,000 years ago, the blood-soaked dragon emperor used this transcendent grade soul tool to defeat and seal the unparalleled Black Dragon King, ending the war between righteous factions and demonic factions. The blood-soaked dragon emperor once used this soul tool. Startled, Xiaoqin quickly searched through the vast blood-soaked dragon emperor's memories for any transcendent grade soul tools. The blood-soaked dragon emperor's memories were too vast. If one did not have any crucial clues, one would not be able to search for them rashly. He might not be able to find any useful information even after a year and a half. The transcendent grade soul tool that the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter had given him was different. Soon, Xiaoqin found some useful memories. He could not help asking, are you talking about the wings of time? You actually know. That's right, it was the wings of time. Back then, the Black Dragon King had been insufferably arrogant. He had used the destruction dragon flame to burn down the world tree. He caused the heavenly realm to lose its source of energy and collapse in an instant. All the martial gods were severely injured, and their strength plummeted. Nearly no one was a match for him. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter felt somewhat surprised. To think that Xiao Qin knew such a secret. However, when she thought about how he was a member of the dragon race, she understood. After a pause, she continued, the righteous Tao factions worked together to gather the divine Aeon steel fragments and forge the wings of time that could reverse time. Then, they helped the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor defeat the Black Dragon King, ending the previous war between righteous factions and demonic factions. Xiao Qin remained calm and collected as he continued searching for information about the wings of time in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. He finally found it. After the Black Dragon King was sealed, there was no longer a need for the wings of time. Because the wings of time were too strong, the various holy lands feared them, so the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor continued to hold the wings of time. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor understood this principle, so he returned the wings of time. The various holy lands refined an immortal sect remnant to seal the wings of time. This immortal sect remnant was the ethereal immortal palace. After that, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor lost his memories. In the battle with the Black Dragon King, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor also suffered irreparable injuries and vanished 100 years later. Xiao Qin looked at the ethereal immortal palace key in his hand and immediately felt incredibly heavy. Don't tell me that this ethereal immortal palace key is the key to opening the ethereal immortal palace. If that were the case, why did the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor give him away as a prize? The Wings of Time was a transcendent grade soul tool. Why did he not open the ethereal immortal palace himself? The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter smiled and said, that's right. This is indeed the key to opening the ethereal immortal palace. However, what? Xiao Qin asked. However, it is useless even if you have this key. No one knows where the ethereal immortal palace is now. Furthermore, there are a total of 7 keys. Some of them are already missing. The most important inheritance key has not appeared in the world for tens of thousands of years. Xiao Qin felt somewhat speechless. In that case, isn't my key useless? That is natural. Otherwise, why would the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor give away such a precious item? However, it is not completely useless. Did you notice the divine characters carved on it? If you use the divine characters to cultivate soul energy, you can achieve twice the result with half the effort. It is actually very useful to you, who just advanced to sovereign personage. The divine characters could indeed cultivate soul energy. Back then, Xiao Qin relied on reading the divine characters to temper his will of soul to the level of a great perfection sovereign personage. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's words reminded Xiao Qin of something. While it was useless to the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor, it was very useful to Xiao Qin. However, Xiao Qin thought for a while before saying, what is the purpose of that black figure coming to my room and stealing my key? At the mention of this matter, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's expression turned somewhat grave. I hope that he just wants to rely on the key to raise his soul energy. What if that is not the case? The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter remained silent for a long time before sighing. If that is not the case, then there will be great trouble. It will be a boundless calamity that will affect the entire martial epic. A transcendent grade soul tool like the Wings of Time should not have appeared in the world. Xiao Qin understood that the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter was not exaggerating. If someone really opened the doors to the ethereal immortal palace and the Wings of Time appeared, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's words would break. The fragile balance between the righteous Tao and the demonic Tao would immediately break. The previous great war between the righteous factions and the demonic factions had already destroyed the heavenly realm, severely weakening the martial epic. If there was another great war between the righteous factions and the demonic factions, it would be hard to say whether the martial epic would still exist. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a calamity. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter said after some thought, however, don't overthink. I don't believe that someone can gather all 7 keys. No one even knows what the inheritance key looks like. The ethereal immortal palace is like its name. It will probably remain ethereal forever. Xiaochen thought about it and felt that this was a groundless worry. It was just a black figure coming to steal the key, yet the two connected it to the calamity of the martial epic. As they spoke, the sky turned bright without them realizing it. When the sun rose, the blazing sun shone with a fiery light and shone on the heavenly fragrance's residence. Such an intense sun only existed in the desolate sea. Your Highness the Holy Daughter, Senior Chui is here. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's reward for young Master Shao is also here. Just at this moment, a heavenly fragrance disciple came to report. Xiaochen felt slightly surprised. He recalled that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor said yesterday that anyone who entered the Wine King contest could obtain one of his treasures. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen had one as well. I'm looking for you. I won't be going. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter smiled faintly and took her leave. Chapter 2058. After the holy daughter left, Chu Xiang led Xiaochen to meet old Chui. Xiaochen. When old Chui saw Xiaochen, he walked over with a wide smile. It was clear that he was very excited. Congratulations. When you go back, help me ask old Seven. Tell him that an old friend in Peach Blossom City misses him, old Chui said in a somewhat choked voice. After waiting for his old friend for 30 years, all he got was a cup of old wine. However, in the end, Xiaochen still helped Grandpa Seven fulfill his long-cherished wish. Xiaochen won the Wine King contest and even defeated his old rival, Great Master Yuan Fei, resolving the knot in his heart. Xiaochen nodded and said, definitely. Keep this well. The city lord and I chose it for you. The city lord likes your heartburn a lot. Old Chui took out a brocade box and solemnly handed it to Xiaochen. What is it? Just as Xiaochen was about to open the box, old Chui pressed down on his hand and smiled. There's no rush to open it. Open it when you go back. Also, help me give this heavenly origin pill to old Seven. The heavenly origin pill was used by cultivators to extend their lifespans when they were nearing the end. It was a rank 5 heaven-ranked medicinal pill, something worth cities. Xiaochen felt slightly startled. It looked like old Chui and Grandpa Seven had a deep friendship. Old Chui even gave such a precious medicinal pill to Xiaochen. Ha! I won't stay any longer. I still have to help you deliver the collections of the others. After chatting for a while, old Chui performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave to deliver the collections of the other winners of the Wine King contest. Senior Chui, please wait. Just as old Chui was about to leave, Chu Xiang called out to him, sending a voice projection. Old Chui's expression immediately changed drastically. To think that there is such a thing. To think that someone dares to barge into the heavenly fragrance's residence in Peach Blossom City. He is simply lawless. Don't worry. I will do as Miss Chu said. Old Chui left in a rush with a somewhat angry expression. However, this left Xiaochen somewhat confused. Chu Xiang, what did you say to Senior Chui? Chu Xiang smiled and said, since Senior Sister said that, the person from last night must be a cultivator who participated in the Wine King contest during the day. Just nice, we can let Chui Lao test the waters and see who's injured, who doesn't dare to appear, and who's worthy of suspicion. Xiaochen said softly, it's better not to spread this matter. Don't worry, I've already instructed Chui Lao to keep this a secret. Back in his room, Xiaoqin opened the brocade box. Inside was a jade strip and a beast horn. Xiaoqin picked up the beast horn and examined it. He was shocked to discover that it was the heartburn recipe that he had given the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor. It was only after a long while that he regained his senses. The Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor truly lived up to his character. He had never thought of taking advantage of Xiaoqin, returning the recipe. However, it helped him shoulder all the danger. Everyone knew that Xiaoqin had publicly given the recipe to Peach Blossom City. However, they did not know that he had secretly given it to Xiaoqin. Going back and forth had saved Xiaoqin a lot of trouble. As for the other jade slip, Xiaoqin placed it on his forehead, and many cryptic mantras entered his mind. It was the rare eye technique, the candle dragon eyes. Xiaoqin used his ice great Tao energy and soul energy at the same time to imitate the candle dragon eyes. Once he activated it, he could seal his opponent in ice. It could seal not just the physical body but the soul as well. This was both an eye technique and a soul technique. Its offensive power was extremely strong, catching others off guard. Think about it. In the middle of a battle, the opponent was imprisoned by you. Even if he could freeze his opponent for only 1 second, it would be sufficient for Xiaoqin to kill his opponent hundreds of times. The scarier thing was that even if this eye technique broke the ice seal, the candle dragon eyes would keep an eye on the other party, interfering with the other party's movement technique and veritable essence energy circulation. The only flaw of this eye technique was that it was somewhat troublesome to execute. It was very hard to execute instantly. However, this candle dragon eyes was very suitable for Xiaoqin. It looked like the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor could tell that Xiaoqin had 3 great Tao. The Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor used the ice great Tao less, so he chose this eye technique for Xiaoqin to make use of the ice great Tao. With the dragon race bloodline, it would be much easier for Xiaoqin to execute this eye technique, achieving twice the results with half the effort. When the sun set, Cui Lao returned to the Heavenly Fragrance's residence and informed Xiaoqin and Chu Xiang of the results of his probing. The Heavenly Slaughter Sect's xuanhuan is missing. A Heavenly Slaughter Sect elder received the items on his behalf. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Yihan already left the city. Pei Xiaoxian seems to be injured. He said that something went wrong while he was cultivating. Aside from these 3, the others are rather normal and are not suspicious. Xiaoqin entered deep thought. Then, he asked, what about the profound heaven's holy son, Wenrenyu? This person should be the least suspicious. He took the initiative to stay and chat with me for a long time. I did not notice anything strange, Cui Lao said honestly, not hiding anything. Chu Xiang said, it looks like the suspects are Xuanhuan, Yihan, and Pei Xiaoxian. Pei Xiaoxian is the most suspicious. Once something goes wrong in a demonic Tao sect, the backlash is extremely severe. He should be recuperating in closed-door cultivation. Why would he need to come out personally? Xiaoqin remained silent, not saying anything. Could it be Pei Xiaoxian? If so, this person is rather horrifying. He appears crazy on the surface, but he is so scheming. In the following days, Xiaoqin had the innate fragrance disciple send Iron Egg back alone. Then, he remained in the Heavenly Fragrance's residence. During the day, he sparred with Xiaoqin, practicing his saber techniques. At night, he practiced his eye technique, the candle dragon eyes. Once he succeeded, this eye technique would become a powerful killing move that rivaled the divine lightning eye. 7 days later, Xiaoqin said goodbye to the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter and left the residence. Before Xiaoqin left, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter said, "Young Master Xiao, please take care of yourself. If you need help, you can contact me at any time." Many thanks. Chu Xiang said somewhat reluctantly, "How unfortunate. I do not know when we can meet again after parting with young Master Xiao this time." Xiaochen smiled and said, "Tell me how to get to the heavenly fragrance. I can go and see you." The location of the heavenly fragrance Holy Land had always been a mystery. No one knew. Even during the previous war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, the Black Dragon King had searched many times but returned empty-handed. Xiaochen's words were just a form of mockery. "In your dreams." Chu Xiang covered her mouth as she laughed. Her laughter was as melodious and pleasing as before. "Goodbye. Chu Xiang, help me send young Master Xiao off." Chu Xiang sent Xiaochen out of the peach blossom garden. Then, Xiaochen grew increasingly smaller in her vision until he vanished. Only then did Chu Xiang sigh and turn to leave. The return journey was much smoother than Xiaochen imagined. The journey was calm and peaceful. Aside from some blind ferocious beasts in the desolate sea, there were no other disturbances. There were no surprises or dangers. 7 days later, the Azure Mountain appeared before Xiaochen. The ancient and mysterious Azure Mountain rose steeply from the ground, enduring thousands of years of worship from the surrounding villages for 5,000 kilometers around. The ancient and mysterious Green Mountain rose steeply from the ground, enduring the worship of the surrounding villages for thousands of years. The momentum that was originally rising came to an abrupt halt at the peak of the mountain. The Azure Mountain was still there, but where was the dragon's head? When Xiaochen reached the Azure Mountain, the village would be close. He would be able to rush back before sunset. The journey was overly peaceful. However, Xiaochen was not used to it. Originally, he thought that even if the black figure did not seek trouble for him, the Hound Lion Empire's crown prince, Xiahou, and the heavenly slaughter sect's Xuanhuan would not let him off so easily. Along the way, Xiaochen was very cautious, not daring to be careless. Who knew, the two did not make a move. After thinking about it, there was only one possibility: the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter secretly helped him deal with this matter. Otherwise, given Xuanhuan and Xiaou's characters, they would not easily seek trouble for him. This is good. Xiaochen withdrew his gaze and returned his attention to the Azure Mountain. Whoosh! Gently pushing off with his feet, Xiaochen's figure moved like lightning, heading for the Azure Mountain. This mountain seemed to have a magical power. Every time, it would attract Xiaochen's attention. After looking at it for a while, he could not help rushing over. 10 kilometers away from the Azure Mountain, Xiaochen stopped. Xiaochen recalled the strange encounter when he first touched the Azure Mountain and the uncontrollable demonic chi covering his body when he climbed to the summit. The more taboo something was, the more it tugged at one's heartstrings. Xiaochen considered himself a calm person. However, when facing the taboo mountain, he found it hard to suppress the impulse in his heart. After hesitating for a while, Xiaochen raised his feet and walked over step by step. Xiaochen could cross the distance of 10 kilometers in the blink of an eye. However, Xiaochen walked very slowly. A strange force field spread around the entire Azure Mountain. The air was filled with hatred, rage, killing intent, pain, and other negative emotions. Among them, despair was the heaviest. In the eyes of ordinary people, this should be an out-and-out demonic mountain. However, Xiaochen's intuition told him that there was something strange here, hiding a startling secret. Don't touch it. Just as Xiaochen was about to touch the Azure Mountain again, someone stretched out a hand from behind and placed it on his shoulder. Chapter 2059. The atmosphere near the Azure Mountain was strange in the first place. Suddenly, someone appeared and patted Xiaochen's shoulder. Xiaochen, who already felt nervous, immediately turned around and threw a palm strike as if he faced a great enemy. Bang! The two palms clashed, and Xiaochen knocked that person back. When he landed, he paled slightly and grimaced in pain, appearing extremely unbearable. Qin Zhuolin. When Xiaochen saw this person's appearance, he felt startled. Why is he here? He hurriedly flew forward and walked over with quick steps. Are you all right? Xianhuan smiled bitterly and said, It has only been half a year, and your strength has increased a little too much. This is truly incredible. Half a year ago, Xiaoqin was still a holy venerate. When they met again, Xiaoqin had already broken through the shackles of sovereign personage, surpassing initial perfection sovereign personage and reaching small perfection sovereign personage. This is all thanks to the heartburn you gave me. I don't know whether to thank you or blame you. Heartburn can only be used once in my lifetime, and I wasted it at the Holy Venerate realm. Without the accumulations of heartburn, it would have been very difficult for Xiaoqin to break through to small perfection sovereign personage in one go. Xianhuan smiled abashedly and said, I did not expect heartburn to be so strong. Sorry. Since you hit me earlier, we are even, right? Let's not talk about this. Why are you here? Haha. I've been waiting for you for a few days already. Let's talk after we return to the village. All right. When Xiaoqin returned to the village, the villagers welcomed him like he was a hero, welcoming him warmly. Iron Egg, who had returned early, had already told everyone about Xiaoqin winning the Wine King contest. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had already declared that anyone who dared to touch their village within 100 years would become an enemy of Peach Blossom City. Given the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's strength and prestige, the villagers would no longer have to worry about bandits or demonic Dao factions invading them. They no longer had to worry about the thing that they feared the most. How could they not be happy? After the commotion, Xiaoqin, Sang, and Xianhuan gathered together. What exactly is the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter looking for you for help? Xiaoqin asked. Xianhuan took a sip of wine and said after some thought, She wants me to help her find the corpse of the previous Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter and bring back a jade pendant. Xiaoqian's thoughts raced, and he quickly guessed, the body of the previous generation saintess should be in an underground tomb somewhere. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked for your help. Smart. Even the Holy Lord of Tianxiang wouldn't dare to enter this place. The stronger one is, the greater the danger. Xianhuan smiled faintly. Then, he looked at Xiaoqin and said, Guess where the remains are. It's just outside the village, under that well. These few days, if you have nothing to do, go there. Before Xiaoqin could say anything, Sang spoke up from the side. Really? Xianhuan said awkwardly, Indeed. The corpse of the previous Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter is in that well. 50 years ago, the Heaven Dragon of your dragon clan seemed to have discovered a shocking secret in this place. Not only did it attract the attention of many people, but it also offended someone that it should not have offended. When it fled into the well, many people who did not know what was going on wanted to follow and take a look. In the end, they were all trapped in there. The infamy of this well spread throughout the desolate sea. From then on, it became one of the most horrifying forbidden lands in the desolate sea. Xiaoqin remained silent. Indeed, he had not expected the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter to do something related to this well. After a long time, Xiaoqin said, I went into this well before. You came out. This time, it was Xianhuan's turn to be shocked. He looked at Xiaoqin and said, This is really shocking. In the past, there were fearless geomasters who wanted to go in and check it out. However, no one came out. Xiaoqin raised his wine cup and drained it in one go. Then, he revealed an expression of lingering fear. After some thought, he said, There is a heavenly Dao killing formation inside. The killing formation perfectly blends with the environment, preventing people from feeling any danger. Everyone who died in there showed shock on their faces, not knowing how they died. I did not go too deep and only managed to come out due to some fortuitous encounters. Xiaoqin told Xianhuan everything that happened that day, holding nothing back. After Xianhuan heard that, he thought for a long time. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, "To think that it is a heavenly Tao killing formation. Had I known, I would not have agreed to her request. It looks like the heavenly fragrance Holy Land's people went down before." However, they were already scared out of their wits. "Brother Qin, can you tell me honestly how much do you know about this place?" Xiaochen asked directly as he looked at Qin Zhuolin, not wanting to beat around the bush. Be it the azure mountain that had lost its dragon head or the mysterious and unfathomable ancient well, Xiaochen urgently wanted to know the answer. He had a feeling that as long as he solved these two mysteries, he would be able to figure out why the blue dragon race was destroyed. Qin Zhuolin was stunned for a while. Then, he said, "I don't know much, either. I only heard from my master that the desolate sea was not like this in the past. In the past, desolate slaves could be seen roaming the desolate sea even during the day. Look at how desolate the desolate sea is now, right? The desolate sea used to be even scarier and more dilapidated than this. The corpses and blood of the righteous and demonic sects turned this place into hell on earth. However, because of two people, because of their fight, the entire desolate sea's terrain changed." Xiaochen asked, "Which two people?" The desolate sea was vast and boundless, even larger than the eastern region and northern region combined. Just because of a fight between two people, the landscape had completely changed. Just how powerful was that person? One was the dragon race's dragon emperor Xiaoyun, and the other was a mysterious existence without a name. Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun. There doesn't seem to be such a dragon emperor. I once checked the dragon race's records of emperors, and there was no such dragon emperor. Xiao Chen's memory was not bad. If this person was truly strong, he should have a deep impression of him. There isn't. I don't know about that, either. My master told me. My sect only has a single inheritor, so my master should not lie to me. However, that does not matter. I will only tell you what I know. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Speak." For some reason, this dragon emperor Xiaoyun wanted to sacrifice the entire desolate sea. TSK. Think about it. Back then, the war between the righteous and demonic factions had just ended. Who knows how many sovereign emperor and foe god corpses were buried in the desolate sea? There were even more sovereign personage corpses. If he really succeeded in the blood sacrifice, how horrifying would it be? So, someone came to stop him, and the two started fighting. Qin Zhuolin continued, "No one knows who won. In any case, the desolate sea became like this after that." Xiao Chen entered deep thought. After a while, he asked, "What does this have to do with this place?" My master speculated that this towering mountain might be the totem that Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun set up back then, using the totem as the formation core. Then, he used the entire desolate sea as the formation core and carried out the blood sacrifice. Qin Zhuolin smiled and said, "Of course, that master of mine is not very reliable. What he said is something passed down by his ancestors. Take Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun for example. Even you said that there was no such thing, so don't take it too seriously. I really don't believe that someone could use the entire desolate sea as the formation core and lay a blood sacrifice formation. How strong would that person have to be? However, I'm only telling you what I know." "Hey, Xiao Qin." As Qin Zhuolin spoke, he discovered that Xiao Qin was in a daze, not listening to him at all. Sang saw some clues and already guessed some things. The Emperor record did not have any records of Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun. However, that did not mean that there was no such Dragon Emperor in the Divine Dragon Empire's history. If this Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun was the Blue Dragon race's Dragon Emperor, then everything made sense. Xiao Chen must have guessed this, which was why he was in a daze. "What are you thinking about?" Xiao Chen recovered his wits and said, "Nothing." Go on, go on." Flabbergasted, Qin Zhuolin said, "I already said everything. What else do you want me to say?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xiaoqin could only change the topic. Who exactly is the person who fought with Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun? Qin Zhuolin shrugged and said, who knows? There are always some people in the Great Thousand Realms who hide their strength. Take you for example. Who could imagine that you were just a holy venerate half a year ago? Now, you are already a small perfection sovereign personage. Now that the topic returned to himself, Xiaoqin stopped asking. However, he felt exceptionally curious about Qin Zhuolin's identity. To think that Qin Zhuolin knew such a secret in such detail. Since you are here, I will not linger. After drinking this cup of wine, I will be going down. I hope that I can return alive, Qin Zhuolin said resolutely as he drained the wine in one go. Qin Zhuolin downed the wine in one go and put down the wine cup. He still wants to go to the Coldine Springs ancient well. Chapter 2060. Despite knowing that the Heavenly Tao killing formation was at the bottom of the ancient well, Qin Zhuolin still wanted to go down. The blood moon hung high in the sky beside the ancient well. Qin Zhuolin made up his mind to go down and investigate. Aside from the fact that he had already promised the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter, Qin Zhuolin had also decided to investigate. Firstly, he was confident in his own strength, and secondly, he wanted to see what was down there. Thinking about how Zhang Xian even dared to touch the ancient tomb of a Hellguard, Zhang Xian felt a little relieved. I'll go down with you. Looking at the reflection of the blood moon in the well, Xiaoqin said softly. Finding it strange, Qin Zhuolin asked, are you sure? Yes. Originally, Xiaoqin planned to explore the ancient well after he broke through to sovereign personage. Now, he was already a small perfection sovereign personage. Since Qin Zhuolin insisted on going down, she might as well go down with him. At least, she could take care of him. Qin Zhuolin thought for a while before nodding. That's fine. After all, you went down once. However, think about it carefully. You might not be as lucky as you were last time. Even if you don't go, I will go down alone. Qin Zhuolin looked at Xiaoqin strangely. Xiaoqin should be hiding something from him. However, that did not matter. Everyone had their own secrets. Wasn't he the same? Let's go. The two of them jumped into the ancient well one after the other. The spring water was clear, and the reflection in the water was a cold blood moon. It looked like the two of them were rushing toward the blood moon. Thump. Not long after, the two of them dived into the water. The cold air assaulted them, instantly penetrating their internal organs. The two people in the water couldn't help but shiver. There was a thick yin qi in the chill. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to stay for long after jumping in. Otherwise, they would be poisoned by the cold poison. If it was light, their internal organs would be damaged. If it was heavy, they would die on the spot. After swimming for an hour, Xiaoqin and Qin Zhuolin leaped out of the water at the same time. Their complexions were pale. In front of him was a deep karst cave with crystal-glazed stalactites hanging upside down. Be careful of the stalactites above. These stalactites are even sharper than divine weapons. Many people were pierced through by them and frozen to death on the spot. Xiaoqin came once and reminded Qin Zhuolin. Qin Zhuolin looked around but did not see anything strange. However, he, who had been dealing with evil spirits underground for many years, felt a deep chill in his heart. His intuition told him that this seemingly ordinary cave was actually filled with killing intent. Unheard of. After a while, Qin Zhuolin shook his head in disappointment. It seemed like his previous experience was useless here. Walking on the surface of the underground spring, the two of them swam upstream. I recall that your dragon race's heaven dragon only disappeared 20 years ago, right? Qin Zhuolin asked. Yes. After he lost to the purple gold dragon emperor, he was imprisoned in the starry heavens dragon prison. Qin Zhuolin entered deep thought. Then, he said, that means that this path is not a dead end. I'm somewhat curious now. Just what kind of scene is the source of this spring? Who set up this place and drew out a coldine spring? The two of them were extremely cautious and did not dare to be careless. After a while, Xiaoqin called out to Qin Zhuolin. Previously, I came to this place. After the spring flowed, I managed to leave by following the spring. I don't know what I will run into if I go any further. If we go any further, we might not have a chance to turn back. Qin Zhuolin looked around and continued, the heavenly Tao killing formation's killing intent is untraceable. This is really difficult. Qin Zhuolin sighed softly and continued walking forward. As the two walked upstream, they ran into corpses sealed in ice by cold qi. However, they were not the people the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter was looking for. There's someone underwater. Qin Zhuolin suddenly came out of the water. Xiaoqin went forward to take a look and saw a frozen corpse at the bottom of the spring. The corpse was perfectly fine. Even the expression on its face at the moment it died had not faded. It was an expression of bewilderment, and astonishment. This was a sovereign emperor who died under completely unexpected circumstances. A cold, sinister wind blew, covering the two in a faint layer of frost. Let's go. The two had seen too many frozen corpses and were already numb to it. They sighed softly and continued walking. The cold qi underground turned increasingly cold. However, it was still bearable and not a major problem. Aside from the cold, there was nothing strange. The two even started to feel bored. Crack! At some point in time, Qin Zhuolin's right leg, which was about to raise, gave off a crisp sound. Qin Zhuolin's bone actually broke. Before Qin Zhuolin could react, he felt boundless pain. Qin Zhuolin, who was walking on the water's surface, fell in and instantly sank into the water. After entering the water, Qin Zhuolin was horrified to discover that the frost on his body turned into ice when it came in contact with water. Before Qin Zhuolin could react, his entire body was sealed in ice. Then, he slowly sank to the bottom with a confused and helpless expression. Damn it! Danger came so suddenly. Without any warning, Qin Zhuolin fell for it. Xiaoqin felt horror in his heart. However, he could not think too much right now. He ferociously threw a palm strike and parted the spring water. Then, he stretched out his hand and pulled up the frozen Qin Zhuolin. Xiaoqin did not hesitate to throw a palm strike, instantly shattering the ice on Qin Zhuolin's body. Phew! Qin Zhuolin let out a long breath. His complexion paled as fear lingered in his heart. Qin Zhuolin had no idea when he fell for it. It's a scratch. Xiaoqin checked and discovered a scratch on Qin Zhuolin's right leg. This caused the cold qi to seep in and deepen without him realizing it. The wound was very small, and cold qi filled this place. If one did not pay attention, one would not notice it. After a while, Qin Zhuolin's complexion returned to normal. He had not suffered any fatal injuries. After consuming medicinal pills, he recovered quickly. This was how this place worked. One could not sense where the danger was. When one startled awake, one would discover that one was about to die for no reason. Most of the time, the scariest thing was not how strong the enemy was or how terrifying the desolate slave was. The scariest thing was that one did not know how to defend against it. This place was no different from an ordinary underground karst cave. I really got careless this time. Qin Zhuolin frowned heavily as he sighed. I ran into the scariest desolate slave in the desolate sea. I even went to the graves of foe gods several times and managed to escape unscathed. Even if it were the evil burial grounds of the ancient demonic lords, I would still be able to deal with them. But this place... Qin Zhuolin revealed a sense of defeat as he spoke. Qin Zhuolian's long-held confidence suffered a great setback in this ancient well. If not for Xiaoqin, Qin Zhuolian would have died here. The cold qi had seeped into his soul and sealed his physical body in ice. He could not execute any means at all. Xiaoqin finally understood why even sovereign emperors died for no reason in this place. Xiaoqin looked to the front and saw darkness. He did not know how much longer he had to walk to the spring source. If we continue like this without thinking of a countermeasure, we will die here sooner or later, Xiaoqin sighed. This was just his intuition, there was no reason for it. How should we deal with it? No matter how horrifying a killing formation was, there would be a formation core, a node, and a layout. As long as one had these, one could find a way to break a killing formation, no matter how terrifying it was. However, there is nothing in this place. It looks no different from an ordinary karst cave. Qin Zhuolian spoke somewhat helplessly. However, it was the truth, and no one could refute it. Xiaoqin did not reply. He entered deep thought as he carefully looked at the surroundings. Then, he said, I don't think that is the case. As long as it is a killing formation, there will be a formation core and something to lay the formation. The Heavenly Tao killing formation only perfectly blends all these into nature, preventing us from noticing it. However, not being able to notice it does not mean that there is none. Qin Zhuolian said seriously, the activation of any formation requires energy. Normally, it is spirit jades or divine crystals. The more profound ones can use the energy that originally exists underground. However, I do not sense any energy fluctuations here. Hence, even if you find what you mentioned, you will not be able to break this formation. Inspiration flashed in Xiaoqin's mind. He asked, you mean that as long as we find the energy source that activates the Heavenly Tao killing formation, we can break this formation? I can't say that I can break it, but I will definitely not die here. I am at least confident of that. Xiaoqin said seriously, I think I know how this Heavenly Tao killing formation is activated. However, why can't you sense it at all? What is it? Chapter 2061. What is it? Qin Zhuolian looked at Xiaoqin curiously. How did Xiaoqin know about a formation source that even Qin Zhuolian did not know about? Qin Zhuolian had guessed many things. This place had cold qi that lingered all year round. Could it be that there was an ice-attributed natural treasure buried here to drive the Heavenly Tao killing formation? For example, the blood weapon stone, netherworld profound water, and ancient demonic ice were all extremely strong natural treasures that rival divine crystals. However, after thinking about it, Qin Zhuolian quickly rejected this possibility. That was simply impossible. The energy contained within these natural oddities was extremely shocking. Forget about deliberately searching for them. Not to mention searching for them, one would be able to sense them with just a little perception. However, there was no similar aura in this place. This place was completely an ordinary underground karst cave. Apart from being too cold, which piece of land in the great wilderness wasn't cold and gloomy? Qin Zhuolian had many similar thoughts, but he rejected them all. Qin Zhuolian waited for Xiaoqin's answer. He looked forward to Xiaoqin's reply. At this moment, Xiaoqin already felt very certain. His thoughts were very clear as he said, actually, you know about the energy source of this Heavenly Tao killing formation. You even see it every day. What? I know about it too. I see it every day. Xiaoqin, this is not a good time to joke. Qin Zhuolian showed a grave expression as he looked coldly at Xiaoqin. Clearly, he was not satisfied with this answer. Xiaoqin said calmly, I'm not joking. The energy source of this Heavenly Tao killing formation is the blood moon that you see every day. This joke is not funny. Qin Zhuolian felt somewhat disappointed. He did not want to dwell on Xiaoqin's answer. It was better to think about it himself. How could a blood moon in the sky be possible? What was a moon? The moon was the moon star. There were billions of stars in the great thousand realms. However, there were only two, the sun star and the moon star. For millions of years, epochs came and went. However, the sun star and the moon star never perished. They had existed since the primal chaos broke apart. A strong foe god could destroy many stars with a wave of their hand. However, they had to remain insignificant before the sun star and the moon star. Have you ever wondered why the blood moon can't be seen anywhere else in the central great realm aside from the desolate sea? The moon waxes and wanes. However, since the desolate sea's blood moon was born, it has always been a full scarlet moon hanging high in the sky. Xiaochen was not surprised at Qin Zhuolian's expression of disbelief. However, he wasn't joking. He had his own reasons. Why can't I sense the origin of this heavenly Tao killing formation? That was because its energy source was in the sky. You and I are in this underground cavern, so we naturally can't sense it. The original range of this heavenly Tao killing array might be much wider than you and I think. It's just that for some reason, it didn't shrink to its current size and only exists in this underground cave. Originally, I did not think of this. However, you told me today that Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun used the Azure Mountain as the formation core and the Desolate Sea as the formation diagram. That's why I thought of this. More importantly, Qin Zhuolian's expression slowly turned grave. He looked at Xiaochen and said, "Continue." More importantly, there is a little girl called Qingchen in the village. She has an extreme mean body. Long ago, it was said that one could see a blood moon in the ancient well during the day. Previously, I did not understand why there would be a blood moon in the ancient well during the day. Just now, I finally understood. Qin Zhuolian entered deep thought. His thoughts slowly cleared, but he felt a chill run down his spine. If all this was true, then how strong was the person who set this up? Did the blood moon in the desolate sea's night sky exist for tens of thousands of years because of this person? Even if this person no longer existed in the tens of thousands, he still influenced the entire desolate sea. No wonder. No wonder the heaven dragon cultivator who discovered the secret of this place was hunted down 50 years ago. However, there was no way out now. Qin Zhuolian said seriously, "If this is the energy source of this heavenly Tao killing formation, then the blood moon above us might be a formation within a formation. This heavenly Tao killing formation might be part of Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun's blood sacrifice formation. This is somewhat problematic. However, it is not impossible." Xiaochen felt stunned when he heard that. Unexpectedly, Qin Zhuolian really had a solution. What solution? It's obviously unrealistic to crack it, but since we know the energy source of the formation, we should be able to use it. However, since we know the energy source of the formation, we can avoid becoming a target. We can go all out in this underground cavern. Finding the corpse of the previous heavenly fragrance's holy daughter will also be easy. The stronger one was in this killing formation, the faster one would die. Along the way, the two moved very carefully. It could be said that their hands and feet were tied. Even though they were strong, they did not dare to go all out, feeling very depressed. If they could go all out, given the two's movement techniques, they would be several times faster when they explored the place. However, that is only if your guess is correct. Xiaochen said, "Right now, you have no other choice but to trust me." Trust me. Qin Zhuolian said only one simple word. Then, he sat cross-legged on the water surface without saying anything else. Qin Zhuolian closed his eyes and continuously formed profound hand seals with his hands. As Qin Zhuolian's hand seals changed, a star chart appeared behind him, slowly expanding. At some point in time, Xiaochen looked up. The rock above him had vanished. All he saw was a vast and boundless starry heavens, looking incredibly miraculous. Stars flickered, and starlight leaped about continuously, slowly forming an even vaster star chart. Sweat continuously dripped down Qin Zhuolin's forehead. Xiaoqin could feel the other party's soul energy draining rapidly. Aside from driving the star chart, Qin Zhuolin's soul energy was mostly searching for something. Buzz! All of a sudden, a few stars in the star chart loosened up a little and fell straight down. Xiaoqin felt this to be exceptionally real, like real stars falling from the universe. Just at this moment, Qin Zhuolin suddenly opened his eyes. He appeared somewhat fatigued, but he could not hide the excitement in his eyes. Xiaoqin, you guessed right. This heavenly Tao killing formation does indeed use the blood moon as its energy source. It is too vast and inconceivable. I have never seen such a large formation in my life. Qin Zhuolin stood up and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Then, he said, the benefits are boundless. Let's go. As long as we stand on the starlight, we will be safe. There is not much time. My endless cycle star chart cannot last for long. Whoosh! Not daring to delay, the two executed their movement techniques as they stepped on the starlight falling from above. Then, they quickly advanced through the underground cavern. Now, there was nothing to worry about. The two moved 10 times faster than before. They quickly swept past the corpses sealed in ice at the bottom of the spring. The efficiency was also many times faster than before. Is it that one? 1 hour later, Xiaoqin took 3 steps back and pointed to a beautiful frozen corpse at the bottom of the spring. Whoosh! Qin Zhuolin landed beside Xiaoqin and took out a painting to compare. Then, he nodded and said, "That's her. Let's see if there is a pendant at her waist." The two's gazes landed on the frozen corpse's waist. Indeed, they discovered a white jade pendant, looking simple and beautiful. Boom! Xiaoqin threw a palm strike and parted the spring water, taking out the ice beauty. After the two came out of the water, they came into closer contact with this ice beauty. Their breathing became somewhat ragged. How unfortunate! Such a beauty died in this heavenly Tao killing formation for no reason. I wonder why she chased me into this ancient well back then. After carefully examining the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter, even Qin Zhuolin could not help showing a slight change in his expression. When the holy daughter was alive, practically no one could see her appearance clearly. The mission that the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter gave them was completed. Next, the two of them had to choose whether to go forward or to turn back. Previously, before Qin Zhuolin found the circulation path of the heavenly Tao killing formation, the two had no way out and could only go forward. Now that they found the circulation path, they had the capital to go back. What do you think? Qin Zhuolin asked Xiaoqin. If he was alone, he might not have the courage to continue forward. Let's go back. Perhaps there is a great fortuitous encounter waiting for us ahead. However, preserving our lives is more important. Since when did your hand become so cold? Xiaoqin could not help asking when he felt Qin Zhuolin's frighteningly cold hand on his shoulder. Finding this strange, Qin Zhuolin said, "I was going to ask you why your hand became so cold." Before Qin Zhuolin finished speaking, the two's expressions changed at the same time. They turned their heads and saw that the ice on the holy daughter, who was hovering above the water, had melted at some point. The holy daughter revealed her true appearance and placed her hands on the two. Just as the two of them turned around, the frozen saintess suddenly opened her eyes. Chapter 2062. Before the two could react, the previous generation holy daughter lifted them up and slammed them into each other. The two's bodies crashed into each other. Qin Zhuolin felt so much pain that he nearly teared up. Xiaoqin's physical body was much stronger than his. Even if Xiaoqin could not control his acquired divine body, it was already as strong as an inherited Tao tool. After the collision, the saintess's corpse flung the two of them away. The complete star chart above instantly shattered. No more starlight fell to form a path for the two. Bang! The two crashed into the wall and embedded themselves in it. Cold chi from underground immediately spread out from the cracks in the soil. Plop! Plop! The more terrifying thing was that the many corpses sealed in the spring water all flew out of the water. The ice on the corpses slowly melted, revealing their true appearances. Quickly leave. These corpses have all turned into desolate slaves. We should leave before they fully recover. Xuanhuan shouted a reminder to Xiao Qin as he struggled to get out of the wall. Without needing Xuanhuan's instructions, Xiao Qin already sensed the severity of the situation. His vital qi surged. The walls around him were all about to shatter. Xiao Qian's expression remained calm as he quickly scanned the area. He discovered that these people were sovereign emperors when they were alive. After turning into desolate slaves, aside from their auras, they did not retain their full strength. It looked like it was as Xuanhuan said. These desolate slaves had not fully recovered their strength. For now, they were only as strong as a small perfection sovereign personage. However, their numbers were frightening. This was good news. Whoosh! 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 The many desolate slaves, who had recovered their true forms, locked their gazes on the two. Cold killing chi immediately surged over. The air turned viscous, greatly limiting Xiao Qian's ability to bring out his strength. An ordinary small perfection sovereign personage would be immobilized on the spot, instantly torn to shreds by these desolate slaves. Eye technique, candle dragon eyes. In an instant, Xiao Qian executed the candle dragon eyes. A spark ignited in Xiao Qian's eyes, and a terrifying candle dragon image appeared behind him. Only the head of the candle dragon was visible, but it already gave off a terrifying aura. Boom! Torch Dragon's eyes snapped open as two sparks burned in his eyes like candlelight. Xiao Qian's ice great Tao energy and soul energy drained continuously. A chill instantly swept out everywhere he looked. Caw 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 caw. The desolate slaves that just struggled free were sealed in ice again. Even the gushing spring water under their feet froze into an ice river. Xiao Qian glanced over and saw Xuanhuan, who was currently entangled with the holy daughter. Compared to him, the other party was in a much more pathetic state. For some reason, his hands and feet were tied, and he did not unleash his full strength. Bang! Transforming into a bolt of lightning, Xiao Qian kicked the saintess away. Without stopping, xianxia leaped forward and stomped down on the other party. The moment Xiao Qian's feet touched the ground, he drew his tyrant saber. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the 2-foot-wide saber stabbed into the other party's forehead. Traces of ice-cold blood flowed out from the wound, but the blood was a strange black color. He bent down and pulled the pendant from the saintess's waist. Clearly, Xiao Qian could not bring the saintess's corpse back. If he could bring the pendant back, he would have fulfilled the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's request. You are really ruthless. How can you not show mercy before an absolute beauty? Xuanhuan said somewhat flabbergasted as he walked over. No wonder Xuanhuan's hands were tied. It turned out that this was the reason. Xiao Qian had to admit that Xuanhuan's taste was somewhat heavy. No matter how cold and beautiful the saintess was, she was still a dead person. Let's go. Xiao Qian drew his saber, and blood spurted out. Then, he quickly moved forward with Xuanhuan. These desolate slaves were very hard to kill. They would recover soon. Right now, the two no longer had a choice. They could only charge forward, hoping to find the path that the previous generation Heaven Dragon had taken. Roar! The desolate slave holy daughter that Xiao Qian killed came back to life. She soared into the air and hovered there. A sharp roar rang out, accompanied by cold chi. A sound wave spread out. Rumble! The entire ground was shaking, and rocks kept falling from above. All kinds of unexpected dangers came one after another. The heavenly Tao killing formation circulated at full power. Chaos reigned. The entire terrain and environment changed at this moment. Countless dangers appeared. Some came from rocks above, some from old weapons hidden in the water. Sometimes, a wall even appeared in front of them. Damn it! I still underestimated this heavenly Tao killing formation. Qin Zhuolian's hand seals changed continuously. He made a series of moves, forcibly restoring the changed terrain to its original state. However, it was simply too chaotic. Soon, Qin Zhuolian vomited a mouthful of blood as a weapon flew over from somewhere. When a weapon flew out of nowhere and stabbed his chest, his complexion immediately paled. On the other side, Xiaoqin did not have as many moves as Qin Zhuolian, so he was in an even more miserable state. The environment of the fourth ring was constantly changing, and each change was a life or death crisis. The fleeing Xiaoqin and Qin Zhuolian could not even say a few words before they were separated. Both of them were overwhelmed, unable to care about anything else. Xiaoqin no longer had any reservations. He even brought out his great desolate Ian bloodline. His dragon might shook the sky. When Xiaoqin punched, he shattered all the rocks in his way. He blasted a small mountain-sized hole in the ground. Saber lights danced wildly, and a terrifying saber chi pierced through the ground for 5,000 kilometers. Xiaoqin opened many holes, but he did not dare to move around. Even in his fluster, he did not lose his rationality. Xiaoqin continued to go against the flow of the spring water, using force to break through. He also used the Qiongqi Beast Ghost Pennant and the God Shadow Bow, two medial grade soul tools. Although Xiaoqin was only a small perfection sovereign personage, he brought out his various trump cards at this critical moment. With Xiaoqin's might, even a great perfection sovereign personage would have to retreat, not daring to clash head-on. However, the great desolate Ian bloodline would eventually come to an end. When the bloodline power slowly faded, boundless fatigue assaulted Xiaoqin's body from all directions. Am I going to die? Right now, Xiaoqin was at his wit's end. He had already used all his trump cards. If he still could not leave the heavenly Tao killing formation's range, he would be helpless. However, it was still pitch black in front, he could not see the path. Xiaoqin did not know what dangers were hidden in the deep darkness. He also did not know how far he had to go to reach the spring source. Gritting his teeth, Xiaoqin continued forward. Soon, he felt something strange. The demonic chi veritable essence energy in his primal core started to stir restlessly. He could not control it. Such a situation was very similar to when he climbed to the summit of the Azure Mountain and instantly fell into a state of demonic chi. The only difference was that the intensity was lower and did not make him lose his rationality. There was definitely something wrong with this abnormal situation. After being underground for so long, his demonic chi veritable essence energy had stirred restlessly. Now that it suddenly stirred, there had to be something strange. Xiaoqin rejoiced instead of feeling shocked. Right now, he was at his wit's end, already in the depths of despair. He did not fear the restlessness of the demonic chi veritable essence energy. He only feared that nothing would happen. Then, he would slowly exhaust his veritable essence energy and wait for death, becoming a desolate slave. A light flashed in Xiaoqin's eyes. He could not be bothered with the restless demonic chi veritable essence energy in his body as he quickly walked forward. The strange thing was that with such a mental state, the desire to live suppressed the various negative emotions. The demonic chi veritable essence energy in Xiaoqin's body stirred terrifyingly restlessly. Whoosh! After a while, Xiaoqin's vision suddenly lit up. His eyes felt a piercing pain. Xiaoqin carefully opened his eyes again. The scene before him shocked him so much that he gaped, unable to speak. A mirror-like pool of water appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. This pool of water was not large. However, when standing at the side, it felt vast and boundless. Xiao Chen did not even dare to breathe heavily. The pool water was clear and transparent, like a natural treasure. It was as smooth as a mirror. What was even more miraculous was the reflection of a cold, jade-like scarlet full moon at the bottom of the pool. Is this the end of the Coldine Spring? Xiao Chen wanted to think about this properly. However, the restlessness of the demonic qi in his body became increasingly terrifying. When the demonic qi veritable essence energy relaxed a little, it started a frenzied backlash. It looked like the negative emotions were about to overtake Xiao Chen's rationality. Without much time to think, Xiao Chen leaped into the pool of water. The strange thing was that the water rippled endlessly, like it was an illusion. If not for a figure appearing on the scarlet full moon at the bottom of the pool, Xiao Chen would not have thought that someone had jumped in. Chapter 2063. Plop. Plop. The moment the moon entered the water, Xiao Chen's vision turned blurry. He could only see a hazy blood moon. Xiao Chen's heart thumped uncontrollably, racing endlessly. As his heart slowly increased, Xiao Chen felt incredibly uncomfortable. His heart felt like it would tear apart. In the end, I still can't escape death. Xiao Chen felt somewhat dissatisfied. It was not that he did not work hard. He had already used all sorts of means to clear the heavenly Tao killing formation. Right now, he felt somewhat helpless. If he really died here, he could only say that this was fate. Xiao Chen had gone through too many similar experiences in his life. He had already passed the gates of hell so many times that he could no longer remember them. Now that he faced death again, although he felt dissatisfied, he did not feel too much despair. What would remain after a person died? According to rumor, after advancing to Divine Vein Realm's sovereign emperor, one would surpass the limits of a human. After the physical body died, one's will of soul would still exist. If one reached the faux god realm, even if one's will of soul was destroyed, one could revive as long as the divine flame remained. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen did not have that yet. In the end, a sovereign personage was still a human. At this instant, Xiao Chen thought of many things. However, he did not give up hope, continuously thinking of ways to save himself. Crack! Xiao Chen's heart pounded intensely. In the end, he failed to stop it from shattering. A drop of heart blood seeped into his chest and instantly melted into the pool. After the blood moon in the pool absorbed this drop of heart blood, it changed continuously. In the next moment, the blood moon seemed to burn in the water, releasing a resplendent red light. Xiao Chen, who did not know about this mysterious phenomenon, only felt the pool around him suddenly empty, and his heart returned to normal. The berserk demonic qi and veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's body also calmed down. Xiao Chen found himself in the void, and his body plummeted uncontrollably. Plop! After some time, Xiao Chen crashed heavily on the ground. He felt like his bones were about to fall apart. Xiao Chen grunted as he tore off his clothes. The wound on his chest had already healed, leaving only a small part unhealed. It's not an illusion. Xiao Chen looked up and saw a blood moon hanging high in the sky. The pool was nowhere to be seen. He was in a desolate plain. There was a cliff at the end of the vast desolate plain. Looking into the distance, there seemed to be an ancient and mysterious city on the cliff. The city towered majestically, solemn and ancient, giving off a heavy feeling. It was much more majestic than the divine dragon city that Xiao Chen had seen. None of them could compare to the city in front of them. A terrifying pressure came from afar along with the wind, making it hard for Xiao Chen, who was standing on the wasteland, to breathe. Dragon might. Xiao Chen was a little surprised to discover that this heavy feeling was actually filled with a heavy dragon might. A heavy dragon might appeared amid the vicissitudes of time. It was unknown how many years it had accumulated. What was even more surprising was that Xiao Chen was extremely familiar with this dragon's might. This was the might of a blue dragon. What is this place? Xiao Chen was extremely puzzled. There was a blood moon in the sky and an ancient dragon city on the ground. It was definitely not the desolate sea. If there was such a dragon city in the desolate sea, it would have been discovered long ago. It was still underground. However, how could one explain the lifelike blood moon in the sky underground? Xiao Chen's thoughts were somewhat chaotic. He closed his eyes and put it aside for now. Then, he sat down cross-legged and consumed a medicinal pill. Then, he focused on treating his injuries and recovering to his peak state. 4 hours later, Xiao Chen, who had an acquired body, recovered from most of his physical injuries. Veritable essence energy also filled his dried-up primal core, returning him to his peak state. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and stood up. He finally felt more at ease. Previously, Xiao Chen had been at the end of his rope. Even a star venerate could make him lose face. Now that he returned to his peak state, he felt much more at ease. As Xiao Chen looked at the distant dragon city, he entered deep thought. Then, he soared into the air above the desolate plain. Buzz! The moment Xiao Chen's feet left the ground, he felt a huge pressure. When he looked up, he knew that this pressure came from the blood moon in the sky. Enduring the rapid draining of veritable essence energy, Xiao Chen quickly arrived at the bottom of the cliff. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen started climbing the cliff. No matter what, a blue dragon ancient city suddenly appeared in this strange place. No matter what, he had to figure it out. Perhaps his fortuitous encounter to get out was here. The rocks on the cliff were as sharp as knives. As Xiao Chen stared at the blood moon's might and pressure, he climbed up with much difficulty. By the time Xiao Chen reached the top, his forehead was already covered in sweat. However, he did not have time to wipe it off. The scene before Xiao Chen stunned him. Outside the ancient dragon city, there were many pairs of soldiers dressed in sturdy battle armor. These soldiers patrolled the city, exuding terrifying auras. Just any one of these soldiers was as strong as a sovereign personage. Furthermore, there were at least 1,000 patrolling soldiers. They were divided into more than 10 squads and patrolled outside the city in a regular pattern like machines. The most shocking thing was that these soldiers should be inanimate objects. They did not have the auras of living beings. 18 incredibly huge dragon souls swam above the dragon city. Each of their heads was the size of a small mountain. The auras of these dragon souls were terrifyingly strong, inspiring despair. Boom! Suddenly, Xiao Chen saw a huge figure descend from the top of the city walls. This figure wore heavy armor, and thick chains wrapped around its body. It carried a metal hook on its back. Soul Reaper. One of the 10 great desolate slaves of the desolate sea, Soul Reaper. Xiao Chen's face sank slightly. What's going on with this place? Why did the ancient Azure Dragon City have such a batch of unclean things? Is it occupation or protection? Whoosh! Suddenly, Soul Reaper, who was on the city walls, turned its head and looked in Xiao Chen's direction. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen quickly found something to hide. At the same time, he put on the Death God mask, isolating his aura. Xiao Chen completed all of this in nearly one breath. However, he still felt somewhat worried. He could feel a gaze lingering nearby. After a long time, this feeling of nervousness finally disappeared. When Xiao Chen walked out and looked up, Soul Reaper was nowhere to be seen. However, the group of soldiers of the dead were still there. Their armor shook as they moved. Aside from the dragon souls, Xiao Chen also discovered many desolate slaves above the city. However, these desolate slaves were much weaker than Soul Reaper, not as horrifying and suffocating. Xiaoqin recalled that when he first saw Soul Reaper, Xiaoqin and Qin Zhuolan nearly died. Fortunately, they managed to survive until dawn. That kind of power was not something an ordinary person could understand, let alone resist it. With the death god mask, Xiaoqin became bolder. He carefully headed for the Blue Dragon ancient city. Xiaoqin really wanted to enter the Dragon City to see what was inside. However, he did not dare to take this risk. Once he was discovered, all he needed was a group of soldiers of the dead to fly over, and he would die. After observing for a long time, Xiaoqin discovered a pattern. The area that these soldiers guarded seemed to be limited. They kept patrolling within a certain area. As long as one did not step into the area they guarded, one would not be in danger. Following this pattern, Xiaoqin made use of the gaps between the patrols of the soldiers. Xiaoqin advanced continuously, slowly approaching the Dragon City. His figure kept changing. He had to keep a distance from every soldier at all times. Statues. There were two majestic statues holding weapons in front of the city gates. The strange thing was that the statue on the right only had half a body. He continued pressing forward. He was already very close to the city gates. However, he did not know if the city gates could be pushed open. Although he did not know if the city gates could be pushed open, Xiaoqin wanted to try. Xiaoqin advanced carefully. It looked like he was only 1 kilometer away from entering the city gates. Suddenly, the undamaged statue opened its eyes, and a beam of red light landed on Xiaoqin. The patrolling soldiers suddenly stopped. Pairs of scarlet eyes appeared on their helmets as they stared at Xiaoqin. Run! Xiaoqin immediately turned around and ran, not pausing at all. Whoosh! The statue that opened its eyes did not move. It only swung its spear hard, and a fiery light appeared on the spear in its hand as it charged at Xiaoqin. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before the spear arrived, a horrifying aura had already swept out, nearly sending Xiaoqin flying. Thunder Monarch Spear. There was no way to dodge. Xiaoqin shouted and used the Thunder Great Tao energy to drive the 5-element Divine Lightning. The 5-element Divine Lightning merged and formed a spear in Xiaoqin's palm, releasing thousands of electric lights. Boundless thunder might burst out of Xiaoqin's body as he quickly counterattacked with the Thunder Monarch Spear. The two spears clashed in the air, instantly erupting with terrifying energy. The explosion sent the soldiers chasing after Xiaoqin and Xiaoqin flying, buying some time for Xiaoqin. Light of Freedom. This was a chance for success. Xiaoqin executed Light of Freedom and turned into a flash of lightning, leaving quickly. Chapter 2064. It had already taken shape and could not be turned back into a divine material, so it was not worth much. Before Xiaoqin could change his move, the two puppets charged over like phantoms, working together perfectly. Xiaoqin showed a slightly startled expression. At first, he thought that these two puppets only had the aura of a great perfection sovereign personage. They formed two puppets, one black and one white. The white one held a sword, and the black one held a spear. Their metal bodies flickered with a faint light. Why is there a palace over there? Sorry for the offense. Whoosh! However, Xiaoqin had not expected these two puppets to be here to look down on him. These puppets should be maintained by some kind of formation. Although these soldiers of the dead were horrifying, they could not pursue him after 500 kilometers. Sang sighed softly, I hope so. Although Xiaoqin did not have any restless demonic qi in his body, he did not think much after his initial shock. He directly leaped down. He was defeated in a sorry state, a tragic sight. When Xiaoqin landed on the ground, he looked back and saw the group of soldiers of the dead, radiating an overwhelming aura. Even puppets could humiliate and look down on people. That blood moon pool might have been a turning point for Xiaoqin to obtain an opportunity. Ha! Maybe the world has changed. The youths no longer study the martial Tao. No. I waited by this ancient well for an entire night. There was no movement at all. Sang's calm contained some nervousness. Qin Zhuolin, who was covered in blood, was no better off than Xiao Qin. The sunlight was piercing, making Qin Zhuolin feel somewhat dazed. I only used 4.5 moves. The reason the Heaven Dragon cultivators could leave 50 years ago might have something to do with their identities. Xiao Qin picked up a piece of metal and looked at it. He discovered that it was a metal that had been tempered by a blacksmith many times. When Xiao Qin attacked, he used the Supreme Dragon Fist. As he moved, winds and clouds gathered, and dragon roars spread out. Since Qin Zhuolin could leave through the Blood Moon Pool, Xiao Qin should be able to do so as well. Xiao Qin did not dare to believe that he had narrowly escaped death. He did not know if the scene before him was reality or an illusion. Crack! Crack! At the same time, a saber and a spear continuously charged over. Clang clang clang. Now, Sang was telling her that Xiao Qin hadn't returned. Where had he gone? Xiao Qin felt his arm go numb. The other party's saber domain completely suppressed the King's Will and Blue Dragon's divine might. Trash. The black puppet sneered. To Qin Zhuolin, Xiao Qin was someone even more mysterious than Xiao Qin. The undead guards that had been chasing after him stopped and stood in place, looking at him coldly. Qin Zhuolin vaguely sensed that many of the opportunities here were related to the dragon race. Xiao Qin took off his mask and heaved a long sigh of relief. The experience just now was truly a narrow escape from death. He had almost died in front of the city. Xiao Qin's body slammed into a mountain. The mountain shattered, hiding Xiao Qin within. Let's not consider this for now. What we need to do now is to defeat these two puppet cultivators first. Didn't Xiao Qin come back? Inside the palace, Xiao Qin did not feel any danger. Compared to the might and pressure that the dragon city gave him, he did not feel any danger at all. Young man, why did you not learn from the good ones? To think that you actually used a secret treasure. G.A. 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 The two puppet cultivators spoke at the same time. Their voices sounded somewhat mechanical, sounding very awkward. Xiao Qin walked towards the mysterious palace at the middle of the mountain. The closer he got, the more he felt how old and dilapidated this palace was. Boom! Where is Xiao Qin? When the puppets saw the thousands of dragon images, they actually let out disdainful voices and attacked. Xiao Qin did not see any life force on them. There was only a pair of scarlet flames in their helmets. I'm out. Xiao Qin's veritable essence energy surged, and his qi and blood surged. After advancing to small perfection sovereign personage, the might of Xiao Qin's supreme dragon fist soared. His body trembled, and boundless veritable essence energy merged with his king's will, turning into thousands of dragon images that charged at the two puppet cultivators without any pattern. After some thought, Xiao Qin made up his mind. How could he have imagined that the statue in front of the city gate would discover his presence when he wore the death god mask? The two puppet cultivators seemed to be mechanical creatures with their own intelligence. There was a person who had arrived at the Blood Moon Pool before him. When Qin Zhuolin saw Sang, he confirmed that he had truly returned. However, when he heard Sang's question, he startled awake. I only used 5 moves. The slightly dilapidated appearance could not hide its former grandeur and magnificence. With one glance, one could feel the shock and grandeur of the past. It was also a bow, a soul tool no weaker than the god shadow bow. More importantly, the two puppets could bring out the full might of the soul tools. In that instant, the sky changed color. Dark clouds even covered the blood moon hovering in the sky. Crack! Crack! Why did they not come out? Perhaps they encountered their fortuitous encounter. Every time Xiaochen exchanged a move, he vomited a mouthful of blood. After 10 moves, a whirlwind appeared under Xiaochen's feet. The thousands of dragon images could not approach him. "Are you sure?" Sang asked. "It's over. We could have talked nicely, but you refused to listen. You want to play with secret treasures with us. Of course, we have to play with you to the end." They both fell into the water, and their hearts beat uncontrollably, on the verge of death. There were also the dragon souls and desolate slaves guarding the palace. Aside from being dilapidated, there was nothing special about this palace. Since he could not enter the dragon city, Xiaochen had nothing to do. After thinking for a while, he headed for the palace. "I can crush his head with one spear strike." If not for Master's instructions, a hole would have appeared in his head. Xiaochen crawled out of the rubble with some difficulty. When he looked up, he happened to see the black and white puppets standing before him. "What are they doing? Let's go in and take a look." Xiaochen was somewhat surprised to discover a palace halfway up a mountain in the north. The sky was already bright, and a blazing sun hung in the sky. Xiaochen immediately felt like crying, instantly despairing. He quickly put down the god's shadow bow and withdrew his heart flame. Then, he smiled and said, "Seniors, let's talk things out properly. Let's not play with this, paltry tricks. The ancient city of the Blue Dragon. What kind of city is this?" Xiaochen frowned heavily as he looked at the city in the distance, feeling confused. The surface of the palace was already riddled with holes. Clear signs of a battle showed up on the ground. The two puppets let go at the same time. Before Xiaochen could cry out, 2 arrows struck him at the same time. This person was young, but his life force accumulations were so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. Enraged, Xiaochen's veritable essence energy erupted from his entire body, and the mountain-like rocks on his body exploded. Now that a group of evil spirits occupied this place, he, a bona fide Blue Dragon race member, could not enter. Bai Sei quickly said, "Trash." Xiaochen was stupefied, truly stupefied. He had thought of many possibilities. This greatly startled Qin Zhuolin. Although he was in a daze when he arrived at the pool, he could still see the marks on the ground. The moment Xiaochen made his move, regretless dragons. Xiaochen stepped forward and charged at the two puppets. Qin Zhuolin nodded. "He will be fine. I'm sure." Then, Xiaochen soared into the air and hovered there. The god's shadow bow appeared in his hand, and a strand of heart flame spread out on the arrow. Whoosh! In the land of the blood moon, in a rush, Xiaochen drew the tyrant saber to fight. Fighting 1 against 2 was extremely difficult. When the blazing sunlight struck Qin Zhuolin's body, it immediately gave off sizzling sounds. The cold qi in his body was instantly swept away. In this saber domain, thousands of dragon images died miserably. The scene was too tragic to look at. However, now one grasped a saber domain, and the other grasped a startling spear technique. Furthermore, Qin Zhuolin had a metallic physical body. He immediately felt a headache. However, just as Xiaochen was about to raise his foot, the countless fragments on the ground gathered together like a whirlwind. Then, Xiaochen turned into a beam of electric light and moved 500 kilometers away. After 500 kilometers, taking advantage of the situation to kill. Originally, Xiaochen did not intend to use a soul tool. However, these two venomous snake puppets were simply too much of a bully. The ancient dragon city, the weapons of the dead, the 18 dragon souls, the desolate slave soul reaper, and everything else made this city shrouded in mystery. In front of the gate was a pile of broken pieces. There were all kinds of strange materials. Qin Zhuolin said after some thought, "Don't worry. He should not be in any danger to his life. However, this ancient well is too mysterious. There are many things that I cannot explain clearly. A drop of hard blood burst out and merged with the blood moon. Xuanhuan fainted on the spot. When he woke up again, he was already lying beside the ancient well. He raised his head to look. This was the strongest geomaster in the desolate sea. Even adding all his previous experiences together, he was not as dangerous as this. A voice rang out beside Xuanhuan's ear. He turned his head and saw that it was Xiaochen's mysterious friend, Sang. In less than 10 moves, he was defeated. Right after the two puppets spoke, they put away their sabers and spears and each took out a soul tool. The black puppet held the spear in one hand and began to spin it rapidly. This place should be the Blue Dragon's old land. However, how did the Blue Dragon's old land end up like this for no reason? I knocked away his weapon with 3 saber strikes, and I did not even use my full strength. How boring. Xiaochen now understood. No wonder there were signs of fighting in the surroundings. Someone must have been here before. Whoosh! The saber-wielding puppet stomped on the ground, and a domain immediately spread out from its body. It was a saber domain. Master ordered that if you want to enter this gate, you have to defeat us. How boring. Quickly scram. This is not a place you should come to. It is too trash. Xiaochen thought that this puppet was only so-so and could easily defeat him. Who could it be? Whoosh! Xuanhuan, who had narrowly escaped death under the ancient well, arrived before the pool of water. Chapter 2065. Xia. The 2 arrows fired by the soul tools stabbed into Xiaochen at the same time. There was practically no time for him to react. The might and pressure from the soul tools and the speed of the arrows were not something a small perfection sovereign personage could see clearly. Xiaochen finally understood the fear that his opponents felt when he used the god's shadow bow in the past. No wonder Bai Yunfei did not dare to chase at full power after Xiaochen took out the god's shadow bow, even though Bai Yunfei's cultivation was much higher than Xiaochen's. Xiaochen was restricted everywhere, unable to bring out his full strength. Boom! The 2 arrows struck Xiaochen, instantly piercing through his chest and flying forward. Xiaochen fell from the air, kicking up a cloud of dust. Then, he lay on the ground, his status unknown. The black and white puppets walked over and waved their hands to scatter the dust. The saber-wielding puppet said, "He should not be dead, right? At the last moment, I suppressed my might to 10%. If he died, he would be too useless. He won't die. It looks like his physical body is passable, a half-baked divine body. Brat, if you are not dead, let out a grunt or 2. The black puppet wielding the spear tapped Xiaochen twice with its spear. However, it did not do so lightly, it did not do so properly. Xiaochen cried out in pain. Then, he looked at the 2 puppets somewhat helplessly. What kind of existences are you? The black puppet said, I am Black Egg, and he is White Egg. We are the Black and White Eggs. We are under Master's orders to guard the inheritance that Master left behind. Whoever can clear this stage can obtain Master's inheritance. When the black puppet mentioned its name, it felt very cocky. Speechless, Xiaochen could not help saying, Your master is really good at naming things. Now, he finally understood. Although these 2 puppets were filled with malice, they did not seem to have any intention of killing him. This was more of a test. Otherwise, those 2 arrows would have killed him. The white puppet corrected him sternly, We do not have names. 50 years ago, a dragon race cultivator passed the test and gave us names. Egg is strong. The 4 great experts of the world, Egg, Gooden, Stupid Egg, and Foolish Egg, are all unrivaled titles. With us, the Black and White Eggs, there are 6 unrivaled titles. 50 years ago, someone came here. Xiaochen didn't dwell on their names. He noticed that the white puppet had said that someone had been here. That's right, he is also a dragon race martial artist like you. Your aura seems somewhat familiar to him. That's why we didn't kill you. Do you know him? Asked the black puppet. Xiaoqin came to a realization. A strand of the heaven dragon's mysteries appeared in his hand. He asked in a deep voice, "Are you referring to this?" "Yes, it's this aura. He's much stronger than you." When he came, he was already a peak sovereign personage. However, I still managed to torture him for 5 years. Hee, I really miss those days. Every day, there would be people coming to beat you up. That man is also trash. He can't even compare to us two puppets. But you're even more trash. Yes, at least he exchanged 100 moves with us the first time. You couldn't even last 10 moves. You still haven't learned your lesson. You want to use secret treasures to kill us. That's really bad. We, the black and white eggs, are puppets with faux god flames. We cannot be killed. The moral degeneration of the world is getting better by the day. It's still better to fight everywhere with Master. Youngsters are getting worse with each generation. Xiaoqin was at a loss. He did not say anything as the two of them blabbered on and on in front of him. After scolding Xiaoqin for 15 minutes, Xiaoqin finally understood why the heaven dragon had named these two the black and white eggs. The most important thing was that as the two spoke, they ignored Xiaoqin and started to head back. Xiaoqin quickly gave chase, wanting to ask how the heaven dragon had left back then. What a fellow! You're starting to sneak attack. Take this. The two attacked again without saying anything, not giving Xiaoqin a chance to retort. However, Xiaoqin was caught off guard. He was already injured in the first place, so he could not even last 3 moves. Ha! Even if people are not capable, they still sneak attack. If they are capable, they would not sneak attack. Trash. Trash. As Xiaoqin lay on the ground, he could not say anything. As he looked at the blood moon in the sky, he felt powerless. There had never been a moment when Xiaoqin hated being in one place so much. In the past, he always felt that his mental state was fine, unfazed by favor or humiliation, without regrets. However, today, Xiaoqin felt that he had to continue tempering his mental state. However, even the heaven dragon had been tortured here for 5 years. When could Xiaoqin make a name for himself? Just thinking about it inspired despair. Xiaoqin could imagine how the previous generation heavenly dragon would arrive here in joy 50 years ago. After experiencing the black and white eggs torture, the heaven dragon must have thought that he might as well have died in the heavenly Tao killing formation. In any case, that was what Xiaoqin thought at this moment. There was no sunrise or sunset in the land of the blood moon. The blood moon remained in the sky forever. To people used to the sunrise and sunset, this was simply torture. 3 days later, Xiaoqin accepted the reality of being trapped here. Xiaoqin adjusted his mental state and focused on cultivating, doing his best to defeat the black and white eggs as soon as possible. After all, these two puppets were only great perfection sovereign personages. Xiaoqin believed that he could defeat them one day. He did not challenge them casually. 1 month later, when Xiaoqin felt that he had completely stabilized his cultivation, he chose to make a move. Filled with confidence, he challenged them once more. In the end, the two of them worked together to defeat him in 5 moves. His momentum immediately plummeted. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had gone by. Xiaoqin challenged the two puppets more than 10 times. Depending on the other party's mood, he lost in 10 moves at times, 3 moves at times, or 20 moves at times. That was right. It all depended on the other party's mood. The two puppets were ridiculously strong. After they entered combat mode, they were simply undefeatable. For the first time, Xiaochen wondered if choosing the path of the martial Tao was the right choice. However, he had to admit it. Xiaochen could feel that he had improved rapidly in the past half a year. Although his cultivation had not broken through, his strength had at least doubled. This was especially so for his saber great Tao. Fighting with this white egg for a long time and observing the other party's saber domain had been of great help to him. However, all this was useless, not helpful at all. After another unfortunate defeat, Xiaochen lay on a rock and looked at the blood moon in the sky, feeling bored. The black and white egg sat beside Xiaochen, chattering away. Xiaochen was already immune to these two's venomous words. Now, they could no longer disturb him. Whoosh! Just at this moment, the blood moon in the sky suddenly flickered with light, and a terrifying might and pressure spread out. This startled Xiaochen. This was his first time seeing such a change in the past half a year. The black and white eggs beside him also stood up and looked at the blood moon in the sky. Xiaochen withdrew his aura and showed a grave expression, appearing somewhat nervous. He did not know what would happen next. When the blood moon stopped flashing, a foot stepped out from within. When the entire body was completely revealed, the blood moon's eyes widened. When the entire body appeared, Xiaochen could not help revealing a strange expression. It was Soul Reaper, one of the 10 great desolate slaves of the desolate sea. Xiaochen had seen Soul Reaper in the Blue Dragon ancient city half a year ago. Who would have thought that he would be able to walk out of the blood moon this time? Every time Xiaochen saw Soul Reaper, he could not hide the fear in his heart. Before such an expert, Xiaochen's existence was simply insignificant. This time was somewhat different. Xiaochen saw several bloody corpses hanging from Soul Reaper's metal hook. These corpses had died with grievances, their eyes wide open. All of them were Divine Vein Realm's sovereign emperors. Divine Vein Realm's sovereign emperors were like beasts, hanging from Soul Reaper's metal hook. This scene was simply too shocking, hard to believe. Now, Xiaochen realized how lucky he and Qin Zhuolin were to survive Soul Reaper's hands. Bitchy Egg is back again. The stench of blood on his body is very heavy. My heart aches for the people hung by Bitchy Egg. How pitiful. He is really strong. He truly lives up to being an unrivaled expert known as Bitchy Egg. There is still a gap between us, the black and white eggs, and the true 4 unrivaled experts. Oh no! Bitchy Egg is looking at us. Soul Reaper, who came out of the blood moon, looked around and fixed its gaze on Xiaochen and the 2 puppets. Oh no! Oh no! Xiaochen immediately felt flustered, wanting to hide behind the black and white eggs. In the end, the 2 puppets instantly disintegrated at the same time, shattering into pieces and turning into the appearance that Xiaochen first saw. Xiaochen felt flabbergasted, unable to advance or retreat. Before Soul Reaper's gaze, Xiaochen did not dare to move at all. As he watched Soul Reaper hang experts on its metal hook, he did not know what would happen next. Chapter 2066. Clearly, being stared at by Soul Reaper, one of the 10 great desolate slaves of the desolate sea, was not a good thing. Life and death depended on this desolate slave's thoughts. As Soul Reaper stared at Xiaochen, it seemed to find him somewhat familiar. A scarlet light flickered in its eyes continuously. Soul Reaper shifted its gaze and soared into the air, landing on the Blue Dragon's ancient city walls again. Then, its figure flashed and entered the city. Although this happened in an instant, Xiaochen felt like several decades had passed. It was rather unbearable. Crack! The black and white puppets materialized at the same time and looked around. He finally left. Bitchy Egg is Bitchy Egg. Back then, Master did not truly defeat him. That was really scary. If you or I ended up on those metal hooks, we would be in trouble. Hey, why are you not dead yet? Black Egg muttered to itself. When it saw Xiaoqin still standing where he was, it was greatly startled. Incredible. To think that he managed to scare Bitchy Egg away. Incredible. To think that he managed to survive Bitchy Egg's attention. Xiaoqin could not be bothered with these two fools. Xiaoqin remained expressionless as he turned to leave. He thought to himself, I can't remain here any longer. Someone else always controls my life and death. This feeling is very unbearable. Before today, Xiaoqin would never have imagined that Soul Reaper would come out of the blood moon. The metal hooks even skewered a group of bloody sovereign emperors who died with grievances. If Xiaoqin opened his eyes one day and discovered that Soul Reaper skewered him on a metal hook, he would not be surprised. Xiaoqin had seen too many strange things in the land of the blood moon. I have to think of a way to leave quickly. If the previous generation Heaven Dragon can leave, so can I. Xiaoqin entered deep thought. Right now, the difference between him and the black and white eggs was not in cultivation. Instead, it was in technique and experience. That was right. These two puppets had more than 100 times more combat experience than Xiaoqin. The black and white egg's powerful master must have copied his combat experience into these two puppets. Or perhaps they copied the combat experience of other powerful experts. In short, their combat experience was on a completely different level. Secondly, it was technique. Xiaoqin was amazed by both White Egg's saber skills and Black Egg's spear skills. Even without a Dao domain, these two could rely on their techniques to suppress him. Over the past half a year, Xiaoqin's saber skills had improved by several levels as he was beaten up. Xiaoqin thought about it. If he wanted to win, he could only exploit the advantages that these two didn't have. First, the acquired divine body. In the eyes of White Egg and Black Egg, his divine body could only be considered half-baked. His divine body was the Blue Dragon divine body, which came from the most powerful blue dragon among the divine dragons of the prehistoric times. When cultivated to the highest level, one's body could rival that of a pure-blooded blue dragon. But now, the difference was too great. According to the records of the divine dragon body tempering art, one could awaken their divine body 3 more times after cultivating it. The first awakening would allow one's physical body to reach 1/5 of a pure-blooded blue dragon strength. The second awakening would allow one's physical body to reach 3/5 of a pure-blooded blue dragon strength. The third awakening would allow one's physical body to reach 4/5 of a pure-blooded blue dragon strength. As for reaching a perfect 100%, that was impossible due to the human bloodline in Xiaoqin's body. There was no need to think about a perfect one. As long as Xiaoqin could awaken his divine body once, he was confident of fighting the black and white eggs to a draw. 1/5 of a pure-blooded blue dragon strength would not only strengthen Xiaoqin's physical body, but it would also take longer to activate his great desolate Ian bloodline. Aside from his divine body, Xiaoqin also grasped 3 great Dao that the black and white eggs could not. After all, puppets were not humans. It was already very rare for their master to let Black Egg and White Egg grasp a Dao and bring them to their limits. If Xiaoqin grasped other great Dao, it would be too heaven-defying. Aside from the Saber Dao, Xiaoqin also grasped the Ice Great Dao and the Thunder Great Dao. If he could merge the 3, the might that he could erupt with would multiply. Aside from this, there was something else that Xiaoqin was most confident about. Heart. Xiaoqin comprehended his martial techniques on his own, grasping their true meanings. Be it the black and white eggs' martial techniques or Dao domains, they inherited them. They knew how but not why. In the end, the puppets were heartless and not cultivators. Now that Xiaoqin had a direction, he stopped cultivating blindly. Instead, he spent his time strengthening these strengths. Once he comprehended something, he would challenge the black and white eggs. Xiaoqin would still lose miserably, but the black and white eggs did not show any mercy. Every time they defeated him, they would use their venomous tongues to humiliate him. However, Xiaoqin did not feel any joy or sorrow. He controlled his mental state and continued cultivating bitterly. He wanted to ensure that he improved every day. Aside from this, Xiaoqin would also do his best to explore this mysterious land of the blood moon. This way, he would not be too bored or develop a mental block due to the sealed environment. Time flew. Year after year, Xiaoqin remained in this land of the blood moon for 3.5 years. Boom! One man and two puppets fought again in front of the dilapidated palace. Such a scene had appeared countless times in the past 3.5 years. Black Egg and White Egg were as strong as before. However, the two did not dare to spread out their Dao domains now, only focusing their Dao domains on themselves. The wider the range of a great Dao domain, the weaker it would be. When the Dao domain was fully focused on one's body, it would be at its strongest. The weak would not even be able to get close to a cultivator who comprehended a Dao domain. This was just like how Elder Tianyun had unleashed his sword domain during the first test in the Heaven Dragon Palace. The group of people, including Xiaoqin, all retreated, not daring to get close. Not to mention attacking, they could not even get close. They were naturally undefeatable. However, now, when facing the black and white eggs, these two puppets with their own Dao domains, Xiaoqin had already forced them to use their Dao domains on him. Dressed in white and holding a saber, Xiaoqin fought 1 against 2. He did not end up at a disadvantage within 100 moves. Xiaoqin's body gave off a faint azure light, and his eyes sparkled with vigor. Xiaoqin's every move contained great might. Dragon roars rang out everywhere, and dragon might intimidated everyone. This allowed Xiaoqin, who had not comprehended a Dao domain, to block the might of the black and white eggs' Dao domains. Brat, you lose. The black puppet executed a peak strike. Its spear looked like it could pierce through a world, knocking away the saber in Xiaoqin's hand. Clang! The tyrant saber stabbed into the ground. White Egg took this opportunity to drive its Dao domain to its limits, releasing a resplendent saber light from its body. Its aura locked onto Xiaoqin, and the saber in its hand pressed against Xiaoqin's chest. White Egg panted, feeling incredibly fatigued. It said, "It is getting harder to defeat you now. I don't even have the strength to beat you up anymore." Black Egg said somewhat helplessly, "After the divine body awakened once, there is indeed a different reaction. The strength of your physical body already surpasses our metal bodies. Indeed. When I beat you up, it hurts much more than before," White Egg said, feeling upset. Xiaoqin had successfully awakened his divine body 1 year ago. His physical body was now 1/5 as strong as a pure-blood blue dragon. After comprehending it, he could exchange moves with the black and white eggs much more easily and could already counterattack. After the awakening of the divine body, Xiaoqin's physical body's various aspects reached unprecedented heights. His mind, energy, and spirit all underwent a qualitative change from the inside out. Now, even if Xiaoqin wore white robes and did not reveal his aura, he would still look extraordinary. Just by walking in the crowd, one could sense that Xiaoqin was extraordinary. He had an extraordinary temperament. Xiaoqin could already merge his 3 great Dao. When he used them, he did not seem inexperienced at all. The only unfortunate thing was that he failed to break into the Dao domain several times, not succeeding in the end. However, it was still too early for the black and white eggs to say that Xiaoqin was defeated. Suppressed by the two, Xiaoqin revealed a faint smile and said, "The two of you, have you not noticed anything wrong from the start of the battle?" White Egg blabbered, "What's the difference? No matter how much you jumped around, you still lost. It's just that we did not have the strength to beat you up. It is not that simple to pass our black and white eggs test." Black Egg added, "That's right. Youths are indeed youths. They get complacent just because they have some achievements." When Xiaoqin heard that, he guffawed, "You two fools are too arrogant. 3 years and more than 1,000 battles. Did you not notice that I did not activate my great desolate Ian bloodline from start to end? The two puppets immediately felt stunned. That seemed to be true. Xiaoqin did not activate his great desolate Ian bloodline today. Ha ha ha. Black and white eggs, you will be the ones to lose today. Boom. As Xiaoqin laughed heartily, his aura suddenly soared. He activated his bloodline, and Xiaoqian's eyes instantly turned golden. An invisible blue dragon image came out of Xiaoqian's body. Together with the great desolate Ian's dragon might, the dragon image circled around Xiaoqin. Then, Xiaoqin roared ferociously at the black and white eggs. The black and white eggs, who were somewhat powerless, immediately went flying. The tyrant saber, which was stabbed into the ground, hummed. Its soaring battle hunger soared into the clouds. Xiaoqin stretched out his hand, and the tyrant saber returned to his hand. His aura soared again. The blue dragon's dragon might dominated the world. Fight! Xiaoqian's figure soared into the air. Then, he charged at the black and white eggs while holding his saber, launching his first true counterattack in 3.5 years. Chapter 2067. Xiaoqin activated his great desolate Ian bloodline and bore the brunt of the attack, knocking the fatigued black and white eggs into the air. It's over, this brat's bloodline power has erupted. No, it's only been 3 years. I haven't had my fill yet. When the black and white eggs saw Xiaoqin erupt with his great desolate Ian bloodline, their auras layered infinitely, rivaling that of a peak sovereign personage. However, at this moment, Xiaoqin was still a small perfection sovereign personage. From this, one could imagine how terrifying this explosion was. It was simply increasing a person's strength by tens of times. However, Black Egg did not choose to give up. With a loud shout, the two combat puppets attacked at the same time. It was another classic combination of saber and spear. The two puppet saber Dao domains and spear Dao domains overlapped. It looked like the two puppets possessed two Dao domains at the same time. This was the black and white eggs' final showdown. In the past, they had always been successful. No matter what opportunity Xiaoqin found, the black and white eggs would defeat him. Xiaoqin layered his Dao domain and worked with his saber and spear to defeat Xiaoqin. But this time, Xiaoqin was full of confidence. He said in a deep voice, "Come. Fight." The blood in Xiaoqin's body surged as he endured the might of the Dao domain and charged over. Xiaoqin tightly grasped the tyrant saber and quickly started fighting the black and white eggs. Every time Xiaoqin attacked, he infused his king's will perfectly into his saber. As the saber light flickered, only black and white remained in the world. Aside from the bright saber light, there were no other colors. During these 3 years, Xiaoqin could not make a breakthrough in his saber Dao and comprehend a Dao domain. However, that did not mean that his saber skills had not improved. On the contrary, his saber skills had improved tremendously. In the past, Xiaoqin could only perfectly merge his will of soul with his saber technique when he was at his peak. Now, he could do it at any time. This inspiration came from the sword strike of the Qing Emperor in the Yellow Springs. After pondering for many years, Xiaoqin could finally do it calmly, far surpassing the Qing Emperor in the past. Perfectly merging the will of soul into one saber technique, merging the will of soul with the martial Dao. This is a state that even divine Vane Realm's sovereign emperors dream of, martial and soul as one. This kid is really hard to deal with. The world turned dark, and the blood moon lost its color. He entered the state of martial and spirit as one. Furthermore, he erupted with his great desolate Ian bloodline. Fighting 1 against 2, Xiaoqin did not fall into a disadvantage at all. Even though the other party layered 2 Dao domains, Xiaoqin still suppressed them. Bang, bang, bang. The saber light flickered even faster. As the black and white eggs retreated step by step, Xiao Chen's aura sword. Army breaker. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Chen roared ferociously and executed the 1,000 army saber techniques, breaking army. The saber light gathered at the tip of the saber. Then, in this black and white world, it burst out with a tyrannical aura that could break through 1,000 armies. Dang! Xiao Chen knocked the black and white eggs into the air. Shatter, 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 shatter the army, shatter the mountains and rivers, shatter the stars, shatter the world. Xiao Chen perfectly executed the entire set of the army-breaking saber technique. He felt very carefree, his blood surging, and his entire body feeling comfortable. However, the black and white eggs felt miserable. Even though they layered 2 Dao domains, Xiao Chen completely suppressed them. Their auras plummeted. In the end, puppets were puppets. Even if they could execute exquisite and strong martial techniques, they could not comprehend the true meaning behind them. This was unlike Xiao Chen. Even though he only executed the army-breaking saber technique, he could merge the true meaning in it. Together with the hot-bloodedness in his heart and the great desolate Ian dragon might. In the state of martial and spirit as one, Xiao Chen immediately erupted with power that far surpassed that of the martial technique itself. Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, entering hell. Xiao Chen pressed on, not giving the black and white eggs a chance to catch their breath. The strongest killer move, entering hell, was unleashed in an instant. The Buddha said, "If I do not enter hell, who will?" This saber strike contained the intent to forego death. It contained a boldness and breadth of mind far greater than breaking the mundane and resolving the mundane. Under the control of the will of kingship, Xiao Chen accurately grasped this fearless saber move that swept out in all directions. A saber wind spread out, sounding like ghosts wailing and wolves howling. A scene of hell materialized in the mortal world. The howling saber wind sounded like ghosts wailing and evil spirits in pain. Just this saber wind placed the black and white eggs in a very tough spot to block. In the next moment, a swastika appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. Instantly, Xiao Chen no longer held a saber in his hand in this Azura hell. Instead, it was an Azura evil dragon that came from hell, ruling the world and devouring the world. This evil dragon was the world-destroying evil dragon of Buddhist legend. It possessed an evil power that bewitched the hearts of people, causing gods and Buddhas to fall into depravity. Ordinary people would find it difficult to control. However, Xiao Chen had long since reached great perfection in this move. His heart did not change, so he easily controlled it. Xiao Chen pointed with his saber, and the evil dragon flew out of hell. The black and white eggs were instantly knocked back. The combination of the saber and spear, which had never failed before, and the layered Dao domains, instantly broke with this move. The black and white eggs fell to the ground, their eyes filled with shock. Thunder Monarch Spear. Xiao Chen waved his left hand, and the 5-element divine lightning in his palm materialized into a short spear. That was right, it was a short spear. Compared to the long spear of the past, the short spear was denser and mightier. It was also easier to execute. It was no longer like the past, where it could only be used as a killing move. Whoosh! 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 As Xiao Chen waved his left hand, the short spears formed by the 5-element divine lightning shot out with terrifying lightning-attributed energy. This startled the black and white eggs. They dodged continuously lest the short spears hit them. Candle Dragon Eyes. A spot of starlight appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. When the image of the candle dragon's head appeared behind Xiao Chen opened his eyes. The spot of starlight turned into a burning candle flame when Xiao Chen opened his eyes. Xiao Chen's ice great Dao energy drained quickly. The flickering candle flame followed Xiao Chen's gaze, spreading the power of the ice soul everywhere he looked. The black and white eggs immediately slowed down significantly. Ka xie. Ka xie. Several short spears struck the two puppets, instantly creating many holes in their bodies. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. We admit defeat. We are defeated. The black and white eggs no longer had any temper. They shouted loudly, admitting defeat to Xiaoqin. The great desolate Ian energy vanished, and Xiaoqin withdrew his aura and sheathed his saber. After Xiaoqin landed on the ground, he took a few steps and arrived before the black and white eggs. 3.5 years. After 3.5 years, Xiaoqin finally defeated the black and white eggs. Xiaoqin had won cleanly and delightfully. However, now, Xiaoqin, who had wanted to take revenge in the past, now felt as calm as still water. If not for the black and white eggs, Xiaoqin would not have been able to improve so quickly after being tortured for more than 3 years. The techniques that Xiaoqin learned from these two puppets would be useful for the rest of his life. Congratulations, brat. You are finally not trash anymore. Quickly go. Master's inheritance is in there. You are really ruthless. It looks like I will not be able to repair these holes quickly. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and performed a cupped fist salute. Sorry for the offense. Then, he eagerly headed for the palace. The existence that could create the black and white eggs was at least a faux god. Xiaoqin was very curious about the powerful master of the black and white eggs. Of course, he anticipated the inheritance that master left behind. What title do you think we should give him? White Egg asked as it looked at Xiaoqin's back. Black Egg thought for a while before saying, the 4 unrivaled titles in the world, Scoundrel, Foolish Egg, Dog Egg, and Fool, are already occupied by others. Now, we have the titles of the black and white eggs. 50 years ago, that person snatched away the title of Dragon Egg. I wonder what title we should give him. White Egg thought for a while before saying, indeed. It is really hard to imagine. Since he could defeat us, it would be inexcusable if we did not give him a title. Just as the two were at a loss as to what title to give Xiaoqin, however, Xiaoqin had already arrived before the palace. He felt somewhat nervous. What could he obtain from a faux god inheritance? Whoosh! With a gentle push, the palace doors opened. Then, Xiaoqin walked in with large strides. Xiaoqin was immediately stunned. He saw that the vast palace was empty, there was nothing there. He could see clear signs of someone moving something on the ground. The place where the shelves of treasures should have been was now empty. Aside from the lingering auras of some treasures, everything of value in the entire palace had been moved away. The previous generation Heaven Dragon. Understanding immediately dawned on Xiaoqin. Then, he quickly realized that this was the previous generation Heaven Dragon. When the other party left, he collected all the faux god inheritances in this place, not leaving anything behind for Xiaoqin. While chatting with the black and white eggs, Xiaoqin learned that there were at least 10,000 faux god inheritances of various sizes. This fellow is really ruthless. Feeling somewhat helpless, Xiaoqin walked forward. There seemed to be a jade strip on a pillar in the middle. Xiaoqin picked up the jade strip and infused some soul energy into it. Immediately, a string of information appeared in Xiaoqin's mind. These were the words left by the previous generation Heaven Dragon. Successor, for you to reach this place, you must have defeated the guarding puppets, the black and white eggs. Don't let these two fools injure your confidence. These two combat puppets are as strong as faux gods. They will automatically suppress their strength based on the previous person's cultivation. They will always be one minor realm higher than you. If you really think that they are only one minor realm higher than you, you are gravely mistaken. Let's not talk about these two fools. I left in a hurry, so I took all the things with me. I'm sorry. However, I will tell you how to leave this forsaken place. You should be a dragon race cultivator. Otherwise, you would not have been able to reach this place. There is a section on how to cultivate the Heaven Dragon's mysteries in my Jade strip. Consider it compensation.